Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وأسعد الله صباحكم بالخيرات والمسرات. يسعدنا أن نرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب في هذه الجلسة والتي ستكون عن البرنامج الوطني لتعظيم الاستفادة من المياه المتجددة. سيتم في هذه الجلسة تقديم عرض شامل عن البرنامج، وكذلك سيتم الحديث عن المدن الزراعية، وبعد ذلك سيتم الحديث عن تجربة إعادة استخدام المياه المعالجة أو مياه التحلية في المحطات، وقبل ذلك سيتم الحديث عن البصمة الكربونية وتأثيرها في عملية استزراع القمح واستزراع الأعلاف، وفي نهاية الجلسة سيتم الحديث عن أيضا تجربة لإعادة استخدام المياه المعالجة. Let me change to English. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our session today titled The National Program to Optimize the Utilization of Renewable Water Resources and its Contribution toward Water Resources Sustainability and Desertification Combating. We will shed light on the national program and its contribution towards achieving the strategic targets. The national program was launched by MIWA, aiming to accelerate achieving the 2030 vision by maximizing the benefits of the available water resources and utilizing them in the development of agriculture, industrial, mining, and other sectors. The speakers will share their experiences, studies, and thoughts on contribution of the national program in agricultural development, food security, carbon emission, and other water and environmental related goals. The session will present the concept of sustainable agrocity and how it will contribute to having more reliable and sustainable agricultural development in the future. The session aims to share an overview about the national program to optimize the utilization of renewable water resources. Also highlight the contribution of the program in promoting sustainable agricultural development and achieving food security. Also showcase the concept of sustainable agrocity and its role in optimizing the utilization of renewable water resources, and shed light on the assessment of using desalinated seawater use in agriculture. We have 5 presentations. The first presentation is titled National Program to Optimize the Utilization of Renewable Water Resources Overview by Engineer Abdurrahman Al-Dughayim. Engineer Abdurrahman is a Senior Project Manager in National Program to Optimize the Utilization of Renewable Water Resources. He has more than 10 years of experience in the field of project management. He holds a bachelor degree in mechanical engineering from King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. The floor is yours, Engineer Abdurrahman.
يعطيك العافية. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صبحكم الله بالخير. Good morning and thank you for joining the national program session today. I will try to use my 10 minutes as much as possible to give you a high-level overview about the national program to optimize the utilization of renewable water resources in Saudi Arabia. What was the main reason behind initiating this program? What are the main objectives and goals? And how we are linking these objectives and goals with other national strategy. In the beginning, who knows Saudi Arabia, he understands that we are living in a quite challenging area when it comes to water. In fact, we have been ranked number 8 in the water stress category in 2023. And on the other hand, we have a quite challenging goals driven by the Saudi 2030 vision, and most of them require a large quantity of water to be achieved. So having these together, put a mandate in the water sector and MIWA overall to have a reliable and sustainable water resources that will enable us in the country to achieve these ambitious goals. And accordingly, MIWA has launched the program to accelerate achieving the Saudi vision goals and objective. The main objective of the program, as the name indicates, is to maximize the utilization of renewable water resources in Saudi Arabia, which in return will enable environmental and industrial mining sector to achieve their goals and objectives. And on the other hand, stop discharging these valuable resources into the water. The program actually have a wide range of goals and objectives, and we try here to summarize the top 6 out of them, starting from enhancing the water sustainability use in Saudi Arabia, and this is one of the main drivers for this project. The second goal, it would be enhancing the food security in Saudi Arabia by delivering the water to the agro-city, which is a concept we'll discuss it today, and allow the private investor to cultivate specific crops to achieve this target. Also, the program is planning to deliver water to mining and industrial area, which in return will help them to achieve their goals and objectives. The program also have a direct connection and contribution to Saudi Green Initiative. By 2035, we are planning to cultivate more than 125,000 hectares in Saudi Arabia. Also, there is a big contribution in the GDP, especially in the industrial and mining and agricultural sector, and increase in the job opportunity for the local people. During the initiation of the program, we have a lot of national strategy that we are interacting with. One of the main strategy is the National Water Strategy, National Industrial Strategy, and Food Security, and all of them combine together and allow us to have a clear objective and roadmap for the project. Also, we have done a multiple benchmarking either in the country within the region or globally to understand their lesson learned and best practices in order to apply it in our project. Also, again, as mentioned earlier, that the program has a direct connection in accelerating the achievement of Saudi 2030 vision, which is mainly through 3 main programs: the National Transformation Program, Quality of Life Program, and Privatization Program. This slide actually shows the current situation here in Saudi Arabia when it comes to utilizing the TSE. We have been utilizing TSE for the last 40 years. We are utilizing it in the parks, in the farming, and industrial and mining sector. However, we are utilizing only 25%, and there is a huge opportunity to utilize the quantity in the 2 below picture, which in return will allow us to achieve different sector goals and objectives. This is a slide about AgroCity. We'll have actually a dedicated paper to be presented by Engineer Tyson about AgroCity. However, the main concept here is that the MIWA or government organization will deliver the water to the AgroCity, and the private investor will build the required infrastructure and cultivate the high-value crops in order to achieve the food security. We have done interesting study, which will be shared shortly, and we end up that the concept of AgroCity is appealing for the investor, and the revenues will cover the operational cost. This is our different contribution. We try to summarize it into three main categories. The environmental, we are reducing the carbon emission through the program, and we have interesting study will be shared by Dr. Tamer. Also, we are contributing directly to the Saudi Green Initiative by cultivating more than 120,000 hectares by 2035. We have also a goal to stop discharging this water into the sea. From economic perspective, we are helping industrial and mining sector to achieve their goals by delivering the water to their area. We are contributing directly into the growth of the GDP, and we are helping and having more reliable resources of water, which enable us to achieve different goals and objectives. When it comes to social point of view, we are creating a new job for the local people. We have a direct contribution to the quality of the life program. This is actually a summary of what we are planning to achieve through the program. The program actually, until 2030, we are building water transmission system and tank facility till the end point using the TSA. Then after that, after 2030, we are introducing a new desalination plant and dams, when we will mix it together to have the quantity required to achieve the project goal. By 2027, we will be able to reuse 1.5 million cubic meter per day, allowing us to cultivate almost 30,000 hectares of land and producing around 400,000 tons of crops annually. By 2030, we will achieve 1.65 of a million cubic meter per day. And by 2035, we will go up to 5.78 with a total hectare of 124,000 hectare and 1,300,000 ton crops production per year. This is actually an overview about the program. I will leave it the floor for Engineer Ali to introduce the other guys. Thank you. Allah yafikum.
Thank you very much, Engineer Abdulrahman, for this presentation and for timekeeping. Next presentation is titled Sustainable AgroCities. It will be provided by Engineer Tyson William Doyle. He is a civil engineer with more than 18 years of experience in water treatment projects and project execution in desalination, industrial water reuse, water and wastewater treatment. He has realized the projects in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Algeria, Spain, Macedonia, and Mexico. Since joining IDOM just over 3 years ago, he has participated in many projects with SAYU, MIWA, and NWC. He was recently named Program Manager for IDOM's NWC design contract in 3 Kingdom Saudi Arabia clusters, and he is also helping in an engineering team based in Kingdom Saudi Arabia to meet the project needs. The floor is yours, Engineer Tyson.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for being here today and letting us explain a little bit about the sustainable AgroCities and as part of the national program. As part of the national program, MIWA aims to reutilize TSE to support the economic development of agricultural cities known as agri-cities, to enhance greening, preserve the environment, bolster economic sector growth, and contribute to food security in the kingdom. Agri-cities can be a key factor that significantly contributes to enhancing sustainability and ensuring food security. By integrating local farming practices with urban development, they promote efficient land use, reduce food transportation costs, and increase local food production, all of which are vital for long-term environmental and economic sustainability. Before sharing more about the agri-cities, we show here all the stages taken during last year's concept design phase. We performed data gathering and assessments, analyzing the HASSR and Palladium studies, perform remote sensing, along with defining climatic and soil conditions in the proposed development areas. We identified current farming practices and irrigation techniques. We also developed a water resource model with both TSE and other water sources. We defined crop seasonality and farm and gate prices and costs. And very importantly, aligned with stakeholders on a continuous basis to create the outputs of our studies and analysis. We defined the agri-city location criteria and defined available water resources in these areas. And our outputs were a detailed project database, physical mapping, and crop inventory results, which complemented the previous studies. We defined water demands, and we defined the standard hectare. What's a standard hectare? Well, it basically represents the average percentage of an area reserved for each group of crops within each cluster or agricultural zone. It basically optimizes and makes a proposal for the optimum proposal for how to develop an area of land based on percentages. We'll discuss that more later. And then the next steps were to optimize the standard hectare after identifying crop tolerance maps, scoring criteria by zones, and analyzing profitability, analyzing farming capex and opex, and continuous coordination with stakeholders. Here we show the main components for the agri-city. I'll go from 1 to 7. We have the proposed crops and farming areas, logistics facilities close to croplands to efficiently process, manufacture, and package and distribute the crops. The agri-city must be highly accessible in order to meet inbound and outbound logistical needs. Smart utilities and energy are also considered, efficiently managing water, energy, and waste on site. Industry 4.0 will be used. Innovative production with robots, drones, and autonomous vehicles where possible. There's also a component of research, technical training centers, and university laboratories. They'll be utilized to ensure quality and innovation. And then employee housing and facilities will ensure quality of life for employees, along with markets for hyper-local freshness products being available. The core program is infrastructure and ancillary services. They're the main integral part of any agri-city. The agricultural areas, crops, and ancillary services such as nurseries, storage, logistics centers, and the corresponding infrastructure. And then the added value programs can be training centers, research and design centers, quality control laboratories, visitor centers, mosques, and employee services, and accommodation for employees with basic services and enhanced services. Here we just like to highlight that in order to develop the agri-city concept for the national program, we benchmarked 7 successful international references in order to develop the best proposed agri-city for this program, building on lessons learned and existing successful agri-cities. So this is the distribution of crops and their percentage for the 9,600 hectare agri-city that we have at South Mecca. 89% of the area is dedicated to crops, and based on our work with the standard hectare and coordination with stakeholders, there's 28% of the crops are green feed, 35% grain, 25% fruits, 6% vegetables in greenhouses, and 6% vegetables in open areas. And here we highlight the distribution of the agri-food park, everything that's not crops. This is basically the site development for the remaining 11%, or 1,000 hectares. It corresponds to logistics facilities, complementary services, research and design centers, the SAPCA Natural Protection Area, and other infrastructure such as roads, etc. Here we highlight the view from the southwest, the concept design. From this view, you can see the main areas of green feed and grains. It's also the area closest to the sea and the most resistant crops. And the concept from the northeast, highlighting the areas of fruits and vegetables. And you can see in the central area, the greenhouse zone. Here we highlight how the local area is currently on the left and the illustrated renderings for the agri-city on the right. And here we'd like to highlight the differences between this sustainable agri-city and the agri-city concept versus the existing farming practices in the kingdom. The investor will establish the necessary agricultural infrastructure to cultivate the high-value crops, pay for land rental, and pay for the cost of water, and commit to employing local national staff. The TSE will be supplied to the agri-city, being transported approximately 50 kilometers, and tariff payments will be made by the investor to cover the TSE system operational costs. Based on IDOM studies and conclusions, the revenues will cover the operational costs of water supply, ensuring financial sustainability for the TSE transport investment. The investment economics are very attractive to agricultural companies in the private sector. In other words, this program is being studied in detail, so it's a thriving financial success, not a financial burden in the kingdom in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Tyson, for this presentation about AgroCities concept and constitution and the future contribution. Our next presentation is titled The Potential Carbon Footprint Resulted in Cultivation of Wheat and Alfalfa Crops Using Renewable Water Resources in Saudi Arabia as a case study. This presentation will be provided by Dr. Tamer Mashtouli. Dr. Tamer is a professor of biopesticide at Ain Shams University, Cairo, Egypt, and he is also a consultant expert of plant protection and sustainable pest management in the General Administration of Agriculture Extension at MIWA. With more than 14 years of experience in sustainable agriculture, he contributes and collaborates with other research teams to settlement of sustainable concepts in agrosystems to conserve the environmental resources of soil, water, plants, and biodiversity of organisms, with a concern to minimize carbon emissions. The floor is yours, Doctor, and we hope to have a good explanation. Thank you.
Good morning. I would like to express our gratitude for you to attend our session today. And as we know, the water resources in the kingdom are limited, and there is a need for cultivation, the primary crops like wheat for humans and alfalfa to feed animals. And also there is a huge concern about carbon emission worldwide. So if we got this case, there is one question coming out in our mind. What is the preference? What is the preference in decreasing the food carbon print? What is the preference in decreasing the carbon emission? Is locally cultivated wheat and alfalfa in the kingdom, or import them? this was the gate for our study case. So when we take this question led our team, our research team, to go further to determine the potential carbon footprint resulted in cultivation of wheat and alfalfa crops using renewable water resource, which is tertiary treated wastewater. This is our question. And when we go for the definition of carbon footprint, we will find it in the total measure of the carbon, the greenhouse gas emissions, which included carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane, and etc. And all of them is calculated and represented as carbon dioxide equivalent. And there is also a prospective vision for all the countries over the world. This vision, we know the countries over the world have its own vision. Each country have its own vision to reduce the carbon footprint to reach the carbon neutrality. And to be honest, that this is evident in as one of the goals of Kingdom Vision 2030, which extended to 2060 to reach the carbon neutrality. Our scientific strategy to determine the potential carbon footprint for cultivation in wheat and alfalfa locally in the kingdom with the tertiary treated wastewater started with the data collection. And this data collection, after we collect the data, we're computing the CO2 emissions for each parameter that we will show after that. And after that, we make the data analysis. Data analysis will lead us to generate results. These results, after discussions, we got the conclusion, and after that, recommendations. As we speak about the agriculture for wheat and alfalfa, we collected all the data about the parameters related to this agriculture. All the carbon footprint of wheat and alfalfa crops, kilogram CO2 equivalent per kilogram of crop, counting on agriculture parameters. All the agriculture parameters we calculated, each included fertilizers, pesticide, irrigation, dryness, and etc. And we found the carbon footprint impact for wheat. It was about 0.85 kilogram CO2 equivalent per kilogram. This is the world average. And for the carbon footprint for alfalfa, it was 0.52 kilogram CO2 equivalent per kilogram. This is the world average for alfalfa. And to be clear, that we speak about the carbon footprint expressed at CO2 equivalent. So we just to make it clear, the emission of 1 kilogram of nitrous oxide is equivalent to 298 kilogram of CO2 equivalent. And also the emission of 1 kilogram methane is equal to 25 kilogram of CO2 equivalent. After we collect all the data about the agricultural parameters, to compare it with the imported ones, we just need to have all information about the transportation. When we import, we got the shipment from the Outlander port to Jeddah port, for example. So the amount of emission resulting from transportation a ton of materials from the port of Los Angeles, for example, we have taken some examples. Port of Los Angeles, USA, to the port of Jeddah, it was about 1513.4 kilograms CO2 equivalent. And when we take this to make it a comparative study to comparative carbon footprint resulted from local cultivation of wheat and alfalfa versus importing them through Los Angeles, USA, we will find that locally it was about 0.85, and for wheat, so imported wheat, 2.08. And also for alfalfa, it was about 0.52, and for imported ones, 2.03. If we go for New York as a port, as another port in USA, the amount of emissions resulting from the transportation, it was about 886.24 kilograms CO2 equivalent. And when we calculate it, we'll find it the wheat was versus 0.85 versus 1.46, and for alpha alpha it was about 0.52 versus 1.41, which is very big. And we'll take also for Ukraine. So if we go for Ukraine, it was about the total emission 239.35 kilograms CO2 equivalent. And when we calculate it, we will find it's pretty close. So it was about 0.85 versus 0.88. And for alpha alpha, it was about 0.52 versus 0.76, when it's pretty close. So here for the total carbon emission, the total CO2 emission for local, produced, imported, and all consumed. In the kingdom, the local production for wheat, it is about 13%, and the production, the imported wheat for about 87%. So if we go for the total carbon emission for the local produce, it was about 489.6. And if we go for the imported ones, it was about 7,105,000. And for to both of them, as consumed wheat in the kingdom, it was about 7,594,000. In similar, if we go for the alpha alpha, the production in the kingdom about local production is about 2%, and we import here in 98%. So the total carbon emission for the local production of wheat, yeah, this should be alpha alpha. I changed it, but it doesn't change here. It was 1.4, and for the average for imported alpha alpha 278, and for the consumed alpha alpha 208. Here we have to go for the relative yield factor of using tertiary treated wastewater. It's the same? No. If we go for 1 million cubic meter of tertiary treated wastewater used to cultivate 25.5 hectare of wheat, and the same 1 million cubic meter of the tertiary treated wastewater can be used to cultivate 8.8 hectare of alpha alpha. So the relative yield factor for the tertiary treated wastewater is not the same, and it's clear that the alpha alpha is consumed water. To go the comparative for the calculated CO2 emissions with production in KSA and the outlander exporting countries, if we go for the local, it will be 26,000. And if we import it from Ukraine, the total carbon emission will be 27,000. And if we go for Russia, 27,412. And for New York, it will go further, and 44,000. For go further again to Los Angeles, 64, and for Australia, 71. So the nearest one for us in Ukraine. And also for alpha alpha, if we go, we will find 57,000, and for Ukraine it will be 83, and for Russia 84, and 155 for USA, New York, and 253 for Los Angeles, 265 for Australia. The calculated CO2 emission for wheat and alpha alpha production, a total cultivation, and we assumed that we have 10 hectare. And this 10 hectare, it is not all we will not cultivate all the area, because we have like a pivot for irrigation, and this is some area will not be cultivated. So the extent area we will be activated is 800 hectare, and this is for imported. If we imported that for alpha alpha is imported from USA and wheat from Ukraine, we will find that the total emission for local cultivated wheat and the alpha alpha, the total emission for both of them, it was about 83,000. And the total emission for imported wheat and the alpha alpha from the outlander, that we said, alpha alpha from USA and wheat from Ukraine, it will be 280. And we save, this is the same area. The same area we cultivated here, and the same area we import the same production. We save CO2 equivalent saving 196. We save it if we cultivate here in the kingdom. Local wheat, for conclusion, local wheat and alfalfa cultivation will reduce the carbon footprint for both of them. The wheat cultivation will reduce the carbon footprint with about 1,000 tons, and for alfalfa it reduces 147 tons if we import it from Arizona. Recommendation according to the calculated data and the calculation carbon footprint represented in the case of a study, it is recommended to cultivate wheat and alfalfa locally in the kingdom due to carbon dioxide equivalent emission reduction compared to importing them from Outlander. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tamer, for this comprehensive presentation about alfalfa and wheat production and the comparison of carbon emission and the comparison between importing and locally, let's say, growing. That was a very nice, and it is actually good in the food security enhancement. Our next presentation is titled A Leith Pilot Farm Assessment of the Desalinated Seawater Use in Agriculture. It will be provided by Engineer Saleh Al-Qahtani. Engineer Saleh is an executive advisor to Deputy Minister of Water and BMO Executive Director of the National Program, with more than 25 years of experience in water sectors. Previously, he was Director of Production and Transmission Sectors, BMO, and Director of Procurement in SWIC. Engineer Saleh has a vast experience in water production, transmission, and management. He holds a bachelor degree in mechanical engineering from King Saud University, along with other professional certificates. The floor is yours, Engineer Saleh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Good morning everybody. Thank you Engineer Ali. As we know, Saudi Arabia is one of the most water stressed countries in the global and having multiple challenges when it comes to water security. Water is the life and one of the most critical enabler of economical and social development, and also enhancing the sustainability of water resource is a key objective that contribute in achieving different strategic goals. In this regard, MIWA is always looking for all potential solutions that will enable having more sustainable water resource to help agriculture activities in particular in order to achieve food security. One of these solutions is using desalinated water in agriculture. A study was conducted recently to identify the most effective business model by using desalinated water in cultivating specific crops. One of the output of this site study is a Leith pilot farms, where it will be identify and assist the use of mixed desalinated water with other water resource and measure the impact from both technical and economic point of view. The result of this study will be useful for many stakeholders, especially including the national program. Here is a quick overview on assessment of desalination water use in agricultural study, which was conducted recently by MIWA and IDUM. The study took into consideration 5 focus areas, including benchmarking with other countries like Spain, Australia, Morocco, and Gulf, as Engineer Abdurrahman he mentioned. Also, desalination technique. The other one, also environmental consideration, also defined crops, finally, economic feasibility. This is the study outcomes, as you show here. The study concludes that using desalinated water in agriculture is feasible, taking into consideration, as shown in the condition, including mixing it with other water resource like TSE or groundwater. Also to consider the distance between the source of water and the land or the farms. Also the moderate elevation is not less than or more than 100 meter. The distance should be less than 150 meter. Also to the cultivation, cash, vegetables and fruit. Also we should focus in the southwestern area. And also to consider the other economic and environmental condition. Now the main objective and goals of this elite pilot plant is initiated to as an output of the study, as we said, the best group of crops to be cultivated, considering the percentage of the water mixed, and also to consider the farm location to measure how effective is using mixed desalinated water with other source of water from technical and economical perspective. Also use the most efficient irrigation system. This is the location of the land. We try to align with the study outcome. We choose the land which around 25 kilometers from the RO desalination plant. Also the land now which we choose it is around 850 meters away from the Ghnema tank. And also we decide how much the quantity of water and the area. After obtaining the required approval of utilize the land, multiple analyses were conducted on soil, also desalinated water analysis, also the water ground which is near to the farms. Here, crop selection. With regards to crop selection, multiple workshops and interview with the expert were done to list down potential crops to be cultivated in the pilot farm. And the team considered around 40 crops from different categories to be tested using mixed water, desalinated water with groundwater. And this is the type of crops. It depends on the sensitivity of boron. Here, crop distribution. The total area around 10 hectares, 80% open field. And we have also vegetables, grain, food crops. Also, we will build mid and high tech greenhouse around percentage 3.8. Also, we have net house around 1.6 percentage. 10% of the area, it will be for administration zone. Finally, initial indication and future step, the analysis done on soil and water, both for water analysis of groundwater and desalination water, indicate promising output from the pilot farms project. And the effort will be continued for the upcoming 2 to 3 years to identify the most viable crops utilizing mix of desalinated water with other resource of water like TSE or groundwater. Moreover, the project will be help to identify the most appropriate business model to be utilized when using desalinated water in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Saleh, for the demonstration of this concept of using desalinated seawater for agriculture, which will enhance actually the water resources, and it will enhance also or it will contribute in the food security that we are looking for. Our last and not least presentation, titled Maximizing the Utilization of the Regenerated Water from the Wastewater Treatment Plant in Medina. It will be provided by Engineer Yahya Shahrani. Engineer Yahya is a General Director of Assets and Engineering at the Saudi Irrigation Organization with 20 years of experience in engineering and project management. He holds an engineering degree in chemical engineering and master degree in business administration. Engineer Yahya held several engineering, maintenance, and operation leadership positions throughout his career, where he was recognized in assessing operational needs and adopting engineering solutions. The floor is yours, Engineer Yahya.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning, everybody. I will share with you this morning our experience in developing infrastructure that is used for TC reuse and maximizing the sustainable resources as part of the national program. Starting with the Medina project, I will be going for the national program overview in the presentation, and then I will move to the improvement in Wadi al-Hamd, and then I will be sharing the methodology and the project overview, and then I will be concluding the presentation by the current project progress and the future plans. Saudi National Programs aims to maximize the sustainable renewable water resource to fulfill the needs of various sectors while completely ceasing the discharge of seawater or the treated wastewater into the sea. As you can see here, it's the areas that are covered under the national program, and I will be focusing on the Medina project. One of the main objectives of the national program is to limit the water consumption while maximizing the use of sustainable water resource through the cost-effective infrastructure, which means that we are not only building the cost-effective infrastructure, we are also managing the demand and supply. Moving to the improvements in Wadi al-Hamd and Medina, the project will ensure the sustainability of the water to the beneficiaries, also preserving the underground water, reducing the consumption of the electrical energy, and supplying an area of or total farms of 420 farms in phase 1 and 2. Also, and reuse the water that is produced by the visitors and the residents of Al Medina. Actually, there is almost 6 challenges that are faced by the farmers in the area, which is the water capacity that is increasing with time for the wastewater treatment production. It's going to be reaching 800 metric cubic meter per day by 2050, and that is needed. That needs an infrastructure to be managed through water scarcity that is leading to the available or shortage in available irrigation and water, and negatively impacting the environment. Also, the pollution from the organic and chemical substances damaging the crops and the integrity of the crops as a result of the current usage. Also, the weak infrastructure as it's used by the current farmers from the valley directly, and by having an effective organization and coordination among the stakeholders will be resolving this. And lastly, the high operational cost from extracting the water by the lifting pumps by individual farmers. Moving to the study methodology and the project overview, as you can see, the national program, along with the SIO, followed the comprehensive process to choose the most beneficial process and to manage the water alongside the valley, with the involvement of the all stakeholders from the ministry and the SIO, National Water Company, Saudi Water Partnership Company, and the Medina municipality. Moving to the current project progress, the first phase, actually it is divided in 4 phases. We started with the first phase, where it's under constructing now by Saudi Water Partnership Company, where they're gonna construct the green pipeline along with the distribution points in red. And the secondary network in the phase 2 will be built by SIO. It's now under the bidding, where it's gonna be focusing on the distribution network, also the tank filling stations. The third phase, it is the blue one, and followed by the 4 phases and the future expansions alongside the valley. The project in numbers, as you can see in phase 1, which is already in the construction phase, 4 tanks were built with the capacity of 60,000 or 66,000 metric cube, and main pipeline with the 25-kilometer length, and one filling tanker station with the capacity of 2,000 metric cubic meter per day. The phase 2, which is already under bidding now by under Saudi irrigation organization, is to build the secondary network with the length of almost 100 kilometers and 177 connection points to the farmers. Here is the site execution progress, and you can see the tanks, the pumping stations, and the pipelines under construction. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation, and keep in mind that we are, by doing such infrastructure, will be contributing to the kingdom's economy and safeguarding the water resources for the generation to come. That's all, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Yahya, for the demonstration of this experiment. It is known very well that TSA reuse is a must actually in such a region like Saudi Arabia, and we have to think of it as a major component to save the other sources of water. Gratitude to our valuable presenters for their representation, and I wonder if you give me a chance to give summary for the presentations presented during the session. Engineer Abdurrahman presented an overview about the national program to optimize the utilization of renewable water resources and main objectives and the strategies goals of the program and the key inputs, the way to achieve the Vision 2030 goals, and the contribution in achieving positive impact on various national directions using renewable water quantities growing from about 1.5 million cubic meter per day to more than 5.7 million cubic meter per day during the period 2027 to 2035, which will result in the production of products about 395 or 400 kilotons of wheat at the beginning of the period and ending with about 1,300 kilotons at the end of the period. Engineer Tyson illustrated an agro-city concept and define the crop zoning and how they work as an economic driver for regional development. Then he talks about the benchmark selection criteria for 7 international references case studies that have been selected to identify good practices in agro-cities, with the final conclusion that the revenues will cover the operational cost of water supply, ensuring financial sustainability for the TSA transport investment. And also the investment economics are attractive to agricultural companies in the private sector. Dr. Tamer talked about maximizing the utilization of renewable water resources initiative and its contribution contributions toward water resources sustainability and description desertification, combating and the potential carbon footprint resulted in cultivation of wheat and alfalfa crops using tertiary treated wastewater, with comparison of decreasing carbon emission by local cultivation of wheat and alfalfa, and importing them using scientific strategies to calculate the carbon footprint of wheat and alfalfa crops, and the equivalent of nitrous oxide and methane to carbon dioxide, and also the amount of emission resulting from transporting a ton of materials from abroad to Saudi Arabia, with amazing comparison figures. And finally, he concluded that local wheat and alfalfa cultivation will reduce the carbon footprint in the kingdom, and wheat cultivation in the study area will reduce the carbon dioxide equivalent emissions compared to importing it from abroad by a rate of 1,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Also, alfalfa cultivation in the study area will reduce the carbon dioxide equivalent emission compared to importing from abroad by a rate of 147,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, with a final recommendation to cultivate wheat and alfalfa crops in the study area due to carbon dioxide equivalent emission reduction compared to importing them from Outlander, which will enhance the food security. Engineer Saleh talked about a LEAF pilot project as an assessment of the desalinated seawater use in agriculture and the steps followed to come up with the business model and implementation of roadmap resulted in determination of greenhouse crops, fodder crops, grains, vegetables, open field and fruit trees, concluding that economical and technical viability of crop production will be analyzed to determine the most suitable crops during the development of the project. Engineer Yahya talked about maximizing the utilization of treated waste in Wadi al-Hamd at Medina. He provides an overview about the national program to optimize the utilization of renewable water resources and why improvement in Wadi al-Hamd, Medina, and the study methodology and the project overview with the progress and the future phases and components. Thank you very much for such presentations, and thanks to our audience for their attendance. Now we have some questions. I will start myself the questions if you allow me. Engineer Abdurrahman, I have two questions. What are the renewable water resources that national program will utilize?
Okay. As explained during the presentation, that the first phase of the program, we are utilizing the TSA as a main source for the program, because as mentioned that nowadays we are utilizing only 25% of the total produced TSA. So our main focus at the beginning is the TSA until 2030, then introducing the other renewable resources like desalinated water and surface water, and mix it together to achieve the target, objective, and goals of the program. Yes.
Actually, yeah, the expected target at 2030 will be 70% reuse of the TSA, and we hope to be more than that. My second question, what are the clusters or areas that the program is focusing on, And what was the reason behind the selection?
The program at the initial stage, we identified 26 clusters to work on. At the first phase, we are identifying 5 clusters due to its quantity. We are producing almost 75% of the total quantity in these areas. We are talking about Riyadh, Medina, and the Eastern cluster, West Coast cluster, and Asir.
Good. It covers the most, actually,
Yeah.
most bigger areas with bigger amounts of TSE. Engineer Tyson, I have also 2 questions for you. To what extent does the AgroCity contribute to KSA resilience?
Well, actually, if you could give the microphone to my colleague Alonso from our cities and territory, he's the real expert on agro-cities. So I'll give him the floor now.
Thank you. I'm Alonso, part of Kidam's team and colleague of Tyson, and I was involved in this project also. So this question regarding the resilience, well, the kingdom is undergoing different situations that compromise its access to food security for the future. And these factors are global warming, desertification, of course, water scarcity, and now the AgroCity represents one of the major stakes of the kingdom to achieve food security for the future. As it is an environment that integrates crop growing by the reuse of TSE, the recycled water, the use of renewable energies, manufacturing, and logistics in one single integrated environment.
Thank you. One more question. From a regional and local point of view, what are the impacts triggered in the agro-cities?
Okay, from a local point of view, the impacts triggered are access to the creation of new jobs. This agro-city is located in the area of convergence of Tarif, Jeddah, and Medina, and it represents benefits to around 7 million inhabitants. And we need to add that in its territorial extension, the agro-city with more than 9,000 hectares of new greenfields, it represents an area with cooling effects to the environment, and also the capacity to recharge the aquifer and retain humidity. And from a regional point of view, the agro-city triggers several impacts. It is, with its strategic position, it allows to participate of the global markets to export added value products. So that's from a regional point of view. And those are important elements to highlight and as attributes of the agro-city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Plenty of goals will be achieved, inshallah. Dr. Tamer, using renewable water resources and cultivating alfalfa and wheat, is there an impact on the environment? Please elaborate.
Okay, let's say nothing absolutely safe, but it's relatively safe if we use it with limitations. These limitations for using, if we use it for big trees and fruits, it's okay. It's relatively safe. But for leafy vegetables, it is not recommended to do that. And also for the environment, it will decrease biodiversity in the environment, in the soil. So it will be good to generate the biofauna in the soil.
Good, thanks. Engineer Saleh, I have a question about the city. How big is the farm, and how the output will support national program objectives?
Actually, since it's a pilot farms, we decide to use around 10 hectares, okay, for phase 1. Second phase, we have also 30 hectares. The first phase, we will use around 700 meter cube per day. For future, maybe we increase it based on the result of the pilot or experimental. As Abdurrahman he mentioned before, from now up to 2035, they will focus on using TSE, treated water. For after 2038 or 35, they will use desalinated water mixing with dam water or groundwater. So that we are planned to use the desalinated water, mix it, or we have three options. We can use pure desalinated water, or we can use it with mixed groundwater. Also, we have third option, we can use only groundwater. So the result or final result, it will be input for the national program to decide what's the right percentage between the desalinated water with groundwater.
Excellent composition, and I wonder if we can increase the desalinated seawater because it is unlimited resource actually, and we can get more and more of the water that we need for our future. Thank you very much. Engineer Yahya, how the Medina project will impact on, how will it impact the local farmers?
Actually, for the farmers side, it's going to be improving the water availability. Also, it will be having or reducing the operational cost for the individual farmers. In addition to that, it's going to be controlled quality of water.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Thanks a lot, and let's open the floor for our viewers. If there is any question from, yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Rawil Hassan, and my question is for Engineer Tyson. How far is the project from the sea, and what are the steps being taken to make sure that the land around the sea support the farming long term, so the salinity of the soil and the raising sea levels are not going to affect the farms?
The land, for the example, AgroCity, I mean, it's on the coast, but it's inland a little ways. We've done some soil testing to make sure that there's no impact on or no poor soils there. There will also have to be some type of soil rehabilitation necessary in order to make it optimal for crops growing. And I also mentioned there's an area of SAPCA, which is non-farmable area, but will be utilized in creating a buffer zone and will be maintained.
One more question. How far is it above the sea level?
I don't know exactly the sea level, but we can get back to you on that.
Thank you.
السلام عليكم. مهندس علي، شكرا جزيلا لإدارة الجلسة ثرية جدا. الله يعطيهم العافية جميعا المشاركين. أنا سؤالي للمهندس يحيى about the local farmers' response and reaction between history and now regarding the use of tertiary treated water. How did you see it?
Maybe the acceptance of reuse. I think
you mean the acceptance of reuse?
It is a general, whether accept it or like it or dislike it, the floor is yours.
Actually, as we speak now in Medina and Wadi al-Hamd, they're using the TC water and the local farmers by the conventional ways and the lifting pumps. The areas are really promising where the local farmers are already using that water, and with having this system will be improving the availability of the water, the quality of the water. We will be trying to do some awareness sessions and sitting with the farmers, showing the impact or the real impact on in their farms and the productivity of their farms. It's going to be part of the future plans, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. John Tuxworth from Built Environment Collective. I have a question for Engineer Tyson as well. With the agri-cities, are you collecting and reusing the irrigation water
Yeah, I mean, at this level right now, the AgriCity has been quite a concept design, but as I mentioned in the presentation, we're taking into consideration renewable energies, reutilizing the water as much as possible, and treating the agricultural waste on site.
Any more question?
Hi, good morning. My question to the panel in general, I mean, given the environmental impact of desalination on the marine level and the ecosystem, and also the wastewater treatment plants are the biggest emission of carbon dioxide also for climate change and so on. So is there any other cost-effective ways of using the treated water, like maybe using shower water, which requires less treatment than the wastewater, or other ways like rainwater harvesting and use it as big storage tanks for irrigation instead, or are there any other ways taken into consideration? Thank you.
I think that you are talking about grey water collection and reuse. This might be, a good resource, but unfortunately, we couldn't use it for, let's say, for public or from the homes, but it could be used in communities, compounds, or something like that to be used locally and treated. In the residential areas, it comes with the wastewater, go to the wastewater treatment plants and reused again as a TSE. I wonder if Engineer Saleh or Engineer Tyson will also contribute.
Well, yeah, I'll make a comment about the wastewater. Just like to highlight that wastewater treatment happens, it has to happen. And one of the main goals here is to stop discharging this water going into the sea. I mean, Saudi Arabia is spending so much money to create desalinated water for human consumption, and then just throwing this water to the sea, mainly currently. So we need to take this resource and reutilize it as much as possible. So forgetting about the impacts on the treatment and CO2 production, et cetera, but wastewater treatment is going to happen, and we're trying to take advantage as much as possible of this water for the desalinated water outlet.
Any question? Time is running and left only 4 minutes. Thank you very much for your attendance, and hope that we have provided a good demonstration about the national program to optimize the utilization of renewable water resources and its contribution towards water resources sustainability and desertification combating. Thank you very much to all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
personality. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. The next session is titled Ancient Hydro Technologies, AHTs, for Forward-Looking Water Management and Ecological Transition in Arid Regions, as part of the upcoming UNESCO Virtual Science Museum, led by moderator Heriberto Ulisi, Executive Director, Global Network of Water Museums at UNESCO IHP. Thank you.
Je le prends avec moi. Oui, mais je le prends parce que
Good morning, good afternoon. I would like to call to the stage Dr. عارف الكلالي. تفضل. And then Dr. Lydia, can you please join us to the stage as well? Dr. Linda. Dr. Heriberto Ullis. Cohen, please. Dr. Yordi and Mr. Abdel Nabi, please come to the stage. So once again, welcome to you all on this special session on the ancient hydro technologies for far-sighted water management and ecological transition in arid environment. Without further ado, I would like to ask Mr. Arif Al-Kalali to address welcoming remarks for the session today. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning and welcome to this really special session with a different kind of thinking. And I think it brings along a lot of wisdom. My name is Arif Al-Kalali. I am the General Advisor for Water Resources in the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. I'm also the Chief Technical Advisor of the UNDP at the Ministry itself. It gives me great pleasure to welcome the panelists here to this session, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all. A big message, I think, of what we will take today is that how we can use ancient wisdom in order to better ourselves with water management. We will also explore the organization, if you can help me with the name. Can you?
Okay, so it's WAMUNET is the Water Museums Network.
Yeah, it's the Water Museums Network. Now, I found it very difficult to compete with these gentlemen and women to talk about ancient technology. So I did some thinking last night, and I thought, how can I be different? And so I came up with being from working as a management specialist, water management on the whole country, actually, of Saudi Arabia. I think what we need to do is not only revive the old technologies and also educate ourselves about the ancient technology, but rather there is also a wisdom in the people who dealt with this ancient technology, and this wisdom is not necessarily have been done as we are doing it today at universities and research. It developed from practical on the ground experience on facing difficulties, on working with each other, etc. So to do that, to extract the wisdom from the ancient technology, first and foremost is how did they assess their needs? In today's water management, we speak about supply and demand. And usually we sit in some office with a computer and punch in some numbers in order to get the demand. In ancient times, the demand is found by direct challenge in the lives, on their daily lives, of how much water do they need. If it is deficient, then they will feel it directly. If there is an excess, they will feel it directly. And so they adjust their lives according to what they really need. And this is a very, important wisdom, even for today as we plan our supply and demand and what considerations to be taken. For example, and I think the centralized systems over or underestimate, whereas the decentralized system of managing with supply and demand gives a better picture and more detailed. So this is one of the things. Okay. And this is a hot topic today. How much energy did they expend in order to do their work? And of course, today we talk about carbon footprint and stuff like that. In the past, in ancient time, they would actually do the works themselves, or their animals will do the work, or they will use the energy from rivers and stuff like that in order to divert some water. And all of that is heartfelt, directly by the people who are working on it. So that is, they will spend the minimal amount in order to preserve their resources. Maybe in our case, if I am a farmer, I will just press a button and let the machine do the work. And it's just one adjustment, no changes due to changes in climate, changes during the day and stuff like that. And I will expend or overuse the energy, plus the energy wasted due to the efficiency percentage of the machine itself. And then, how did they deal with excess? In ancient times, there is a source that is very valuable, and if it goes to the farm, for example, the water itself, if it is in excess, it is automatically goes downstream. We now come up with principles such as the circular economy and stuff like that. But I think we need to know, I'll give you just an example. We irrigate large swaths of land in arid regions, and a lot of the water goes in the ground and it is not harvested. While there is a whole knowledge addressing that how you can harvest this water and reuse it for other uses. The fourth is what are the mechanical components of delivering the water and how it impacts water management. Again, the mechanical parts in the past are intimate with the people who operate it. And to this, they use maximum efficiency of these machines. In our case, we lose a lot of efficiency, energy-wise and operation-wise. The fifth is what is some underlying principles in managing water. And we know that from reading from ancient management is that they always looked at water as their existence and their strength. And they also knew that water should not be blocked. And to this effect, they would use higher lands in order to build their habitats rather than the lowland. I think I've taken 7 minutes or something? Okay, okay. So I will stop here, but I hope I was able to lay the ground for the value of what these ladies and gentlemen are doing for us here in the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arif. I think one of the key words that you said is wisdom, building on the wisdom of ancient communities, of our ancestors, find solutions from observation, practical observation from the field, and try to find solutions that are relevant to the context and the time where these observations are made. I would like to give the floor to my colleague Cohen Verbist. He's here on behalf of the UNESCO Intergovernmental Hydrological Program to address a few words. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Mr. Arif Al-Kalali, General Advisor of Water Resources. A bit higher? Yes, it's better. All right. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues as well. I'm honored here to be on behalf of Dr. Abu Amani, who is the Secretary of the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program of UNESCO, to be in this side event specifically looking at ancient hydro technologies for water management and ecological transition in arid regions. So I would also like to thank the government of Saudi Arabia for hosting the COP, but also for providing the opportunity for the Global Water Museum Network, WAMUNET, to host us here, which is a flagship initiative of the IHP program. We all see about the impact of climate change and the acceleration of frequent floods and droughts happening worldwide, but also less availability of water resources in general. As a result, of course, we see more reasons and more factors that increase the risk for desertification. So this higher variability, also due to land use changes, unsustainable patterns, and unsustainable production and consumption, are immense challenges for water governance and management. But of course, these are not new phenomena, and we see that the speed and the scale of change is unprecedented in human history at this point. And we therefore also need to accelerate our addressing of these issues and mitigate them. But we also have the human accumulated history to learn from. And these ancient hydro technologies can show us a way to find solutions. Just one example I was personally involved in when I was working in Zimbabwe. And we had the cyclone Idai affecting the region. We were given different options for adaptation to these extreme events. But eventually, working with the local communities, we identified local agroecological practices which were already around but need to be upscaled to be a solution to some of these challenges. So really these ancient hydro technologies are a bit different from our modern versions of solving the problems. They often are more affordable, they involve local stakeholders and resources, and are also more respectful to people and ecosystems. In many cases also, they are evolved or developed in specific contexts and depend on in-depth understanding by the benefiting population and its relevance also for the local socio-economical context. An example, for example, is also the groundwater catchment systems of the Aflai in Oman and the sharing of their waters as one example of such an ancient knowledge system. And these are still alive and thriving, so it shows also the resilience of these systems for future use. So these solutions leading to water security can only be achieved with interdisciplinary capacity development and education as well, and also sharing this water-related knowledge at all levels. We therefore also advocate for solutions and good practices that help empower everyone and to act consciously and develop a culture of water stewardship, which benefits the whole society. Our current program of UNESCO IHP, which is the 9th phase, focusing on science for a water-secure world in a changing environment, has among its priorities the concept of water education and new water culture for the 21st century. So IHP also has a very strong network of centers and chairs, which we call the Water Family, and it comprises of 170 national committees, 29 centers under the auspices of UNESCO, 84 water-related university chair, and also 17 IHP flagship initiatives, among which we also have the Water Museums Network. We also have UNESCO bias reserves, which I also mentioned before, which is really an entry point for working with communities at a local scale and looking for solutions and ways to adapt to climate change with community engagement. But also WAMINET, which is really a key laboratory for participatory research and solution building. The people of arid regions know more than any other how to preserve and manage water as a precious resource. And we're therefore really pleased that Saudi Arabia is planning also to potentially establish a water museum in close cooperation with WAMINET. Also, the upcoming 11th World Water Forum in 2027 will be hosted here in Saudi Arabia and will be a milestone on the way to this new water culture. So I will really look forward to this discussion today and see how we can move ahead with the WAMINET Center. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cohen. Indeed, we do have a lot of examples within the UNESCO extended family of UNESCO chairs. We do have one here in Oman at Nizwa University that specializes in studying the Aflaj studies, which is also a World Heritage, listed on the World Heritage property, as well as intangible heritage. So we do have recognition at the global level of these system Asian hydrology technologies. And UNESCO has been also trying to upscale, as you said, at the global level and share these practices within different countries that share similarities. And I would like here to also give the floor to our colleague Heriberto Yulis. He's the director and the founder of one of UNESCO's flagship initiative, the Global Network of Water Museum. He worked for several museums and institutions in Europe as a project officer for the European Commission and for the UNESCO Chair Water, Heritage and Sustainability at the Venice University in Italy. He received the first prize, Innovation, at the 29th World Canal Conference in Scotland for his project on water sustainability education. And during the 10th World Water Forum in Bali, he created a multi-channel video installation on ancient hydro technologies as a world premiere of the upcoming UNESCO Virtual Science Museum. Looking forward to hear from you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. So okay, thank you for sharing the presentation. Like this? Okay, much better, I see. So first of all, I'm very grateful to be here, and I would like to acknowledge the support of UNESCO office in Doha to make this session possible today. First of all, I'm very grateful to the Ministry of Environment and Water Resources and the Deputy Minister Al-Shaibani for the invitation and the opportunity to be here, and of course to our colleagues, let's say, of UNESCO IHP that support us in different occasions, like in Bali, as you just mentioned. We organized also this multimedia installation on ancient hydro technologies. So the title of my presentation is Ancient Hydro Technologies for Forward-Looking, Far-Sighted Water Management and Ecological Transition in the Arid Region. How can I control the slides? But this is not. I don't think. This one, thank you. Thank you. So first of all, to be acquainted about ancient hydro technologies, I would like to briefly introduce for everyone what we are talking about. Ancient hydro technologies are historical infrastructures and water-related heritage sites. Some of them are still managed by local communities. This is an important aspect. Ancient hydro technologies can be considered as nature-based solutions. That is to say, solutions that are offered by nature, and people, communities can work to strengthen this natural mechanism to have low energy, resources, and carbon footprint impacts. These practices are inspired by nature and combine traditional ancient knowledge and know-how of managing water for human uses, respecting freshwater ecosystems and natural life cycles. This is a key important aspect because for centuries we have seen communities that were able to live in the most arid, challenging environments all over the world, managing water in what we call today a sustainable way. So we must learn, we must look at this ancient wisdom, how we can use today this ancient wisdom with our perspective. So we know that the United Nations developed this report, the World Water Development Report on nature-based solutions. This is definitely something important that we must consider, but with the ancient hydrotechnologies, we are adding something more. We want to take into consideration ancient wisdom from the past. So we know already what are the challenges today. Growing impacts to all our environment due to climate change and sometimes also to mismanagement of water. So we would like to stress again that freshwater ecosystems, in our perspective, are socio-ecological corridors. Not only ecological corridors, but also social corridors, because there are ways in which people and communities can work together with nature, help nature, and get in exchange something. So these are the lessons that we can take into account, ancient hydrovision and water values, because there are also ethical perspective involved in these practices. So we want to take into account all these different aspects with what we call a holistic approach. So today's session, we are here to discuss about the creation of an international platform on ancient hydrotechnologies coordinated by the Global Network of Water Museum. So we work together with the museums. As we will explain, it means that we work also with the local communities, not only with the institutions. And one of the main challenges for this international platform will be to not only make a nice inventory of ancient knowledge, but also to combine this ancient knowledge with new technologies. So the activity of such a platform is important because we need to highlight best practices from all over the world, starting, we hope, also with Saudi Arabia, including all Arab countries, but also having a global perspective. So this is not something that the museums used to do, but the Global Network of Water Museums, being a flagship initiative of UNESCO IHP, can perform this task together with the UNESCO water family, together with the UNESCO chairs, UNESCO C2C centers. We must guarantee a smooth implementation of this project. We hope to be able to start also an important cooperation with the Saudi Green Initiative in this respect. So this multi-channel video installation was mentioned. We inaugurated this installation at the 10th World Water Forum in Bali, Indonesia, 4 months ago. It was visited by a lot of people, especially young people. We had more than 1,000 visitors per day. And we were really satisfied because it's difficult to talk to young generation about ancient hydrotechnologies. It seems something from the past. So how can we make the young people more interested? Of course, we must use technologies. They like technologies. So we must be able to transfer this ancient knowledge through technologies and communicate with them. In the case of Bali, we had 5 screens, synchronized 5 screens to convey emotions about technologies. We had 8 case studies, and we wanted to convey, with the one main screen, with the interviews, with the music, and the other 4 screens showing drawings, showing evocative images, making people more interested about what we have in our tradition, in our heritage. But sometimes people, especially young people, they don't know. So it's very important to communicate. And museums are specialized in communicating with large audiences. So the 8 case studies we included are Morocco, Algeria, Ghana, Iraq, Indonesia, Australia, Peru, and Brazil. I hope in the end I can show you one of these short videos that we produced for our immersive video installation. In Bali, we had also some representatives of local communities. For example, from Australia, we had a representative of the Aboriginal people that are living with the rivers since centuries and wanted to convey the water values associated to this river for new uses, but also respecting ancient uses, ancient knowledge, far-sighted knowledge of managing the river. We had also meetings with the Minister of Water Resources of Morocco. We met also the Vice Minister of Water of Saudi Arabia. That's why we are here today. And we are planning also, to develop a further contribution to the 11th World Water Forum that will take place here in Riyadh in 3 years, with this perspective of ancient water, ancient hydro technologies. So very shortly, I'm going to explain who we are. The Global Network of Water Museum is a flagship initiative of UNESCO IHP. We are, however, independent from UNESCO. We are an autonomous, non-governmental association based in Italy, in Venice. And we manage the association through our members, which are museums and institutions with equal right of vote. So we can see here the 2 UNESCO IHP resolutions that were endorsed by the Intergovernmental Council of UNESCO IHP, the first in 2018, the second in 2021. So that's why we are called the flagship initiative. There are 16 flagship initiatives of IHP all around the world. We are one of them dedicated to water museums and water education. Water education even more than water museum. As a flagship initiative of UNESCO IHP, WAMUNET promotes an education that allows every human being to acquire the knowledge, the skills, and the values and awareness that are necessary to protect water ecosystems, prevent further pollution, and shape a more far-sighted water management based on water values from the past. So in the strategic plan that was mentioned also by Koen Verbist, the Global Network of Water Museum is quoted as one of the key institutions to promote water sustainability education. We are supposed to bring a contribution for the implementation of Phase 9, and we rely on our partners to make it possible. So Global Network of Water Museums will be mobilized to raise awareness and improving the water culture of citizens and change and favor a change in behavior in all our societies. So how do we do this? We do this through museums. Every year, millions of people are educated through our museums. Our eco-museums, our community-based museums educate people. So we are all connected. We are a family to promote, as you can see here, water sustainability education as part of one of the priorities of UNESCO IHP in the Phase 9. Museums are key institutions for transmitting water history, including social practices, cultural values, and also the making of the landscape. What we inherited from our predecessors, from our ancestors, are far-sighted uses of water. We must transmit this knowledge. We must transmit this to future generations. This is an interesting picture that I took in Bali. Pura Tirta Empul is one of the most sacred places for water in Indonesia. So the sacred water is used for, and then it has a multi-purpose function. It is first used as a sacred element and then for irrigation. What you can notice here that many Western people are taking a bath in what they consider sacred waters. So we all have ancient wisdom, ancient values related to water. Maybe in Western countries we have lost this aspect. So we must know more about the past to convey this to future generations. Change the mindset of people. Build a new relationship with water. So museums have an active role in promoting a paradigm shift, a paradigm change from the prevalent one of domination over nature to one of what we call ecosystem sustainability. Ecosystem sustainability is not just innovative technologies. We must combine innovative technologies with ancient values. So today we count 122 members in 44 countries. I think my time is over. One more minute to present some of our members. 122 members in 44 countries, different continents. Just to give you an idea, this is the National Water Museum of China, maybe the biggest of our members, 70,000 square meters in 12 floors on the Yangtze River. This is the National Water Museum of Morocco, dedicated to water civilizations in Morocco. It is a project of the Ministry of Religious Affairs, dedicated to Mohammed VI. In Iran, Yazd Water Museum, that is also UNESCO Category 2 Center, is a member of the global network of water museums. Ancient techniques that have been used since the beginning of human civilizations. Canals and canal systems. So last year we were in Indonesia, and the Subak Mandala Matika Water Museum is a museum that was opened during the last World Water Forum. It was launched to show the ancient knowledge related to irrigation systems in Bali. Another example, we work also with the local communities. These are farmers in Mexico. The Water Forever Museum, Agua para Siempre, is working with the local communities on irrigation, traditional irrigation techniques. So our commitment is to build a future of peace, promoting what we call a new culture of water. This is in the charter of the Global Network of Water Museum. Even before having the endorsement of UNESCO, we met with different water museums all around the world to reinstate the need of a new relationship between humanity and water. With this holistic perspective, including not only scientific and technical, but also social, cultural, even artistic, even spiritual connections with water. And this is the last resolution of UNESCO IHP that invites member states to support the further development of the global network of water museums. So we hope to also contribute to the next World Water Forum here in Saudi Arabia, thanks to the support of all our members. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Heriberto. I think museums is indeed an important platform for education, for promoting awareness. I had the pleasure to visit some of the oases here in the region, and I was fortunate enough to have the locals actually speak to me about their heritage, showing us around the oases, and it was amazing to also learn from them directly. So I think also the concept of open museums, living museums, is also very important. Do you have any examples in this regard in the region that you can tell us more about?
I think the other speakers are going to give some examples from Latin America and one also from the Arab region.
Excellent.
We are talking about eco-museum, which are basically community-based museums. There is a specific methodology to develop the promotion of the local heritage in cooperation with the local communities, maybe without building a museum, because it's an open-air museum, and we interact with people to promote sustainable ecotourism.
Exactly, and it helps also to revalorize the water from the social, economic, and cultural perspective as well, not only for them, but also for the visitors coming from outside. Thank you so much, Heriberto. We move on to our next speaker, Mr. Jordi Morato. He's the director of the UNESCO Chair Sustainability at the Polytechnic University of Catalonia since 2008. He has more than 30 years of experience in research, education, and project management and sustainable human development related to resources, water, soil biodiversity, health, nature-based solutions, and water treatment, water heritage, circular economy, and so on. His main interests are also in relation to the nexus between the SDG 3, SDG 6, 13, 11, and the ancient hydro technologies. Since 2022, he is also, Mr. Jordi is also a member of the WAMONET Advisory Committee. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, the UNESCO office in Doha, for inviting us. Thank you to Heriberto, obviously, to WAMONET. And to the host from Saudi Arabia, no, congratulations for the incredible COP. No? We are talking about, obviously, how the ancestral hydro technologies can work today as a response, no, to the climate emergency, but not just climate, food and even health emergencies. No? In that sense, we know that we are suffering the accelerated climate change. We live, I am from Barcelona, and in the Mediterranean area, we have a lot of problems with the accelerated climate change. Last year, we have 38 degrees Celsius near Barcelona. It was huge temperature for us. But this is increasing, and we know that for every degree of increase of temperature, we have a rainfall decrease of about 4% and an evaporation increase of near 7%. Then this produces droughts that affect, obviously, agriculture. No? And we have to know that, can we learn from the past? Obviously, humans have historically adapted to extreme events. Mr. Al-Khalali mentioned the wisdom of in every culture. The humans develop different. The scientists today mentioned the socio-ecological, cultural, and technical system, the sets. These are that wisdom of confronting climate in every context, and in every country and every region, we have specific sets. And today we have to recognize that sets, and from UNESCO, I think that we have a very important mission to recover in some cases that sets in every region and to adapt to today, because in some cases that sets are lost. And this represents our water heritage. No? For example, we know that most of the advancements that we have today from water supply, water distribution, water treatment came from ancient civilizations, from the Minoan civilization and from the Egyptian water culture. And you can see most of the advancements that we have today come from the Bronze Age. It's incredible, but more than 3,000 years before Christ, here in the Minoan civilization developed a lot of incredible things related with water. On the left, you can see a research that we have about scientific literature, and you can about the water heritage, and you discover that from 2014 there are more scientific publications related to water heritage with the different concepts, as you can see, hydrotechnologies, hydraulic heritage, ancestral water, or ancient water. No? And for example, which important lessons we learn about that culture? I think the most important is that that culture, many years ago, many centuries ago, recognized the importance of sanitation, of water supply, and the importance of drainage and sewer systems for human survival, but for human well-being. And this is really, really, really important. And the second important thing is that they recognize the importance of water quality and water safety, water security that we talk today. No? And they combine a smaller scale measures with bigger scale measures in a territory, and even they include in an urban planning. And it was incredible. No? Considering all that things with WAMUNED, we jointly organized last February in 2023, the first international conference on ancestral hydrotechnologies in Barcelona. We discuss and we collect different case and best practices. It will appear a publication with UNESCO Montevideo in next month. And which are the most important properties of that ancestral hydrotechnology? We can summarize some of that. Here you can see the one important category, the water sowing and harvesting system that you can find in different parts of the world, like in Peru or in Granada in Spain. That channels that collect water, that sow, no, and then the water appears many kilometers below in a down gradient. And you can see, if we compare a river without that ancestral hydrotechnology and with that, we have a laser here. Oh, yes. And you can compare when we have a rainy season, we have a lot of water during some period. But with that system, we can avoid that problem that can produce flooding. And we maintain more water during the rest of the year. No? And this is very important. And another example, Heriberto mentioned that obviously most of the ancestral hydrotechnologies are based in nature and are inspired in nature. Then we can consider even nature-based solutions like the terrace farming that is another example of water harvesting. No? And you can see that even the elephants know that they have to drink not directly from the river. They use a hydrotechnology, taking the water from a filter. No? And another incredible example is in Colombia, the Zenu hydraulic system. It seems that it's the biggest hydraulic system that we know, more than 500,000 hectares we know. And it's an incredible multifunctional system that they work with that hills and that channels. And in that sense, they can maintain agriculture during the rainy season because in that region they have a lot of rains, but they maintain the agriculture during the dry season. Today, it seems that we lost most of that knowledge. In every part of the world, we lost some of that wisdom. And the idea is how we can recover, because today we are talking about the quadruple nexus, the water, energy, food, and ecosystem nexus, how we can maintain the production of food, the food security, with less water, because we do not have a lot of water resources, with less energy, because we do not have a lot of energy, and with less impact on ecosystem. This is the key for the future. This is the key for farmers. And this is the key for every people in urban and rural areas, because we need food and we need water. No? And we coordinate a project in the Mediterranean area, the Shore Nexus, that we're trying to work around that. And considering the incredible multifunctionality of that ancestral hydrotechnologies, you can see here some of the properties. Heriberto mentioned some of one, the low resources, low energy, and low carbon footprint. But that ancestral hydrotechnologies can work and can contribute to the water, for example, to manage draw, to maintain water resources. This is very important. If we have an increase of temperature, we have problems to maintain water, and we need some structures to conserve water. But they are link to the preservation and restoring of biodiversity. Then we have a lot of multiple properties, and even in the AHP strategic plan, they mention in the priority area 1 the importance of integrating modern science with ancestral, indigenous, and local knowledge. And in the recent COP16 about biodiversity in Cali, there was a new change in the program 8, in the Article 8, sorry, about how we can include more all the communities in the working and with improving the contribution of traditional knowledge in regarding the conservation and the maintaining on biodiversity. In that sense, together with WAMUNED, we are constituting a new water museum in Colombia, and is an example of that because it's in an incredible place where produce more than 70% of Colombia water supply. And the 5 more important rivers in Colombia are just in that place. And then some people mention now the water factories in that place. And you can see we are developing that with WAMUNED, with obviously the Eco Museum, the community-based approach. You can see here the first visit that we make with a lot of people from the community, with farmers, with people from the different agro business that they have in that area. And you can see even a pre-Hispanic trail very well maintained. And well, the idea is that hydrotechnologies, the ancestral hydrotechnologies, are multifunctional, but at the same time, they are not an issue from the past, because now we are combined with innovative systems. And I can show you an example of in the Project Sure Nexus, we combine ancestral hydrotechnologies with artificial intelligence, because in an example that you can hear, we are developing an artificial intelligence-driven tool in order to test the best technology that we can use for any context. And with that artificial intelligence technology selection tool, we can add and compare ancestral hydrotechnologies with conventional technologies. And you can, for example, here we have an example of in Catalonia, the vineyards, and obviously every irrigation system needs pumping, every pumping needs energy, and this have a trade-off. Then obviously we have problems with energy because we produce greenhouse gases emissions, no? But if we use that technology selection, we can compensate with an ancestral hydrotechnology that make a better conversion, use less energy, and then we can have a better scenario maintaining the pumping but without energy. We have different solutions and we can test that. Now, well, we are near to finish, but here are some of the properties that we have about the many and how we can scale up hydrotechnology, because this is one important question today, because we know that their functionality are very good in many cases, in many contexts, but we need some issues. We need to address some issues about the legal frameworks. We have to improve the capacity building, I think, with WAMUNED, but we have to extend to all the communities, no? The multidisciplinary research, we need some funds about how we can combine that ancestral hydrotechnologies with innovation technologies. And we have to better link the international network. And on that sense, in Barcelona, we commit to establish a community of practice. The community of practice is basic to connect people that are working with that, but not just the research people, no, the farmers, the people that are working in order to capture and obviously disseminate all the knowledge that we have in every part of the world, no? And obviously to generate new knowledge. This can be essential to even to include that ancestral hydrotechnologies as a new model of water governance with a multi-level, multi-actor, and multi-sector. No? And we finish with that slide that we are here in Riyadh, and in 2027 you'll organize the new World Water Forum. And we say that, well, we need to work together, no? Because we have all the network of WAMUNED. We have an international platform with all the UNESCO water family and WAMUNED, all the UNESCO chairs. And we constitute the community of practice. And, well, we have, that's an important need of that systems in every part of the world. These systems are basic for water security, but are also important for development, for sustainable development, and for sustainable tourism, even, no, as you mentioned both. And then we are sure that we can take profit from all of that knowledge, and together we can go forward in the development of that system. No? I think these are part of our team, and thank you very much.
Very much, Mr. Yordi. Let's move on now to our next presentation. Mr. Abdel Nabi Al-Mandour. He's a professor in hydrogeology at the Qadi Ayad University of Marrakesh, Morocco. He was appointed as a director of the Geohydrology Research Laboratory until 2018. He has been a member and coordinator of several national and international projects in Belgium, France, and Spain. He is the author of about 60 publications in national and international journals, and since 2018, he was appointed as director of the Museum of Water Civilization in Morocco, and in 2021 as deputy president of the Global Network of Water Museums. Mr. Abdenabi, the floor is yours.
Merci, Présidente. J'aurais besoin de Heriberto pour la traduction. Alors, tout d'abord, je tiens à remercier le ministère de l'Environnement, de l'Eau et de l'Agriculture de l'Arabie Saoudite et de l'UNESCO pour cette opportunité.
First of all, I would like to thank the UNESCO Doha office for the support to this session and to the Ministry of Environment and Water of Saudi Arabia.
Ma présentation portera sur les oasis du Maroc comme patrimoine mondial des zones arides.
So the title of this presentation is the Oasis of Morocco as a World Heritage of Arid Zones.
Le musée de l'eau, il expose le patrimoine hydraulique du Maroc, la ville de Fès par la Noria et la ville de Marrakech par les Kétara.
So the Water Museum of Morocco, of the water civilizations of Morocco, exhibits this important heritage for Marrakech and for
Fès
and the other imperial city of Fès.
Les Kétara, c'est un témoin de l'aridité du climat. 3 à 4 mois pluvieuses et on a 6 à 7 mois non pluvieuses. La nécessité de l'eau est très importante pour le maintien de développement économique il y a 10 siècles au niveau de la ville de Marrakech.
I think I have to take some notes. Sorry.
The notes.
So the Ktara system is a testimony of the arid conditions of this area. Abdelmi, can you repeat, please?
Alors, les Kétara, c'est un témoin de l'aridité de la région. On a 3-4 mois pluvieuses et 6 à 7 mois non pluvieuses, ce qui donne la nécessité de chercher de l'eau lorsqu'il n'y a pas de l'eau à la surface du sol. Et nos ancêtres, il y a 10 siècles, ils ont conçu les Kétara, c'est drainer les eaux souterraines pour les faire arriver à la surface du sol.
So the Ktara are these underground canal systems that testify about the environment of this region, the aridity of this region that is characterized by 4-5 months of rainfall during the year, but then 6 or 7 months in which there is no rainfall. So our ancestors started to build 10 centuries ago these systems in order to ensure water also during the drought season.
Vous avez ici tous les parties correspondant au Ketara, drainer l'eau souterraine, les puits alignés, le canal à la surface et le partage de l'eau.
So here you can see the different sections of the Ketara system, the underground part, the wells for the aeration, and then the outcome of water and its distribution.
Marrakech, il y a 10 siècles, l'installation des almoravides nous montre ici que l'alimentation en eau potable de la ville de Marrakech a besoin de créer les Ketara pour alimenter la ville.
So it was during the Almoravid period, 10 centuries ago, that these technical solutions were found thanks to the Ketara system, this canalization system, to bring water into a city that has no water in the middle of the desert.
Actuellement, il y a à peu près une trentaine d'années, vous voyez le nombre de Ketara qui amènent l'eau vers la ville de Marrakech. Le stockage de l'eau souterraine pour l'eau potable, avec le bassin en haut, et en bas, le bassin de la Menara pour l'irrigation.
So here you can see the Ketara system, how complex and developed it is. It is invisible, of course, to the eyes of normal people, but it's still underground. Part of it is still functioning. And here in the two pictures, you see also the system, the basin where water is
l'eau potable et l'irrigation.
Yes, for fresh water is conducted for drinking purposes and irrigation. And below you can see the open air basin of Menara, Royal Basin of Menara.
La technique des Ketara, il s'est développé vers le sud du Maroc et pas vers le nord. Pourquoi? Parce que l'aridité au sud du Maroc et au nord, vous avez des précipitations très importantes.
So in this map you can see how the Ketara system developed, especially in the southern part and eastern part of Morocco, that is the most arid zones, because the other parts of Morocco are characterized by rainfall.
Là, on a à peu près 5 régions où on a développé les Ketara. Marrakech, Tafilelt, la région de Figuig et la région de Daraa.
So there are 5 regions in which the Ketara system has been historically developed, that you can see in this table: the Tafilalet, Marrakech, Sousse,
Daraa et Tafilelt.
Yes.
Et Figuig. La région, elle est connue par une géologie très compliquée. En bleu, on voit les calcaires là où il y a l'infiltration de l'eau et l'alimentation des nappes souterraines qui alimentent les zones oisiciennes.
So in this geologic map, you can see in the blue zone where water is infiltrated and replenish all aquifers.
La surexploitation dans la région du Sud, on a remarqué ces dernières années une extension de l'agriculture intensive qui pompe beaucoup d'eau. Et la carte, il nous montre le nombre de points d'eau qui captent l'eau souterraine.
Alors que one of the main problems today is about the use of water. So because of intensive agriculture and water is extracted from the aquifers in unsustainable ways. And in this map, you can find all the spots where aquifers have been and are extracted.
Notre musée, c'est un lieu où on a une très belle construction. On expose le patrimoine hydraulique du Maroc et des ateliers pédagogiques pour les enfants.
So in this museum, the history of water of Morocco is exhibited in a way to educate children. So the water heritage is explained also with an entertainment, and not only formal education, but also what we call informal education.
C'est pour ça qu'on veut développer ce qu'on appelle les écomusées dans le sud du Maroc, vu la simplicité des choses. Comme ça.
At the same time, the National Water Museum of Morocco is coordinating a project to develop what we call eco museums in the southern part of Marrakech, in order to involve local communities.
Pour développer le développement durable et l'utilisation de l'eau d'une façon intelligente, on est obligé d'intégrer la communauté locale pour présenter des exemples de cas d'études.
So also in this case, you see how museums work not only within four walls, but also with the local communities in order to ensure sustainable development and sustainable uses of water. The integration and the cooperation with the local communities is absolutely crucial.
La notion d'écomusée est apparue en Europe. C'est un espace naturel. On a besoin d'une petite construction pour exposer certaines choses propres à la région. Mais c'est dans le terrain où on essaie d'exposer les activités.
So the methodology to build the eco-museum was born in Europe, in France, in the 70s. And it means that we don't need huge surfaces to make exhibitions, because first of all, it is thanks to the integration with the local communities that we can conceive the museum as an open-air museum. The heritage is the heritage in the nature.
Il y a des exigences formelles des écomusées, un statut juridique, un comité de gestion, un territoire spécifique, identité du patrimoine local et des programmes pluriannuels.
So there are certain requirements to build an eco-museum, or what we can call in English community-based museum. First of all, a juridical status, then we need a board, a management board, a specific boundaries to delimit the eco-museum. We need to identify the heritage and also a number of activities to be implemented.
Premier point, impliquer la communauté dans la représentation du patrimoine local et dans la gestion de l'eau. Et vous avez les exemples au niveau du partage de l'eau dans la région de Tafilelt.
So the first requirement for an eco-museum is to involve the local communities. And here you can see the sharing of water in the right part among farmers.
Un modèle de préservation d'un paysage traditionnel construit au fil du siècle dans une zone désertique à climat aride. Et vous avez les schémas des khattara, l'alignement des khattara.
Also in this case, which is a very arid landscape, you can see the icons of water in this landscape. So this is a model of preservation of the landscape, the traditional landscape that has been built by our ancestors.
Une pratique vivante pour régénérer et transmettre le patrimoine des oasis marocaines aux générations futures. Par exemple, les khatatria, ceux qui creusent les khatara et ceux qui maintiennent les canalisations au niveau du partage de l'eau.
So eco-museum is a living practice. We are talking about living waters. That's why the involvement of local communities is so important. And here you can see in these pictures the different levels of implication of local communities that are essential to maintain the system and also the involvement of local communities at this stage is important to decide together what to represent of this heritage and what to convey to the younger generations and also to the visitors. It's a common choice to be made together.
C'est un modèle de résilience pour faire face au changement climatique, à la désertification, la rareté de l'eau et les inondations. Vous avez des exemples ici, des inondations et aussi la désertification.
So the Eco-Museum is a model to improve the resiliency facing not only droughts but also floods, and to prevent desertification. Because the work of local communities, without the work of local communities, also nature cannot survive, cannot in these extreme conditions.
L'avantage et des opportunités de coopération, renforcer l'éducation, l'accord conclu entre les populations, un partenariat affilié au réseau mondial des musées de l'eau, affilié à l'UNESCO IHP, un réseau des écomusées pour inspirer la régénération des technologies hydrauliques ancestrales dans le monde.
So the advantages and the opportunities to cooperate are the following. First of all, strengthen education on about the traditional knowledge and for sustainable ecotourism. The second one, if you can go back, thank you, is the involvement of local populations made through formal agreements that are part of the Eco-Museum project. At the same time, it's a partnership also affiliated to the global network of water museum to contribute to sustainable development goals. And last but not least is a network of eco-museums to inspire the regeneration of ancient hydrotechnologies all over the world.
C'est un travail qu'on a réalisé en collaboration avec des associations de la région de Tafilelt. On a la chance d'avoir avec nous aujourd'hui Kabiri, c'est un des représentants de l'association Ferkla, qui agit sur le terrain et qui font un bon travail. Tout à l'heure, on va vous exposer un petit film qu'on a réalisé avec une autre association, une fondation qui milite pour le maintien des Ketara dans la région du Sud. Et je vous remercie pour votre attention.
So it is thanks to the active collaboration with local communities in the region of Tafilalet that this project of Eco-Museum is starting. And today we have here in the audience also Professor Kabiri, who is the key pillar for the development of the Eco-Museum in the Erakidia, which is in the Tafilalet region.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Merci.
I think we have about 20 minutes left. So without further ado, I would like to also have the opportunity to give you the floor. Madame Linda, she's a senior film and picture researcher with over 50 years of experience in science, water, and history. She founded Let's Talk About Water, and Mayors Make Movies to inspire conversations around water science, policy, heritage, and culture. Linda has curated water-focused film programs worldwide, collaborating with the UNESCO, the Consortium of Universities for the Advancement of Hydraulic Science, and the Global Network of Water Museums, and this is to promote ancient hydrotechnologies more effectively. Since from 2024, Linda is member of the Water Network Advisory Committee. Dr. Linda, yeah, the floor is yours.
So this is working?
Yes.
I'm not accustomed to this microphone. I know Madonna does it very, very well, but I don't do it quite so well like her. And I want to thank the government of Saudi Arabia for being here. And this is really a watershed moment because when you think of a country like Saudi Arabia, it is reinventing itself in this moment and using sustainability as the driver for everything it is doing. And we are surrounded by many very beautiful images explaining what they are trying to do to wild their land, to protect degraded land, to bring cultures up from poverty, and to make a richer environment here. And so being here in Saudi Arabia is really a very thrilling experience. And because I'm a water-focused person, I'm very excited about the World Water Forum to be held here in 2027. And the hope is that we can all come back together again. It's very hard in these environments to listen to so much information and to really absorb what everybody is saying. And so I believe in the power of film. I am a film and picture researcher, and I'm very honored to now be a partner with the global network of water museums and to work with them with Let's Talk About Water Mayors Make Movies, and to present the fact that we are going to start a new film competition, a short film competition with cash prizes, and they are going to be open to the public, and we will be launching it in March around World Water Day in Trento in honor of the opening of a new office of the Global Network of Water Museums. So you are hearing a lot of language and a lot of words about ancient hydro technologies, about the Water Film Prize, about Global Network of Water Museums, about Let's Talk About Water, Mayors Make Movies. What does this all mean to you? You're so kind to come and sit here and listen to us, and for everyone to be talking. But the key, and another thing I want to say to you, you know, we gather together before we come on stage and talk to each other to prepare our presentations. And the gentleman from Saudi Arabia said one of the most important things. We spend a lot of time going to meetings. We spend a lot of time writing reports. We share our reports. The reports pile up on our desk. We feel guilty we haven't read them. Then we go to more meetings. We get on more airplanes. We travel over and over again. But how can we reach young people? How can we solve the problems of climate change that are only getting worse? And here at this COP16, how can we look at desertification and really find solutions? And to me, one of the key elements is communication. And one of the tools that I think best serves communication are films. I believe in the power of film, but I also believe in the power of a short film. And so I have now partnered with, I've been invited to work with the Global Network of Water Museums and create this competition, which we will launch in March and will be open to the world, but will be focused on arid lands, arid environments, and desertification. And what we did is, and you're also hearing a lot about UNESCO and IHP 9 and 2022 to 2029, and these are phrases that we all have gotten used to expressing, but I would like to share a little bit about myself and a little bit about the role of IHP. Because IHP is a concept I had heard of for many years, and I had never really understood how valuable it is and how it links to the Global Network of Water Museums. So I'm now going to talk about myself, my favorite subject. I am a picture and film researcher. So when you see documentary films and you see old footage before internet, because I'm quite old, we would go to archives and libraries and look at images and give them to the director to make a movie. I specialized in science and history, and at one point in my career, I worked on an exhibition at another museum called the American Museum of Natural History in New York. Does anybody know that museum or have visited New York? It's a very great museum, and the subject was climate change, forecasting global warming, forecasting the future. And this was in 1992, so that's a very long time ago. And I thought, you know what? This subject is happening. This subject is not going to be stopping, and it's very confusing because you have like biology, geology, chemistry. All of a sudden you have biogeochemistry, and you're forced to try to understand things that are really hard to understand. And I thought to myself, I'm going to focus my career now on how to communicate this subject. And I found water to be the best entry point because you either have too much, too little, or it's too dirty. and the problems that arise of sea level rise, of salinization of groundwater, all water-related issues come from climate change. And so how can we address this? So I thought, okay, water scientists are measuring things. They need to tell us what they're measuring. I'm going to work with them and have them look at films and open a discussion like this and have them speak in a language that's more simple so that more people can understand it and more students would sign on to become hydrologists and help us solve our problems. So I spent 20 years working with water scientists, only to realize that water scientists really like, and not to blame them or criticize them, they talk to each other, their rewards are in publishing, and their academic careers are what are most important. And communication is not rewarded in any way at all. And so I decided, okay, I'm going to move my work into water policy people. And I thought, this is going to be great. I'll go to the OECD in Paris. I'll become part of the Water Governance Initiative. I'm very proud that I am part of that group. And I realized that it's the same problem. People in water policy speak a very technical language. They write the reports. We have the science reports on this side. We have the policy reports on this side. And the problems get worse. Like Jordi mentioned, 58 degrees in Barcelona. This is a very serious number and a very serious problem. And it is only getting worse as we go to more meetings and have more reports and do the same thing like we are doing now. And so then I realized, what is the next step? And I was given a blessing by God, really, to meet Heriberto and to learn about the global network of water museums. Why? Why is that important? Because museums are tasked with communication. Whether it's a grand museum, like the beautiful museum in Marrakesh, or an eco of people sitting in a forest, looking at the trees around them, the dirt underneath their feet, the leaves above them, so that the continuum of the Grand Museum to the Eco Museum is a very important platform in order to show films that are about water. And so I created a competition, and I worked with UNESCO IHP in Latin America, in Montevideo. And I realized people are most concerned about where they are from, and they feel most connected. Thank you. Talk about water. I'm schwitzing, as we say in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, I have my Madonna moment. I'm sorry. In other words, the idea of the museum, museums have spaces like this, chairs, a stage, a screen, or a small room where these short films can be shown. And so we hosted a very wonderful competition with IHP, LAC, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And we just awarded prizes to 10 winners, and these films can now be shown anywhere. They're on the website of what I have called Let's Talk About Water. Was the initiative I created in the beginning with the scientists. When I worked with the policy people, I also wanted to engage young people, and I thought, let's think of how we can break the barrier between young people and the positions of power. I created a project called Mayors Make Movies. Sounds great, doesn't it? The idea that young people using their iPhones can actually go into an office of a mayor and feel like they can ask questions, how are we going to solve our problems? And so we did that. But each of these things, in a way, failed. And so now, the idea that these short films, in working with UNESCO IHP and working with the global network of water museums, we are now launching a new competition that we're going to hopefully call Back to the Future. And Back to the Future is a wonderful way of encapsulating the importance of ancient hydro technologies. And this phrase is a very academic sounding phrase, or a very elusive sounding phrase, but in each of the presentations, when you see the images of the different technologies that were used many years ago, you realize just as we are protected by ecosystem services, Ancient hydrologic technologies are using forces of nature. They're using gravity, they're using retention, they're using preservation, they're using extraction, and all of the subject within ancient hydrologic technology, as dense as it may appear from the outside, inside the subject. And here in Saudi Arabia, the history of ancient hydrologic technologies is very, very vast, and depending on the geographical location, different solutions were created over all these many years. And so I'm honored to take the idea of this Latin American prize based in Latin America. See the map? It's of Latin America. We will do the same now here in Saudi Arabia, in the Gulf states, and expand it to desertification happening in other parts of the world. And so I'm honored to be here talking to you. I'm honored to be here in Saudi Arabia. I'm honored to be with everyone that's on this stage. And hopefully you will join us in telling your colleagues and in applying to our competition, and we'll have more information on the website of Let's Talk About Water, Mayors Make Movies. And there is a wonderful press release. We wanted to call it Back to the Future. Do you know the film Back to the Future? Anyone know that film? It's actually a very famous film, and so we're a little concerned about copyright issues, but if we can keep this title, it's very wonderful in embracing what ancient hydrologic technologies are all about, because we look to the past, we get ideas from the past, and we apply them to the present, and that way we can make a better future. So I thank you for listening. I thank you for coming. I'm honored to be part of the Global Network Water Museums and part of this team, and I thank you so much to the hosts of Saudi Arabia to be here, and I look forward to a fantastic meeting in 2027. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda, for this precious and amazing, talk. And you've summarized amazingly also the interventions by all our guest speakers. You made my life easy now, but I can't compete with it also. You've said it so well. I think we have less than 10 minutes left, so I would like to take the opportunity to see if there is any questions from the audience to any one of our speakers. Because I also have my questions, but I would like to give this opportunity to the audience if there is anyone.
Thank you. Fine. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, God.
No? Yes.
Come on. Come on. Don't be shy. No. I also want to thank the technical people that are running this meeting. It's a really exquisitely smooth operation from the technical point of view. Thank you, guys.
The microphone. The mic. No?
So thank you for this amazing panel. I think it's a very important subject. So seeing a lot of different stakeholders really helps stimulate a lot of thoughts today. I guess my question is for Alberto. You mentioned a lot about water education. So how is the knowledge attained, especially the indigenous people habits? And how would that initiative look like for especially the region in Saudi Arabia or the Gulf continents, especially that it's a dry land. We don't have much of the water resources. Jordan is already water in the minus, they have no water reserves anymore. So seeing that those challenges being addressed through understanding the knowledge from the region would be interesting, and we would like to take part in this. But I'm asking, what's the approach and where can we find more information on it? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So far, we don't have so many water museums from the Arab countries, but we definitely count to enlarge our affiliation in this region. We have one in Qatar, we have one in Iran, one in Iraq, Morocco, of course, we already mentioned. So definitely there are more museums, more institutions that exhibit and explain this kind of information. So building a museum is a challenge. It takes many years to collect all the information, but also to elaborate this information involving people, because it's not just the kind of knowledge that you would learn at the university or at school. So it's a long process that takes time. Definitely to educate the young people on the challenges of these areas, of this region in the Arab countries, is something that we want to attain more in the future, improving cooperation among these countries. And one of the reasons that we are here today, thanks to the invitation of the Ministry of Water Resources, of Environment and Water Resources of Saudi Arabia, is to improve this kind of cooperation, to work more and more also with local communities that are maintaining oases, which are living heritage systems, are so important. But what is the perception of young people? So we need to collect from them, from these communities, more information. What we did in Indonesia was a challenging project, because in 4 or 5 months, we were able to collect this information from our members. Not all of them were ready. For example, how to build a traditional boat, a wooden boat in the Amazonia region. So we asked for information, interviews with the local people. It was very difficult to find this information, but we stimulated them to produce this kind of knowledge that often in the university maybe is not considered or taken into account. So there are a lot of activities to do to collect information. Museums are there to elaborate this information and making it available to large audiences. It's a big challenge. So we are looking also for partnerships in this region to improve water sustainability education. We believe in the power of films, and we are starting to work with Linda, because we hope to collect also from this part of the world many contributions of young people to convey the values about water heritage. And this would be one of the possible information that we want to exhibit also here in Riyadh in 2027 for the next World Water Forum. So working with the university, with the UNESCO chair in Oman that was mentioned by Donia, cooperating always with the UNESCO IHP from Paris, we want to promote water sustainability education in this region even more in the future. I hope I answered to your question.
Thank you, Roberto. Cohen, just in 1 minute, what would you think about the international platform, or the initiative to launch an international platform for monitoring this ancient hydrotechnology?
So yeah, there's really, if I listen to this panel, there's really a lot of potential here to strengthen the program further. I think these solutions, these opportunities for bringing communities together and also having a learning platform around that for new generations, I think it's really important. So I think there's really an opportunity for us to further strengthen the network, the program, and see what are the best entry points for that.
I'm not sure this is, yes, working. Okay, so we have 2 minutes. We're running behind the clock. I would like to give Mr. Arif just to say a few words at the closing of the session based on what was presented today, and how do you see this moving forward to promote this mindset and culture and all of that in the region more prominently.
Thank you very much, really. So I was just assigned the task of closing the session by the lady. And if I knew, I would have done some homework in order. It's really hard to combine all the wisdom that I have seen today. I would like first to go back to the young lady who asked the question. There is a lot of wisdom with living people still existing right now in Saudi Arabia. And there is a generation like me who are phasing out, but there is a lot of people who know what they are doing, and they are passing a lot of their knowledge to the younger. It's at the task of university professors and those who can capture that knowledge and put it in a language that is understandable globally. So it is there. And the water in the Arabian Peninsula is not depleted. We still have water. We still have renewable water. We are still desalinating a lot of water. So there is water. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for such an enriched and really lively and something of substance to the word. I think you brought in a topic that is of great value, and I was thinking of it for as long as you were talking. And I was happy that OECD is also with us, okay? Because as much as there is a barrier in language between generations, there is a barrier in language between people of water and non-people of water. But there is one common thing in between them language-wise, and that is a $sign.
Yes.
Okay? And so what you are doing, actually, is first you are providing opportunity at a comparatively low-cost solutions. And if you can put these numbers in reports and present it to the world, there are many donors who are willing to pay that amount in order to have this be accomplished at a much less price. Most of the contentious issues and convergences, political or scientific, is who is going to finance. So if there are opportunities that are to achieve higher value with lower costs, I think the donors will go to that. This is one thing. The other thing is also, and OECD is also one of the, advanced institutions that is doing it, is to value the water that you are generating from a certain initiative. And this value is not really $1, it's a marginal value, and it gives you how much this water contributes to the society itself. And that will give the country leaders also the political will to move forward with these projects.
That's right.
So thank you very much. That's the value, and I think the next is to move to valuing the projects.
Yes, exactly. We reached the end of our session. Apologies for whoever who wanted to speak or ask questions. You can follow up with us directly after this. And thank you all once again, and have a pleasant afternoon. Thanks.
Shukran. Shukran.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome and good afternoon, everyone. Our session for today is the role of water transmission network in reducing groundwater stress and combating desertification in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The moderator for today is Mr. Muhammad Al-Sheikh Mbarak, Business Development and Partnerships Manager in the Water Transmission Company. Welcome.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بداية أود أن أشكر المملكة العربية السعودية على هذا التنظيم الرائع، وأود أن أشكركم جميعا سيدات والسادة على الحضور. سنقدم اليوم ورشة عمل بعنوان دور شركة نقل المياه في مكافحة التصحر وتقليل الإجهاد المائي. معكم محمد شيخ مبارك من شركة نقل المياه، معي الزملاء مدير إدارة تخطيط الرأسمالي مهندس إبراهيم العوض، مهندس ممدوح العايد مدير اقتصاديات المشاريع، مهندس أمجد الحربي مدير عام التمييز التشغيلي، مهندس خالد الشبر مدير إدارة علاقات الموردين. شركة نقل المياه هي شركة مملوكة لحكومة المملكة العربية السعودية، تأسست على أسس تجارية بناء على قرار مجلس الوزراء رقم 32 كجزء من تخصيص قطاع المياه. شركة نقل المياه مثل ما تفضلت هي شركة مملوكة حكومة المملكة العربية، تأسست على أسس تجارية بناء على قرار مجلس الوزراء رقم 32، معنية بتطوير جميع مشاريع أنظمة النقل والخزن الاستراتيجي في المملكة، ولها الحقوق الحصرية في تشغيل وإدارة وصيانة جميع أنظمة نقل المياه والخزن الاستراتيجي في المملكة العربية السعودية. تعمل الشركة على أسس تجارية في ابتكار جميع الحلول التقنية الممكنة بأكمل كفاءة وأحسن جودة لإدارة وتشغيل أنظمة نقل المياه في المملكة. كما تعمل الشركة على تطوير المشاريع سواء بتمويل تجاري أو بتمويل من حكومة المملكة العربية السعودية لخدمة جميع المستفيدين في مجال أنظمة نقل المياه والخزن الاستراتيجي. رؤيتنا هو أن نكون شركة رائدة تعمل في مجال الخدمات لتوفير جميع المستفيدين من خدمات نقل المياه، ومهمتنا هو تطوير شبكة نقل المياه ذات كفاءة وجودة عالية بالالتزام بمعاييرنا وبالبيئة. دور شركة نقل المياه في استراتيجية المياه الوطنية سلسلة إمداد المياه في المملكة من الإنتاج ومن ثم النقل والخزن والتوزيع والجمع والمعالجة ومن ثم إعادة الاستخدام. تعمل الشركة في مجال النقل والخزن كما يعمل في الإنتاج الذراع التشغيلي المرحلي تحلية المياه الهيئة السعودية للمياه بالمشاركة مع القطاع الخاص، وفي التوزيع والجمع والمعالجة هو شركة المياه الوطنية، ومن ثم إعادة استخدام تأتي المؤسسة العامة للري لإيصال جميع المياه والحفاظ على استدامة مواردنا المائية. دور شركة نقل المياه في مكافحة التصحر وتقليل الإجهاد المائي، نقوم في شركة نقل المياه عبر شبكتنا المرتبطة من المنطقة الشرقية حتى الوسطى ومن المنطقة الغربية حتى الوسطى بإيصال المياه إلى جميع المناطق والمدن في المملكة حفاظاً على مواردها المائية الجوفية وحفاظاً على موارد المائية. كذلك نعمل في شركة النقل عبر هذه المنظومة لتقليل الإجهاد المائي ومكافحة التصحر. بعض الأدوار التي تقوم فيها الشركة في المجال هذا هو تقليل الإجهاد المائي الجوفي عبر إيصال المياه إلى جميع المناطق الصحراوية كانت وعبر جميع تضاريس المملكة المختلفة سواء صحراء جبال أو مناطق ساحلية. لدينا في شركة النقل كذلك شبكة نقل متطورة وحديثة وتعتبر الأطول في العالم بأطوال تتجاوز 10,000 كيلومتر. كذلك نعالج في شركة النقل مشاكل أو ندرة المياه في المناطق الصحراوية عبر إيصال المياه إلى جميع المستفيدين فيها. نوفر في شركة نقل المياه في حال أمكن ذلك إيصال المياه المحلاة إلى بعض المبادرات الخضراء. كما نعمل في شركة نقل المياه على تحسين شبكة نقل المياه في المملكة. تأسست الشركة قبل حوالي 5 سنوات في عام 2019. ورثت الشركة جميع أنظمة النقل السابقة لدى المؤسسة العامة لتحديث المياه المالحة بأطوال تتجاوز 9,000 كيلومتر. بعض أنظمة النقل هذه يتجاوز عمرها 35 سنة. فمن مهام الشركة هو الحفاظ على الصيانة الدائمة لضمان معدل تواجدية 100%. كذلك جميع المبادرات هذه تحسن وتكافح التغير المناخي في المملكة العربية السعودية وفي العالم. ممكن أقدم مهندس إبراهيم العوض ليحدثنا قليلا عن دور التخطيط الرأسمالي وتخطيط المشاريع في شركة نقل المياه.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله صباحكم ومساكم جميعا. يسعدني اليوم أولا أشكر الزميل محمد وكافة الزملاء. يسعدنا اليوم إن شاء الله أن نكون معكم لإطلاعكم على التخطيط الرأسمالي في الشركة ومحفظة المشاريع المستقبلية بإذن الله. طبعا لا يخفى على الجميع أن المملكة تواجه طلب كبير على المياه الاستخدام الحضري والذي يعتمد حاليا بنسبة 50% تقريبا بالإمداد من مصادر غير متجددة سواء مياه الجوفية أو مياه السطحية. ولمواجهة هذا الطلب المتزايد تهدف المملكة أو تم تحديد هدف لتغطية طلب على المياه بنسبة 80% وأن يكون بالاعتماد على المياه المحلاة في المستقبل بإذن الله. نهدف في شركة نقل المياه إلى تطوير بنية تحتية موثوقة لإمداد مياه آمنة ومستدامة، وهذا في النهاية سيدعم الحفاظ على مصادر غير متجددة ولضمان مواكبة النمو الاقتصادي المتسارع في المملكة، بالإضافة إلى تعزيز القدرة على التكيف مع التحديات المستقبلية. ولتحقيق هذا الهدف تم وضع خطة شاملة لتوسيع أنظمة نقل المياه والخزن الاستراتيجي، وهذه الخطة التي نستعرضها اليوم من خلال محفظة مشاريع الشركة، بحيث تتضمن المحفظة ما يزيد عن 485 مشروع. تتوزع هذه المشاريع ما بين أنظمة نقل وخزن استراتيجي بما يقارب 30 أو ما يزيد عن 30 مشروع نظام نقل متكامل، بالإضافة إلى ما يزيد عن 400 مشروع خزن استراتيجي. القيمة الإجمالية لمحفظة مشاريع الشركة تتجاوز 34 مليار دولار. فيما يخص أنظمة نقل المياه، تتوزع أنظمة النقل طبعا ما بين مختلف مناطق المملكة. عندنا طبعا ما يزيد عن 30 مشروع نظام نقل تتجاوز أطوالها 10,000 كيلومتر بإجمالي سعات ضخ تزيد عن 15 مليون متر مكعب باليوم. القيمة الإجمالية لأنظمة نقل المياه المستقبلية ستتجاوز 21 مليون دولار، آسف مليار دولار. الأنظمة المستقبلية إن شاء الله طبعا متوزعة على معظم مناطق المملكة. نركز على أنظمة المياه، أنظمة نقل المياه الرئيسية واللي طبعا مستعرضة أمامكم. أولها نظام تبوك العلا بطاقة استيعابية تقدر ب 650 ألف متر مكعب في اليوم. يلي نظام راس محيسن المرحلة الأولى بسعة إجمالية 515 ألف متر مكعب في اليوم. وأيضا نظام أبها بيشة بسعة تزيد عن 300 ألف متر مكعب في اليوم، والذي يستهدف الربط المناطقي ما بين منطقة الباحة وعسير. أيضا نظام نقل الشقيق جازان بسعة إجمالية تزيد عن 600 ألف كيلومتر، بالإضافة إلى مشاريع منطقة الرياض. ويمكن مشاريع منطقة الرياض يوجد الآن مشروع تحت التنفيذ وهو راس الخير الرياض بسعة إجمالية 1,200,000 متر مكعب. يضاف له نظام نقل جبيل الرياض المستقبلي بنفس السعة مع مشاريع داعمة أخرى داخل منطقة الرياض. نظرة أخرى على محفظة الخزن الاستراتيجي. تتضمن محفظة الخزن الاستراتيجي ما يزيد عن 400 مشروع خزان استراتيجي موزعة على 10 مناطق على مستوى المملكة. إجمالي السعات لهذا الخزن يزيد عن 73 مليون متر مكعب بميزانية تتجاوز 11 مليار دولار. الهدف من تنفيذ أو التوسع بتنفيذ الخزن الاستراتيجي هو لتغطية حالات الطوارئ وضمان سلاسة الإمداد وسلامته، وضمان استمرارية تغطية الاستمرارية بمعدل 7 أيام باليوم، 7 أيام في حالات الطوارئ. طبعا توزع كما هو واضح أمامكم على مناطق مختلفة. تقريبا 400 مشروع تتضمن ما يزيد عن 800 خزان. هذه طبعا 400 مشروع هي عبارة عن مواقع وليست كعدد خزانات. بعض المواقع تتضمن أكثر من خزان، بعضها تصل إلى 4 أو 6 خزانات بسعات تتجاوز 500 ألف متر مكعب في اليوم. تتضمن أيضا محفظة الشركة على خطوط تفريعات صغيرة لا تعتبر مشاريع كبيرة كأنظمة نقل، ولكنها برانش صغيرة متوزعة على كافة مناطق المملكة. 47 مشروع تغطي 10 مناطق أيضا بسعات إجمالية 800 ألف متر مكعب باليوم، وبميزانية إجمالية تقارب 2 مليار دولار. بالإضافة إلى الباور سبلاي لدينا مشروعين بحوالي نصف مليار دولار. ناخذ نظرة الآن يمكن تفصيلية على بعض الأنظمة التي سيتم تنفيذها إن شاء الله في المرحلة القادمة عن طريق الطرح بالمشاركة مع القطاع الخاص. أولها مشروع راس محيسن، وهو الآن يمكن في مراحل الطرح إن شاء الله بإذن الله. السعة الإجمالية للنظام 515 ألف متر مكعب بأطوال تتجاوز 330 كيلومتر. يلي نظام الشقيق جازان أيضا، ونظام الجبيل بريدة، وانتهاء بنظام تبوك العلا، ويضاف لهم أيضا نظام راس الخير حفر الباطن بطول يقارب 350 كيلومتر. نظام راس محيسن يخدم كل من منطقة الباحة ومكة. مثل ما ذكرنا سلفا الأطوال تزيد عن 330 كيلومتر. يتضمن هذا المشروع خزن استراتيجي يقارب 1,500,000 متر مكعب، بالإضافة إلى 4 محطات ضخ. ننتهي بنظام نقل الشقيق جازان كما هو واضح. سعات الخزن الإجمالية المرتبطة بهذا النظام تزيد عن 5 مليون متر مكعب، وبعدد 6 محطات ضخ. وهذا النظام يخدم منطقة جازان سواء المناطق الساحلية أو المناطق الجبلية. الهدف من تنفيذ هذه الأنظمة وهذه وزيادة سعات الخزن الاستراتيجي هو ضمان سلامة الإمداد والرفع سعات الخزن الاستراتيجي في المملكة، والذي يساهم بشكل غير مباشر بالحد من التصحر والاعتماد واستنزاف الموارد الغير متجددة. أشكر لكم استماعكم، ويتفضل زميلي ممدوح العايد، المهندس ممدوح العايد، بإعطاء نبذة عن قطاع المشاريع.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله مساكم بكل خير السادة الحضور والسيدات. طبعا اليوم أنا بتكلم عن إدارة أو قطاع الهندسة وإدارة المشاريع في شركة نقل وتقنيات المياه، وهو القطاع المعني بتصميم وتنفيذ مشاريع أنظمة النقل والخزن الاستراتيجي. طبعا المشاريع عندنا في شركة نقل وتقنيات المياه تصمم وتنفذ تماشيا مع الاستراتيجية الوطنية للمياه بهدف تحقيق مستهدفات رؤية المملكة 2030، وذلك لتحقيق إمداد متواصل ودائم للمياه ورفع الموثوقية وتلبية الطلب المتزايد على المياه. طبعا المشاريع عندنا في شركة نقل وتقنيات المياه تبدأ في عدة مراحل. نبدأ في مرحلة أو خلينا نتكلم عن مرحلة الستيج جيت سيستم أو البوابات المرحلية للمشاريع. وهذه البوابات تعنى بدراسة المشاريع من مرحلة التخطيط بالمواءمة مع القطاع الاستراتيجي في الشركة وتسجيل المشاريع في محفظة الشركة، ومن ثم ننتقل إلى الانيشال بلاننج أو عفوا الانيشال بلاننج والديتيل بلاننج اللي هي الدراسات الأولية والدراسات التفصيلية. في مرحلة الدراسات الأولية يتم دراسة المشاريع بشكل عام كنظرة عامة لهذه المشاريع، ومن ثم يبدأ اللي هو الدراسات التفصيلية والتصاميم الهندسية وإعداد وثائق وطرح المشروع. بعد الانتهاء من هذه المرحلة يتم الانتقال إلى مرحلة التنفيذ، وهي المرحلة التي يبدأ فيها المشروع أو المشاريع عندنا تبدأ مرحلة التنفيذ إما عن طريق المقاولين المعتمدين في الشركة، وبعدها راح يكون فيه اللي هو إغلاق المشاريع وانتقاله إلى مرحلة التشغيل والصيانة. طبعا لما نتكلم عن مرحلة حياة المشروع عندنا في قطاع الهندسة وإدارة المشاريع نقدر نتكلم عن جزئيتين رئيسيتين، وهي جزئية الهندسة وجزئية التنفيذ. ففي الشريحة القادمة راح نتكلم بشكل أكثر تفصيلي عن كل مهام من مهام إدارة هندسة المشاريع. طبعا المشروع راح يمر في 9 مراحل. المرحلة الأولى اللي هي مرحلة اختيار المسار الأنابيب، وهذه المرحلة هي تعتبر المرحلة الرئيسية في المشروع، بحيث يتم دراسة كامل المقترحات وكامل المسارات الممكنة لتنفيذ خطوط نقل المياه، ومن ثم يتم زيارة المواقع والمرور على هذه المسارات بشكل تفصيلي وعلى أرض الواقع، ويتم عمل اوبتمايزيشن كامل لهذه المسارات بحيث يتم تفادي جميع خلينا نقول التأثير إما على البيئة أو التأثير على التصاميم الهيدرولوجية. بعدها أو خلينا نقول بعد اعتماد هذه المسارات يتم المواءمة مع أصحاب المصلحة، وهي تعتبر من أهم المراحل في المشاريع عندنا. طبعا يكون اللي هو الستيك هولدر انجيجمنت، إما الهيئة السعودية للمياه أو شركة المياه الوطنية أو حتى أصحاب المصلحة الخارجية من الجهات الأخرى، على سبيل المثال اللي هو وزارة النقل أو شركة الكهرباء. بعد اعتماد المسارات وأخذ الموافقات اللازمة يبدأ المشروع مرحلة التصميم الأولية، وذلك عن طريق القيام بعمل الدراسات الهيدرولوجية، الدراسات الميكانيكية، والدراسات المدنية والكهربائية. يتم عمل التصاميم بشكل متكامل، إعداد وثائق تفصيلية كاملة ليتم طرحها في آخر مرحلة اللي هي مرحلة طرح المشاريع لمقاولين التنفيذ، ومن ثم اختيار المقاول الفائز وترسية المشروع عليه. طبعا نتكلم عن المبادئ الأساسية في مرحلة التصميم. عندنا اللي هو البيست براكتس الموجود عندنا، اللي هو دائما تعمل الشركة على تحديث المواصفات ووضع الخطط والاستراتيجيات لمرحلة التصاميم، ومن ثم الاوبتمايزيشن يتم دراسة المشاريع أو عمل الدراسات دراسة القيمة الهندسية، وحتى يتم تضمين اللي هو خلينا نقول مصادر الطاقة المتجددة لرفع الكفاءة والموثوقية وتقليل تكاليف التشغيلية للمشاريع. وآخر نقطة عندنا اللي هي الاستدامة، وهذه النقطة نتكلم فيها عن المواد المستخدمة، الدراسات البيئية التي يتم عملها في هذه المشاريع، بالإضافة إلى دراسة المخاطر التشغيلية. بعد اكتمال المشروع وانتهاء وثائق الطرح والتصميم الهندسية يتم طرح المشروع وانتقاله إلى مرحلة التنفيذ. طبعا في مرحلة التنفيذ المشروع يمر في عدة مراحل، ابتداء من ترسية المشروع على مقاول التنفيذ وتحديد المدد الزمنية وكامل بيانات المشاريع. يتم التواصل مع أصحاب المصلحة، سواء عن طريق أخذ التصاريح اللازمة لبدء الأعمال أو التصاريح اللازمة لحق المرور والتقاطعات مع الجهات الأخرى. بعد الانتهاء من أخذ التصاريح اللازمة ينتقل المشروع إلى مرحلة التنفيذ والتخطيط، وهي مرحلة مستمرة على مدار المشروع كامل، بحيث أنه يتم وضع خطط ويتم التعامل مع المشروع في حال حدوث أي تغيرات على المشروع، إما عن طريق تغير بعض المسارات في حالة أنه أثناء التنفيذ أو أثناء الحفر لوضع الأنابيب قد يطرأ أحيانا تغيير على مسارات الأنابيب. ومن ثم وخلينا نتكلم عن اللي هي تدخل فيها مرحلة الريسك. نتكلم عن الريسك مانجمنت في الشركة أو إدارة المخاطر. طبعا هذه المرحلة تبدأ من مرحلة التخطيط، سواء في الهندسة أو حتى في تنفيذ المشاريع. يتم عمل لوج كامل لكل المخاطر المحتملة وكل خلينا نقول بريفنت أكشن، كيف نتعامل مع هذه المخاطر حال وقوعها. بعدها عندنا نقطة اللي هي إدارة العقود والمشتريات. طبعا عندنا في بعض المشاريع لونج ليد ايتمز تحتاج انك تبدأ من بداية المشروع كامل التنسيقات لهذه المشاريع، بحيث او هذه خلينا نقول المشتريات المطلوبة، وتحقيق كامل المستهدفات المشروع بتجنب اي تأخير قد يطرأ عليه. بعد الانتهاء من مرحلة أو خلينا نقول آخر مرحلة عندنا اللي هي مرحلة التشغيل وتسليم المشروع، يتم عمل الاختبارات على النظام كامل، سواء اختبارات الهيدرولوجية أو الاختبارات التشغيلية كاملة. ومن ثم تبدأ سنة الضمان اللي هو ويتم الاستلام الابتدائي للمشروع لمدة سنة كاملة يتم تشغيله، ومن ثم تصدر شهادة الاستلام النهائي وينقل المشروع إلى إدارة التشغيل والصيانة، واللي بيكمل فيها زميلي المهندس أمجد الحربي. يعطيكم العافية.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
السلام.
بالبداية أحب أشكر أخوي ممدوح. كل المجهودات اللي تم ذكرها سابقا من قبل الإخوان في تخطيط الرأسمالي للمشاريع وعملية هندسة وتنفيذ المشاريع على أرض الواقع يتطلب مجهود إضافي من قبل قطاع التشغيل والصيانة لعمل الصيانات الدورية اللازمة لضمان استمرارية أنظمة النقل المياه بشكل مستمر. تقوم الشركة حاليا بإدارة تشغيل وصيانة 7 أنظمة نقل موزعة على سواحل المملكة بأطوال تتجاوز أكثر من 10,000 كيلومتر طولي، وتصل أقطارها إلى أكثر من 100 إنش أي تقريبا 2.5 متر، وبسعات تصميمية تتجاوز 13 مليون متر مكعب في اليوم. يوجد لدى الشركة 80 محطة ضخ يتم تشغيلها بشكل مستمر، تم الوصول من خلالها إلى أعلى ضغط تشغيلي 95 بار في الشركة. كما يوجد لدينا أكثر من 400 خزان مختلف السعات ما بين 5000 متر مكعب إلى 170 ألف متر مكعب. خدمات التشغيل والصيانة في الشركة تلعب دور أساسي في عملية صيانة أنظمة النقل بخبرات العاملين لدينا التي تتجاوز أكثر من 35 سنة كخبرة في مجال الصيانة والتشغيل، تقوم من خلالها بعملية مراقبة أداء أنظمة النقل بفعالية عالية جدا، كما تقوم بعملية التركيز على أعمال الصيانة الوقائية بشكل مستمر لضمان استمرارية وسلامة وصول أنظمة النقل. يساعدنا في ذلك وجود خطط معتمدة لاستمرارية الأعمال وخطط إدارة المخاطر وخطط إدارة الأزمات، كما يوجد لدينا سجل محدث لإدارة الأزمات بشكل مستمر. إضافة إلى ذلك تعني الشركة بشكل كبير بعملية السلامة والصحة المهنية للعاملين. بفضل الله تم تحقيق ما يتجاوز 21 مليون ساعة عمل دون إصابات مقعدة ولله الحمد. من أهم الأدوار الرئيسية المناطة بشركة نقل المياه هو دور مركز الإسناد. مركز الإسناد هو مركز رئيسي وحيوي في قطاع المياه، حيث يقوم بعملية التكامل ما بين قطاع الإنتاج وقطاع النقل إضافة إلى التوزيع، حيث يقوم بالمشاركة في عمليات وضع الخطط العرض والطلب في قطاع المياه بشكل مستمر. إضافة إلى ذلك يقوم بعملية مراقبة جودة المياه بشكل مستمر ورفع التقارير الدورية اللازمة وتقارير مع تقارير جودة المياه تقارير كميات المياه المستلمة والمسلمة بشكل مستمر. كما يقوم أيضا مركز الإسناد بعملية مراقبة كفاءة أنظمة النقل، ويقوم أيضا بعملية إرسال الدايركشن الرئيسية في عملية الموازنة في عملية الطلب بقطاع المياه. والآن مع دور الشركة في عملية سلاسل الإمداد مع المهندس خالد الشمي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. في البداية أشكر وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة وشركة نقل المياه على هذا التنظيم الأكثر من رائع. اليوم بتكلم أكثر عن دور سلاسل الإمداد في هذه العملية. يمكن أفضل مقدمة أحظى فيها هي ما ذكره الزملاء، إن كان في التخطيط أو في المشاريع أو بعد ذلك في الأو أند إم. طيب، سلاسل الإمداد هي ليست عملية توريد فقط أو عملية لوجستية، بل هي تمتد لأبعد من ذلك. لها عدة مراحل مرتبطة وتعد كجسر يربط بين جميع من في المنظومة، بداية من التخطيط الاستراتيجي مرورا بالتصميم والتنفيذ وبعد ذلك في التشغيل والصيانة. نحن في شركة نقل المياه نؤمن بأنه إدارة هذه العملية بفعالية عالية يسهم بشكل فعال وكبير بإيجاد الحلول للعديد من المشكلات التي تواجه أعمالنا بشكل عام. أهدافنا في سلاسل الإمداد بشكل عام هو السستينابيلتي، الإمداد المتواصل والتأكد من الجودة بشكل فعال. لدينا ولله الحمد قصص نجاح نفخر فيها فيما يتعلق باللوكاليزيشن، المحتوى المحلي وتوطين الصناعات. الحمد لله لدينا عدة مبادرات نفخر فيها بشكل كبير قمنا بها بمساعدة الهيئة، إن كانت هيئة المياه أو كانت الهيئة المحتوى المحلي. نعمل بعدة منهجيات في إدارة سلاسل الإمداد، بداية مع التحسين المستمر نظام كايزن، بالإضافة إلى معرفة البنش ماركينج الموجود عالميا ومحاولة تطبيقه بأفضل طريقة ممكنة. أتمتنا ولله الحمد عدة عمليات وإجراءات ساهمت بحل الكثير من المشكلات وتقليص المدد الزمنية لعملياتنا. بالإضافة آخرا إلى أن تتزامن مع مستهدفات ورؤية المملكة العربية السعودية في مكافحة التصحر والطاقة الخضراء. أما بما يتعلق بتوافقنا مع التخطيط الاستراتيجي، ولله الحمد اليوم التخطيط الاستراتيجي نمدهم بكامل المعلومات التي يريدونها في عملية التخطيط للحفاظ على البادجت للمشاريع والوقت الزمني لهذه المشاريع والتأكد من تزامننا مع أهدافهم، بالإضافة إلى تقليل المخاطر والتزامن مع تأهيل الموردين الأكفاء. وإلى أجل ذلك اليوم يمكن مثل ما نشوف ذكروها الزملاء عندنا 485 مشروع محفظة مشاريع شركة نقل المياه، محفظة كبيرة تتطلب الكثير من الموردين الأكفاء القادرين على تنفيذ هذا العمل بأفضل جودة ممكنة. قمنا بتقسيم مجالات التأهيل إلى 4 مجالات رئيسية، تبدأ بالمقاولين ABC والاستشاري التصميم، ثم استشاري الإشراف الهندسي، وبعد ذلك المصانع. والله الحمد تم الوصول لعدد 13 شركة أو استشاري معتمد ومؤهل لدينا في مجال التصميم، و11 شركة إشراف هندسي، و42 مقاول. اليوم ندعو جميع المقاولين والمهتمين لدينا في التسجيل عبر منصتنا التي ستظهر إن شاء الله في نهاية هذا العرض، بالتسجيل لدينا والتأهيل للدخول في مشاريعنا ومحفظة مشاريعنا الكبيرة. آخراً ما نفعله مع الأخوان في الO&M من مزامنة لخطة الانفنتوري بلانينج والاحتياج. اليوم والله الحمد نعمل بشكل وثيق مع الأخوان في التشغيل والصيانة للوصول إلى المستهدفات بأفضل طريقة ممكنة. والله الحمد توجنا هذا المجهود بتوقيع 51 اتفاقية تتضمن أكثر من 22 ألف خدمة بمجموع تكاليف 212. ما هذا إلا البداية، وإن شاء الله الطموح أعلى من ذلك لتغطية جميع الخدمات للوصول لأفضل ممارسات ممكنة في الشركة بإذن الله تعالى. الله يعطيكم العافية. تفضلوا.
يعطيك العافية. في الختام، عبر التخطيط الصحيح للمشاريع والتصميم الموثوق والتشغيل المستدام والإدارة لسلاسل الإمداد للربط بين كل هذه القطاعات، تساهم شركة نقل المياه جدا بدورها الحيوي في مكافحة التصحر وتقليل الإجهاد المائي. أود أن أشكركم جميعا على الحضور وحسن الاستماع، وأترك لكم المجال في حال يوجد أي سؤال للشركة أو للزملاء عموما.
أولا شكرا جزيلا لما قدمتموه من معلومات ضافية في قطاع النقل. سؤالي حقيقة ويخص الزملاء في المشاريع. خلال إنشاء المشاريع هل يوجد هناك مارجن سواء كان لخدمات أو ما يماثل الآن؟ يعني نعرف اليوم في مؤتمر يختص بالتصحر، وهذه المشكلة العالمية اللي احنا الآن بنساهم فيها في المملكة العربية السعودية بشكل أو بآخر، وما استضيف هذا المؤتمر هنا إلا حتى يكون رافد معلوماتي أو تنفيذي على أرض الواقع. فسؤالي خلال إنشاء المشاريع هل هناك مارجن يؤخذ في الاعتبار سواء لخدمات مثلا الزراعة أو ما يعادلها من خدمات في إزالة هذه الظاهرة اللي موجودة حاليا؟ سؤالي إن أذنتم لي الشق الآخر، هل للشركة أي مبادرات سواء حالية أو مستقبلية أو سابقة في هذا المضمار، وكيف كان يعني تمت هذه المبادرات؟ شكرا جزيلا لكم.
يعطيك العافية على السؤال.
طيب يعطيك العافية الأخ سائد. طبعا بالنسبة للمارجن، نعم في مشاريع التصميم عندنا والتنفيذ يتم وضع مارجن اللي هو جزء يخص البيئة بشكل عام. وبرضه ممكن أضيف نقطة إضافية أيضا، ويتم أساسا التنسيق مع المركز الوطني للأرصاد وحماية البيئة والحصول على كافة الموافقات قبل البدء بأي مشروع.
طيب أنا حجاوب على الشق الثاني من السؤال. طبعا هناك الشركة تقوم بمبادرات كثيرة في عملية زراعة وزيادة الغطاء النباتي في أنظمة النقل. هذه المبادرة بالإشراف مباشر من وزارة البيئة والمياه، ونحن مستمرين في عملية إن شاء الله تكثيف هذه المبادرة لرفع الغطاء النباتي والمساهمة في عملية مكافحة التصحر.
يعطيك إن شاء الله جاوب على سؤالك.
نعم وصلت النتيجة، ولكن أنا في خلال مواسم الحج غالبا ونحن نعرف المواسم الحارة جدا، فهل كان في للشركة أي دور؟ لأنه أنا لاحظ في زراعات وفي رشاشات وهذه كلها يعني بتعالج القضية اللي احنا اليوم بصددها.
طبعا نعم.
فنبغى نعرف بس دور الشركة في هذا الموضوع.
طبعا الجهة المسؤولة عن استخدام المياه المعالجة والمياه المخصصة للري هي المؤسسة العامة للري، ولكن حتى وإن كان هناك تخطيط صحيح فالإنتاج ومن ثم النقل والخزن ومن ثم التوزيع، يوجد لدينا بعض الأحيان فائض أو زائد من المياه المحلاة ممكن تعظيم الاستفادة منه عبر توفيره في حال أذنت لنا الوزارة والجهات المعنية إلى استخدامات الزراعية سواء كانت أو الصناعية أو إلى آخره لتعظيم الاستفادة من المياه المحلاة والمواردها في المملكة. في أي سؤال ثاني يا أخوان؟ الله يعطيكم العافية جميعا، ودي أشكر الزملاء على التقديم الجميل، وإن شاء الله استفدتم من الورشة اليوم. الله يعطيكم العافية. كنت تفضلون.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about. Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Test, test. Is everybody here? Can we gather on, please? Samah, Iyad, can we start now? Shall we? All the panelists are seated? Okay, we're starting. Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Ahlan wa sahlan fikum in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh, at COP16. My name is Abir Al Saud, and I'm the Director General of Panthera Arabia. I usually describe myself as a champion of impactful causes, but today I am representing Panthera Arabia as the Director General, and I will be your moderator today for this session for the coming 90 minutes. I'm thrilled to welcome my dear friends, esteemed panelists globally, who came all the way from Paraguay to Spain, Cambridge in the UK, and Rome in Italy, people from Saudi Arabia to Latin America, from Belgium and the USA, all to talk about the conservation and what it means to us today. Making this visit, I have gotten to speak with many guests and panelists. These are people who haven't forgotten their heritage and who have brought with them to Riyadh a sense of direction for the conservation movement. I'm talking about the 8 panelists. The last week at COP16 symbolized the deep connection between cultural heritage and environmental sustainability, a perfect representation of how preserving traditional crafts can introduce to the goals of the Rio Conventions together. How timely has this been? This year also, by the way, marks the Year of Crafts in 2025. Announced by the Ministry of Culture in Saudi Arabia. A moment to highlight the vital link between culture, cultural preservation, and environmental stewardship. Saudi Arabia's Green Initiative shows how TEK, traditional ecological knowledge, for example, in the Hema system, practiced for over 1,500 years, integrates with sustainability. This blend of heritage conservation and environmentalism demonstrates how culture and nature complement each other perfectly, requiring no compromise. Similarly, localized sustainability solutions like COP28's Group of Friends of Culture-Based Climate Action led by Brazil and the UAE last year integrate regional challenges and local knowledge. It is my deepest hope that COP16 will establish a cultural heritage, crafts-based desertification initiative or working group to advance these efforts. One of the panelists here, my friend Raquel Frata from Paraguay, a few days ago has gifted me a painted mug created by her 13-year-old environmental artist. This thoughtful gesture reminded me of the importance of nurturing future generations to think about the environment through creative expression. All of that said, I am looking forward to hearing the esteemed panelists discuss how can we make these vital connections work for a better and more sustainable future. It is with my great honor and privilege to welcome you today to today's panel discussion organized by Panthera Arabia, titled Predators of the Desert, the Keystone Role of Wildcats in Combating Desertification and Preserving Biodiversity. We are gathered to examine, explore, and discuss the vital ecological, cultural, and economic roles that wildcats play in the delicate balance of desert ecosystems. This topic exists at the intersection of some of the most pressing and crucial issues of our times, including our moral imperative to protect the majestic creatures with which we share the planet and our shared responsibility to stewardship and the earth wisely, so that we may preserve and pass this gift to the generations that will follow us. We meet here not as an academic exercise, dear audiences, but in order to join our efforts together and celebrate our shared heritage, our environment, and our collective future globally as a global community. It is my deepest hope that the work that we do here today will both impact the direction that our environment is following and provide a series of clear yet nuanced statements about the work that is in front of us and the concerted and joint effort that this work requires of us. I begin by referring to the Holy Quran, in which Allah reminds us of our role as protectors and inheritors of all that He has created. In Surah Al-Anbiya, His blessed word is, "We have not sent you, O Prophet Muhammad, except as a mercy to the worlds." Think of them for a moment about the power behind this message. The comprehensive mercy within us is odd to all living beings. All entitles, as Allah intended, exist as a reminder of the duty that we have to Him and each other. We cannot interact with anything in this world except by love and by care, and this is not just in Islam, in all Abrahamic religions and across all religions in the world. All that we do, everything that we choose to use His gift for in our lives, we must do with a mind toward preservation. We must recognize the majesty that Allah has bestowed upon us in order to act appropriately in response to it. Wild cats and small cats are perhaps the most perfect example of this majesty. With their strength, grace, their power, their intelligence, they reign supreme in the environments that they inhabit. The creatures all around us, all around them, look to them, as all creatures in turn look to us, knowing that with their strength, with their dominance as apex predators, they play an indispensable role in maintaining ecological health. They remind us that by preserving biodiversity, we are taking on more than a scientific initiative, doing work that is not merely practical but spiritual. We carry out our duties of preservation because we do so to act in accordance with the moral beings we see inside ourselves. On the other hand, when things disrupt this balance in any way, the consequences tumble upon throughout the entire ecosystem. Any change that impacts the wild cats and small cats will touch every life inside the ecosystem. The results can be catastrophic for creatures that could never know their lives were so completely dependent upon the wild cats persisting and thriving. Although frequently perceived as barren, still, or even lifeless, deserts host vibrant communities of life, by the way. In the empty quarter, for example, we have sand cats, and our panelists will talk more about that. And wild cats and small cats are keystone species within these communities. Through their imposing presence, they exert a profound influence on the communal structure. They prey on smaller mammals and herbivores, preventing other species from overrunning the vegetation, ensuring that soil remains healthy, preventing such runaway effects as erosion and dehydration. Something as simple as wild cat or small cats going out for its daily hunt, although the causal chain is long and complex, that action is necessary to the hydrological cycle that keeps the desert alive. We are similarly pivotal to the ecosystem, and yet because of our outsized impact on the environment, we must remain cognizant of the long-term effects of our behaviors. These are examples throughout history of our mutual influence upon each other. The wildcats appearing in our art and stories. You can see them, for example, in Saudi Arabia, in the archaeological sites, in Al-Ula, in the northern part of Saudi Arabia. You can see cheetahs engraved and leopards and many other wildcats as well. Our growth as a species pushing the wildcats into ever smaller pockets of nature. Although typically depicted as fearsome, even indomitable, the Arabian leopard now depends wholly on our ability and willingness to coexist peacefully. Symbols of strength and survival against all odds. The Arabian leopard is today undeniably vulnerable to us. By the way, we have some of the audiences today from the Arabian Leopard Fund, so you can have talks after the session with them. We're glad that they graced us with their presence. In the Arabian Peninsula, conservationists have collaborated with local Bedouin tribes to establish protected areas that not only conserve leopard population, but also create ecotourism opportunities. This model has proven mutually beneficial. It empowers local communities economically while fostering a sense of ownership and pride in preserving these majestic creatures. Such initiatives highlight how cultural and economic incentives can align to protect biodiversity. In the Radwa mountain near Yumba, Western Saudi Arabia, we find another heartening example of conservation intertwined with cultural heritage, rising to 2,100 meters. This sacred mountain is protected by Al-Jahani tribe, who guard it fiercely and prevent unauthorized access. Their sustainable practices include harvesting the region's famed honey, one of the most expensive in the world, in a way that preserves the delicate balance of their environment. This remarkable harmony between people and nature showcases how cultural values can serve as powerful allies in biodiversity conservation. The economic dimension of conservation is another cornerstone of today's discussion. Wildcats and small cats, though their ecological functions provide ecosystem services that support agriculture, water management, and public health on a smaller scale, but no less real, their perpetuation creates opportunities for tourism to thrive in areas that are otherwise remote and little developed. The burgeoning field, dubbed ecotourism, opens the door to new business and livelihoods. Desert regions that protect their wildlife, including wildcats and small cats, are finding new avenues for sustainable growth. As these initiatives create jobs, foster environmental education, and strengthen local economies. A shining example is Namibia's conservation program, where community-based wildlife tourism has generated millions in revenue while preserving cheetah population and their habitats. We look to all these ideas in our discussion here, which will be guided by an urgent question. How can we further integrate wildcat, small cat conservation into the broader fight against desertification and the global pursuit of sustainable development? Keep that question in mind. The United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, UNCCD COP16, provides a powerful framework, but its success depends on collaborative efforts between scientists, policymakers, local communities, and financial institutions. I will explain the format of the session to everyone. So I will brief you about our 8 esteemed panelists and give biography. And after that, each of the panelists will have 8 minutes to give a presentation. And I would like to encourage all the audience to listen attentively to all the panelists and take notes and ask questions at the very last 15 remaining minutes that we will open the floor to the audience to share questions. As we proceed, let us embrace the spirit of cooperation and innovation. Let us reflect on how each of us can contribute to a future where humans and wildcats thrive together, reinforcing the resilience of desert ecosystems and preserving the biodiversity that sustains us all. For in safeguarding wildcats and small cats, we safeguard not just their survival, but our own. May this dialogue become a force that saves wildcat and small cats, combining our resources, experience, and insights for greater innovation that will benefit all of us now and all of those who follow us. I will first start to introduce our first esteemed panelist, my dear mentor, His Excellency, Mr. Carlos Alvarez Pereira. Mr. Carlos is the Secretary General of the Club of Rome. He leads the Fifth Element program, promoting mutual learning across disciplines, cultures, geographies, and generations towards equitable well-being for all on a healthy planet. He has a background in systems science and has been for many years an entrepreneur in the digital sector. Next is my dear friend, Dr. Elena, who came all the way from the US. Dr. Elena van der Voort Weiner is an accomplished environmental leader specializing in climate innovation, technology, and partnerships. As the Chief of Climate Innovation and Partnerships at OptiCloud. Elena is also the founder of Big Wild, a nonprofit organization from the US, a climate tech company focused on ecological restoration and biodiversity protection through innovative technology and financing. Under her leadership, the Bezos Earth Fund and many more to implement large-scale wetland restoration projects showcase the power of AI and geospatial tools in conservation with special interest in keystone species. By the way, Dr. Elena was nominated as a finalist to Prince Talal bin Abdulaziz Prize, which is a prestigious thing. Next is His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Al-Bouk, who we are so delighted that he graced us with his presence because his insights are so valuable. Mr. Al-Bouk is an advisor to the CEO of the National Center for Wildlife in Saudi Arabia. Of course, he needs no introduction. With 50 scientific papers on wildlife in the region, Mr. Al-Bouk is a prominent figure in the field of wildlife conservation, not just in Saudi Arabia, but worldwide. He is the maestro of conservation in Saudi Arabia and the region. In 2007, Mr. Al-Bouk founded the groundbreaking Arabian leopard breeding program in Saudi Arabia, which led to the successful production of 16 leopards. His leadership extended to the forefront of the Arabian cheetah conservation program, which he will be talking about today. I look forward to that presentation myself, where his strategic guidance resulted in significant achievements in cheetah breeding and conservation. Please listen attentively to His Excellency's presentation. It's a very beautiful story, Nat Geo story. Next is Ms. Morangelis Mbeza, a dear friend of mine whom I met in Antarctica last year. Morangelis, a conservation biologist from Zimbabwe, works at the critical intersection of conservation and community development. As the founder and executive director of Wildlife Conservation Action, she is dedicated to strengthening the capacity of local communities to protect and coexist with wildlife in a changing climate while enhancing their livelihoods. With extensive knowledge and experience in community-based conservation, Morangelis focuses on innovative and community-driven and local-led strategies to promote human-wildlife coexistence, climate resilience, and socioeconomic development in areas adjacent to wildlife habitats. A recognized thought leader, she is a TED Fellow and speaker who delivered a compelling TED Talk titled, "How Community-Led Conservation Can Save Wildlife." I watched it. It's one of the best TED Talks. I encourage you to watch it as well. Her work on lions was in 2018 featured in a National Geographic short film, One Woman's Remarkable Journey to Protect Lions. Morangelis is also a Mandela Washington Fellow and is passionate about inspiring and mentoring Africa's next generation of conservation leaders. Next is my dear friend, Mr. Christine Clowers. Christine Clowers is a Belgian documentary photographer, explorer, and impact storyteller who dedicates his life to exposing the fragile relationship between humans and nature. With over a decade of experience in documenting climate change, biodiversity loss, and consequences of rising sea levels, Christian uses powerful visual storytelling to bridge the gap between science, industry, and policy. A fellow of the Explorers Club, we share that together. A European Union Climate Pact ambassador as well, and a member of the UN Ocean Decade Network. He is committed to inspiring positive change through his mission-driven projects. He will be giving a very remarkable talking points today about the nexus on glaciers, climate, and snow leopards in the third pole Himalayas. Next is my dear friend from Paraguay, Raquel Frata. Raquel Frata has over a decade of extensive experience collaborating with leading NGOs and international partners on different projects regarding conservation, private nature reserves, community engagement, sustainability, and the empowerment of women, indigenous communities, and the youth. Currently, she works for the International Conservation Caucus Foundation, ICCF, where she is involved in different initiatives from strengthening national parks to supporting the Fowler Project. As the project administrator, which she focuses on food systems, land use, and restoration. And next is also a good dear friend of mine from the UK, from Cambridge, Mr. Ian Saunders. Alongside an initial and diverse career in the UK military, Ian has spent his work life in Africa, the Middle Near East, Europe, the US, and Central Asia. Over the past 40 years, he has held strategic operational positions in private business government with international NGOs at board and executive levels in peacemaking, post-conflict resolution, and reconstruction, strategic, rural stabilization and development, cultural and political liaison, wildlife management, and environmental education. In Tanzania, during the mid-1990s, Ian developed and implemented what became at the Africa's largest private anti-poaching and community engagement project across multiple remote areas. The project augmented existing government, environmental, and humanitarian commitments and supported countering illegal exploitation of refugees in Western Tanzania post the Rwanda genocide. Ian is the founder of Investable Group, Frontier ESG Advisory Limited, and the architect of Investable System designed to operationalize ESG, sustainable and transitional investing across the frontier and emerging markets. Finally, I would like to invite my dear colleague from Panthera, Dr. Andrew Loveridge. Dr. Andrew Loveridge is a conservationist born and raised in Africa with a passion for conservation of the African environment. He is the director of Panthera's Lion Program and a research fellow at Oxford University. Much of his time over the last 25 years has been spent running an extensive long-term lion research and conservation program spanning 17 protected areas in 3 international transboundary areas critical to lion conservation. He has extensive experience in implementing, leading, and managing large-scale, outcome-oriented conservation programs in Southern Africa. As a conservation practitioner, he believes strongly in working with local people and national authorities to achieve shared long-term conservation objectives. Let's please all give a round of applause to our esteemed panelists. Mr. Carlos is going to give us an 8-minute presentation. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Carlos.
Shukran. Dear Highness Princess Abir, it's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you. Many thanks for your generous invitation. It is my first time in your beautiful and welcoming country and in this important event. Dear audience, I am not a specialist in desertification and much less in wildcats, but from the perspective of the Club of Rome, the global think tank of reference for sustainability since almost 60 years, I will try to give you some ideas framing the rest of the session and how the work done by my esteemed panelists, co-panelists, we can designate that or frame that as part of a global movement towards regeneration, which is what we need to do, regenerate our relationships with ourselves, with other humans, but also, of course, with nature, with all living beings. If for anything, the Club of Rome is known for this book, which was published in 1972. In one sentence, what we do in my organization is to ask better questions for the future of humanity. Thank you. Shukran. And in 1972, we asked that question: could prosperity, the way we were conceiving that, and still today, lead to the collapse of civilizations, of human civilizations? We had a big success with this book, The Limits to Growth, which was showing that if we didn't change, if we didn't learn, we would face really difficult situations for the future of humanity. And this is where we are today with climate change, with loss of biodiversity and so on. But, and the but is very important, we could learn to do something different, to reconcile human well-being with the planetary boundaries. But that didn't happen. And where we are today is in this conundrum in which you see in this graphic the dots are countries, and the quadrangle, the green one, is sustainable development, which is the space in which we achieved high levels of human development. Whatever we define human, the Human Development Index of the United Nations combines GDP per capita and levels of health and education, versus the number of planets that we need, the ecological footprint, a concept developed by colleagues in the Club of Rome. How many planets do we need to sustain our lifestyle? And as you can see, no country is inside the quadrangle, and this is the conundrum we face. So-called developed countries have a very high level of ecological footprint, and so-called developing countries have aspired to a higher level of Human Development Index, but their footprint is compatible with the planet. As my friend and colleague Kate Rayworth says, you know, there are no developed countries. All countries are in a process of learning how to get all the dots in this graphic should be in the green quadrangle. How do we get there? Well, this is not a technical challenge. It's a challenge for which we have to mobilize all human capacities and to reconnect and to understand, to start with, to understand better how life works. And I think you will have very good examples with the other panelists in showing the complexity, but also the beauty of how life works, from the examples of wildcats and their role in keeping ecosystems alive and resilient. I just want to bring in another example. We are in the COP on desertification, and typically we think of desert as a bad thing, you know, as a place where there is no life. And the convention is even called combating desertification. Well, if we dig a little bit more into that, we will see that, for instance, the desert, the Sahara Desert, is feeding the fertility of the Amazon. When we observe from the space, we realize that the sands from Sahara go to the Amazon, bringing with them a lot of phosphorus, which is a natural fertilizer. So desert is also life. So we have to have the humility to relearn from a lot of traditional knowledge, as Abir mentioned, and to engage in, I think, in mutual learning. This goes beyond, you know, the usual clustering and siloing of knowledge that we are so used to. And engage in mutual learning across the chasms of disciplines, of sectors, of the different logics of different sectors, which make sense in each of the sectors, but all together they don't make sense. And this fragmentation is a big issue. We even have 3 COPs. But isn't climate change related to biodiversity, related to desertification? Of course they are. This is, with this idea of mobilizing all capacities together, and ancient and modern knowledge and sciences, this is why we created in the Club of Rome this program called the Fifth Element. And the Fifth Element, the name itself, is a tribute to ancient knowledge. In many cultures around the world, there are 4 elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. But together they don't create life without something else, which is the spirit, which is energy, which is qi in China, and that's the 5th element. So you are invited to be part of that. One of our initiatives is this mobilization of all sciences together. We got approved by the United Nations General Assembly last year, the Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development, and we have created a network called the Earth Humanity Coalition to develop the highest ambitions for that decade. And this is what I wanted to tell you, to frame, as I said, the panel, inviting all of you to be part of this journey towards planetary reconciliation, which is the reconciliation of ourselves, of humans reconnecting with our own humanity, reconciliation among humans with all life and with time, past, present, and future. Shukran.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Carlos. There's not a second of boredom when you give a speech, and I encourage you all to research the 5th element. Now we go on to Dr. Elena's talking points. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Royal Highness. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I am as well a first-time visitor here to Saudi Arabia and finding it absolutely incredible. So I'm honored to be here speaking with you today. One of the questions that Princess Abir also knows that I'm commonly asking is really making sure when we start any project or anywhere we're looking to have an impact, that we look at what is the right question to ask first and make sure we're really focused on that. So, you know, as an audience, I would say, how many of you believe that water is essential for thriving in a successful future? I think most people would say that this is incredibly important. But would you say that water is perhaps the most crucial ingredient to a successful life on Earth? Now imagine this, in the climate crisis and desertification, we are threatening this vital resource. While we know how to calculate the financial cost of water, how much it costs today and how much we expect it will cost in 5, 10, 15, or even 50 years, we know how to look at that and calculate the cost maintaining the ecosystem. But how do we look at how those ecosystems are supporting the water sustainability and availability that we will have in that time frame? So let's start by looking at just one keystone species. The sandcat. And we say to a sandcat, like, what is the cost of one single sandcat? So right now on the black market, a sandcat is sold for between $7,000 and $10,000 US. For some, this may seem like a high price, but for an already endangered species, this price tag sets a tone for further exploitation. But what if we shifted the conversation and asked, what is the value of a sandcat? The equation calculating the value of a sandcat is actually possible. So let's break it down. Vegetation preservation. Sandcats eat rodents, birds, snakes, and lizards. So for rodents, sandcats eat approximately 9,000 kilograms of vegetation. The rodents eat approximately 9,000 kilograms of vegetation annually, which totals 164,000 kilograms of vegetation that's preserved by the sandcats eating them. For lizards typically consume smaller amounts of vegetation indirectly fed by herbivores and insects that damage plants. And let's estimate that the sandcat consumes around 5,000 lizards over its lifetime, indirectly saving around 10,000 kilograms of vegetation. For birds, particularly these vulnerable bird species that consume seeds which could otherwise grow into plants. Over a lifetime, a sandcat preys on an estimated 2,000 birds, indirectly contributing to 6,000 kilograms of vegetation preserved. And they often eat snakes, which they prey on herbivored species, such as rodents or similar mammals. A sandcat preys on approximately 500 snakes over its approximate 10-year lifespan, further balancing the food web, indirectly safeguarding vegetation. Revised vegetation preservation total is around an extra $6,000 annually. So if you expand the ecosystem impact, we look at the water retention. That is around $11,000 over its lifetime. Erosion prevention, it's around $17,000. Microclimate regulation is worth almost $9,000 over its lifetime. And there's also further biodiversity support, including pollinator species helping out our agricultural industry. So then we have carbon sequestration that's offset about 120 metric tons, water cycle enhancement around 7,000, and soil fertility around 8,000. There's expanded economic and social impacts, including tourism revenue and human livelihoods. Looking at this, the total value of a sandcat, when you add these numbers together, is approximately $146,200. Comparing that to the $7,000 to $10,000 that a black market price for a sandcat is, it is clear that we are undervaluing the true value of this endangered species. So the bigger picture connecting it back to water is that vegetation preserved by sandcats prevents desertification, stabilizes soil, and retains water. And without keystone species like the sandcat, ecosystems unravel, and the cascading impact threatens agricultural biodiversity and water availability. Conserving sandcats isn't just about saving a species, it is about safeguarding the ecosystems that sustain us. And who better to be our ecosystem solutions manager than our locals? Employing our local communities to safeguard our keystone species is not a charity, it's essential to life on the planet. It is about investing in natural capital to combat the very desertification that threatens water security in an arid region like Saudi Arabia. Together, we can calculate the value of biodiversity and act to protect it, not just for the species, but for our shared planet. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Elena. It's very insightful, and especially that in Saudi Arabia, we have a large population of sandcats, so very useful information. Thank you so much, Dr. Elena. I just want to tell the esteemed panelists, if you can try your best to shorten your talk less than 8 minutes so that we can have more time for Q&As. Now I welcome Your Excellency, Mr. Ahmed Al-Bouk, to the podium to hear your talking points. Looking forward to it. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Can you showcase, Iyad, can you showcase the video? Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I try to go fast. Actually, I just want to mention that the National Center for Wildlife in Saudi Arabia taking care of the whole biodiversity in the country, including the cat families. We start with the Arabian leopard conservation programs, and now we are doing hard work with our team to conserve the cheetah, also the caracals, sandcat, and wildcats. So as far as you see here, the cheetahs, they've been extinct from more than 90% of their natural historical distribution range, including Saudi Arabia. And so far, there were only one species of cheetah, 5 subspecies. And there were many unanswered questions before we come to the big discovery in 2022. So cheetahs in the rock arts in Saudi Arabia, either you can see them in Al-Fao, in Jubba, in Ratan Al-Manjur. That is a proof on the rock arts the existence of cheetahs in Saudi Arabia more than thousands of years ago. But if we follow up the existence of cheetahs in Saudi Arabia, we can see the reflections in the documentations or Orientalists since 1848 up to the oral history about 40 years ago. So cheetah mummies discovery, this has been happens in 2022 in the north of Arabia by the team of the National Center of Wildlife. At the beginning, we announced of 17 cheetahs and part of it as mummies, full mummies or partially mummies, or the skeletons of cheetahs. So the discovered specimens are the first real documentation of the business of the cheetahs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its occurrence in the Arabian Peninsula. So we go through many analysis, including the age estimations using the carbon-14 technique to estimate the age of the 5 samples actually, and also we found that the oldest samples go back to 4,200, more than 4,200 years ago, and the earliest one, it's about 127 years old. And the oldest mummies, it's about 1,871 years old. The photo we saw in the left, it's been taken by one of the Orientalists, the Karaswan, in 1927 between Tubayq and Nufud in the north of Arabia. So it's proved the existence of the cheetah. So we go through the genetic analysis. The DNA analysis has shown that the discovered samples are mixtures of Asian and African ancestors. And that's its proof. Further genetic tests will, of course, be held to determine the date of the convergence of the ancestor in the Arabian Peninsula, making its point of the contact for the 2 subspecies. So, of course, the importance of the big cats in the equilibriums, they are controlling the population of and the density of and the harmony of the grazing efficiencies of ecosystems. In the meantime, they also play an important role in the health of ecosystems and the vitality of the prey populations by preying on the weak and sick animals. So far, the National Center for Wildlife holding a national reintroduction programs for the prey of the big cats, including the 4 ungulates, native endangered ungulates in Saudi Arabia. And since the beginning of the programs up to date, we reintroduce more than 7,000 animals in all the protected areas in the country. Actually, in the end, we prepared the strategy and action plan, which is depend on 4 main pillars. On the establishing successful captive breeding and rewilding programs, appropriate protected areas identified and prepared for reintroductions. Also, reintroduction and establishment of a viable wild population and the involvement of local communities in wildlife conservation. So we have a short film, about 4 minutes. I will end by this one to see the films.
الجزيرة العربية زاخرة بالتنوع الأحيائي، ولم يبقى من هذه الدلالات على هذه الأمور إلا بعض النقوش الأثرية الصخرية التي وجدت في مختلف مناطق المملكة العربية السعودية. ويعتبر الفهد الصياد من الحيوانات التي وجدت في الجزيرة العربية منذ عهد قديم، ولكنها انقرضت. طبعا إضافة إلى النقوش التي وثقت وجود الفهد الصياد، كانت المشاهدات العينية لسكان هذه المناطق رصدت لنا متى آخر مرة شوهد هذا الحيوان بمرأى العين.
والدتي رحمها الله مواليد 1347 هجري، عندما كان عمرها تقريبا 12-13 سنة شافت الفهد الصياد، لكن وصف البادي يختلف عن وصف العارفين بأنواع السباع. فتقول يا ولدي أنا شفته ظهره طويل ومرنقط، مرنقط يعني ذو نقط يعني منقط.
بالنسبة لي أنا أذكر أبناء خالي كانوا طالعين في رحلة برية على أطراف الحرة، فقالوا أنه شاهدوا الفهد.
لقيت ثر وقصيته وتهولت انا من الاثر الغريبه اللي ما عمري شفته، شفت ثر الضبعه، شفت ثر الذيب، شفت ثر معظم الحيوانات كلها شفت ثريتها. ثر كبير خطل زي ثر الجمل الخطل، حتى ما هو زي البواش اللي مشيهن كذا، لا يديه يعني مشي كذا.
تقريبا في قرابة عام 1405 هذه كانت آخر مشاهدة للفهد الصياد في جزيرة العرب وفق الروايات التي توصلنا إليها.
الفهد الصياد هو القصة التي لم تروى بعد، برغم ضبابية التفاصيل ووهن الذكريات. يمتلئ المكان بصدى أنفاسه وهو يعدو، وكأنها إيذان بظهور قريب طال انتظاره.
That's the main ground cave in the north of Arabia. It's about 18 meters from the
بس هذا دليل انه مأواه هنا.
مأوى مكان اكيد تمام بدون شك. ايوه هذا اكبر، هذا واضح. عندك؟ هذا ما شاء الله لا قوة الا بالله. هذه الآن جثة هذه جثة لفهد قبل قليل، جثة كاملة حتى الجلد واضح، المخالب واضحة، الأنياب واضحة، الجمجمة أيضا. الآن الزملاء راح يعبوا النموذج للقياسات الأبعاد والأطوال، ومن ثم سيتم نقل العينة وحفظها ونقلها إلى مراكز الأبحاث التابعة للمركز الوطني لتنمية الحياة الفطرية لتحليلها واستكمال البحث والدراسة عليها.
كان هذا الاكتشاف انطلاقة جهود حثيثة تضمنت دراسات وأبحاث في عدد من المراكز البحثية المحلية والعالمية، والتي أثمرت عن معرفة الكثير من الأسرار، ومنها العمر التقديري لمومياوات الفهود والتي تجاوزت 4000 عام، ما يؤكد قدم وجود هذه الفهود في شبه الجزيرة العربية، وهو ما يفسر كل ذلك الارتباط في الوجدان الشعبي من خلال إرث ثقافي واجتماعي على مر السنين. هنا تهاوت أساطير المرويات على صروح العلم الشامخة، وارتقت تطلعات الباحثين على مجاهيل التاريخ، ثم دنت فتدلت تلك التطلعات فصارت واقعا نعيشه، والقادم بالتأكيد سيكون أكثر جمالا. الكثير من الشغف والعمل الدؤوب والبحث والنظر، والذي أثمر برنامج إكثار وإعادة توطين الفهد الصياد ليعيد رسم خارطة الحياة الفطرية كما يجب، ومعززا التوازن البيئي والتنوع الأحيائي.
Thank you. Actually, in the end, the National Center for Wildlife held a captive breeding program, and we succeed to get the first 4 cubs in Saudi Arabia. And hopefully we will reach to the reintroduction soon in the coming few years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. Al-Bouk. By the way, I heard the story for 2 hours, and there was no second of boredom from His Excellency 2 months ago. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Now I welcome Ms. Morangelis, for your presentation. The floor is yours.
From Arabian cheetahs to African lions. The first time I saw an African lion in the wild 16 years ago, when I started my conservation career, I was filled with wonder. I felt like the lion was gazing right into my soul. Even in that moment of fear, somehow I felt a sense of calmness and belonging. I felt an unexplained connection to the lions and the nature around me. Lions and other wild cats across Zimbabwe, where I come from, and the African continent are of cultural importance. They are part of who we are, our identity, and a part of our heritage. Our ancestors and forefathers have always coexisted and protected lions and other wild cats decades before the word conservation was coined. They knew how to protect and to harvest while living enough for the wild populations to continue to thrive. The lion has remained an iconic species across the African continent, and a large number of people in Zimbabwe have the lion as their totem, and they carry that lion totem with pride. Lions have lost almost 95% of their historic range, and there are only about 24,000 lions remaining in the wild. From a population of about 90,000 lions almost 50 years ago. There is a scary possibility that we might lose lions in our lifetime. Without apex predators like lions, herbivore populations will increase unchecked, which would lead to overgrazing and habitat degradation and desertification. Without lions to keep other predators and scavengers in check, their numbers will explode, leading to increased human-wildlife conflicts. The interconnectedness of ecosystem means that a loss of lions can lead to profound and cascading effects on biodiversity, ecosystem health, and even human economies. In Zimbabwe, lions are a major tourist attraction, and losing lions would mean losing income from tourism, which our country and our people depend on. It would also mean losing a part of us and a part of our identity as Zimbabweans and as Africans. One of the major threats facing lions today is the conflict between people and lions. The increase in demand for land has brought humans in close proximity to wildlife more than ever before. And this is resulting in increased conflicts between humans and wildlife. The local communities living alongside lions are losing their lives and their livestock, which is a source of their livelihoods. And when this happens, lions get killed in retaliation, resulting in a loss of biodiversity. My organization that I founded, Wildlife Conservation Action, was formed with the realization that conservation of wildlife, especially in the African continent, is dependent on the coexistence between humans and wildlife. We are working with local communities in Zimbabwe to reduce the negative impacts of human-wildlife conflict by integrating indigenous knowledge and scientific expertise. We partner closely with local communities to craft effective solutions for lion conflict, benefiting both people's livelihoods and lions. Protecting lions helps to protect the broader landscape, which in turn benefits the people who rely on local natural resources. I believe that coexistence between people and lions is possible, and it is the only way we can save the lions and prevent habitat degradation and biodiversity loss. We are seeing this every day with our work with local communities. In one of the communities we work with, the traditional leader, the Chief Mola, has become such a great champion of our work, and he has put in place bylaws that encourage people to participate in coexistence. For example, everyone should be herding their livestock and ensure that they are back from pastures in time. And if one is caught with cattle unherded, he has to pay a fine. This is so that people avoid losing their livestock to lions, which in turn reduce retaliatory killing and their negative attitudes towards lions. Actions like these from the people that are being affected the most by lion conflict gives me hope that the future generations will be able to see lions and other wild cats roam the wildlands of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mirangelos. Great speech. Again, I want to reiterate, please do watch her TED Talk. It's really nice. I loved it. It's one of my favorite TED Talks. Now I want to welcome Mr. Christian Clowers to the podium. The floor is yours. Also, I want to announce to the moderator, to the panelists, esteemed panelists, if we can please shorten the time as much as possible to 5 minutes, so we can have more time for Q&As, if possible.
Yes.
Thank you so much. To all of you as well, please.
Your Highness, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your hospitality, for inviting us. So, as a documentary and visual storyteller, I'm a photographer. For the last 10 years, I've been documenting what is going on with our planet. And I have to say, it's not going well. Out of 8 million species, 1 million of them are threatened by only one, human beings. And what we tend to forget is that we are also threatened. Now, I focus mainly on the largest desert system of our planet, which are the polar regions. So if we only see at the North Pole is warming up 4 times faster. On the archipelago called Svalbard, it's even up to 6 times faster. So what we see there is very visual. Over 10 years, I witnessed it myself with my camera. You see how the soil is thawing, how the soil cracks open. Methane is being released. It's not only about CO2 levels that are warming up our planet. Methane is actually 84 times more effective in the first 20 years, and it is still highly underestimated worldwide. We also see the impact on biodiversity if you look only at sea ice. If you talk about sea ice is important, not only it plays a vital role for animals like the king of the Arctic, the polar bear, and so many others, seals and so on, but also phyto and zooplankton, which needs the ice to grow underneath, and it's the basis of a whole ecosystem. If you take that basis away, every other species, including human beings in the end, will be affected. Glacial ice. Glaciers are melting, we all know that. They're causing rising sea levels. For the last 8 years, I go around the world documenting coastal areas, but also Pacific Island states, atoll states, with a highest altitude of 2 to 3 meters. These people are losing their land. Their sovereign state will be lost. Some of them will lose it by the end of the century. Marshall Islands, Tuvalu, Kiribati, and so on. They're not only losing land, all the biodiversity will get lost, their cultural heritage and so on. If we focus on the ocean is probably the biggest problem. It's not only the lung of our planet, it affects really weather systems, patterns worldwide, with currents being slowed down by the melting glaciers in the Antarctic, Greenland, and so on. But also the third pole, the Himalayas, is affected. If we don't look at the North and South Pole, Himalayas would be the biggest glacial system. And it is a source of millions, actually billions of people in Asia for water, for their water supply. Also biodiversity, again, it's always interrelated, is affected, such as a snow leopard, for example. We see that the snow leopard is having difficulties finding prey because the tree line is going more higher up. So they're losing habitat. They're losing habitat to hunt. They go into villages, more to lower regions where people live. So there is an increasing conflict. So it really is about being connected. Everything is connected. And we're all in the same boat. We need to align. We need to align with every voice, everyone on this planet. And I would love to thank you for this occasion to
Thank
give
you,
the
Mr.
message.
Flowers.
Thank you.
This was really interesting. And I really like, just for the audience, for your reference, there are 3 poles, and he was talking about the Himalayas area, Ladakh, which is the home to snow leopards. And on the 3rd of December, Panthera and the Arabian Leopard Fund organized a joint side event that you can watch. It's recorded on YouTube. And we had someone from the Snow Leopard Trust talking about the importance of that, because they're endangered species according to IUCN. And what Christian was talking about today is an extension to that discussion. Thank you so much. And I encourage you all to also check out the photography books of Mr. Christian Clowers on polar regions. Also, I want to note that the UNESCO and the United Nations have announced that year 2025 is the year of glaciers. Glaciers and snow leopards are interlinked. Keep that in mind. And maybe think about questions for later on. I would like to now ask my dear friend Raquel Frata to come to the podium, and the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear princess. Your work as a woman is an inspiration to all of us, women here and around the world. Thank you. Shukran. Well, I'm going to talk very briefly about the jaguars from the heart of South America. I'm from Paraguay, so I just want to go really quick about who are the jaguars. I mean, I know that in the audience there are a lot of experts, but for those who don't know, jaguars are Pantera onca, or in Guarani, back at home, we said jaguarete. That's the jaguar. So as many other species mentioned before, there are apex predators, and they play a vital role in maintaining healthy ecosystems. And talking about one of the main characteristics is the 3rd largest feline in the world and the first one in South America. At the global level, they are in a near threatened category, but back home in Paraguay, they are threatened because they are declining very rapidly. And just talking about the where do we find them? They are very resilient. They go all the way from the forest to dry areas like the Chaco, which is a very dry area like in the desert. And here we see where they used to be before and now where they currently are. The green, the dark green is where they currently are distributed. And of course, like any other apex predator, one of the main threats to the jaguar are three main habitat loss: fragmentation, human-wildlife conflict, and illegal trade. These are problems that most have mentioned before. And one of the main questions that cattle producers, ranchers in the Chaco ask is, how do we deal with the conflict of livestock predation? And this is, as one of our colleagues was mentioning, the result is the retaliation in the killings. And I want to skip and talk about one very special protected area, which is the Maracayú Nature Forest Reserve, where I worked for 10 years, and what it means to me, and what is the link for conservation. This is the Maracayú Nature Private Reserve. It was the first private reserve established in the country. And what is so special is that the conservation strategy is to educate young girls. And the argument is that when we educate young girls and when we change their mind and their hearts, we can truly start talking about the quest for conservation. So this is why I consider so important in every single project that we include young women into the projects for conservation. And so when we talk about the final remarks, we say that conserving jaguars and addressing the desertification is not only important for Paraguay and for Latin America, but for the entire world. And what it means really to make the change, we cannot do it without the community, we cannot do it with education. And this is what I want to tell again, that we need to protect, we need to connect the minds and the heart of the people. We need to inspire our children. But let's remember that we cannot protect what we do not know. And we only protect what we love. And finally, international cooperation. We are all here to learn from each other, and this wouldn't be possible without the friendship of Princess Abir and with your presence here. So international cooperation across border is necessary to address the threat to keystone species like the jaguar population. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Raquel. This was a very eloquent presentation, well summarized, and I think there's so many things. I'm encouraging the audience to ask questions to Ms. Raquel. I think there's so many similar commonalities between our region and the MENA region and the Latin America, and so many things to learn from the Latin Americans on their successful case studies on human-wildlife coexistence and community engagement with wildcats as well. So I want to invite Mr. Ian Saunders, my dear friend from the UK.
Getting old.
Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Your Royal Highness, Your Excellency Liz, fellow panelists and esteemed guests. Much has already been said about wildcats and sandcats in general, and I must admit to having a soft spot for caracals, which has not really been mentioned that much, having rewilded 2 of them in the past, and both of them thoroughly educated me, I might say that. But my primary observation is that all of these animals are specialists. They are specialists in understanding and adapting to their harsh environment. They possess many attributes that we as humans could only dream about, such as the sandcat's ability to hear low-frequency noises up to half a kilometer plus away, and their ability to survive purely from the moisture that they take from their prey. It's for these reasons, amongst others, that we categorize them as an indicator species. So why are they important? They are species, and I like to quote on this, otherwise I might get it wrong, which, due to their sensitive reactions, can provide information on ecological changes and give early warning signals about ecosystem processes in site-specific conditions. In essence, they are windows into their own habitat. And for this reason, they can give us and portray to us information about ecosystems that we couldn't get from anywhere else. Now, one would think that in light of the threats from destabilized desertification, we would know a lot about these species. However, and particularly in the context of sandcat, that is sadly not the case. They were classified by the IUCN, or in the IUCN Red Data Book, as near threatened from 2002 to 2016, and from 2016 onwards, of least concern. This isn't because that they are thriving, or that they are even under pressure, but are handling that situation. No, it's because we don't have enough information about them. Particularly, I might add, in one of their strongest habitats, or potentially habitats, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, considering the threats from unchecked desertification and the link to sandcats as specialists of that environment, I would like to pose some questions that we may be or should be answering. Do we need more scientific knowledge about sandcats and other indicator species to understand greatly the desert mosaic? Do we need to listen to those who've lived in harmony with nature and understand the desert bond between humans and the landscape? I always refer to the fact of the Al-Bara and the Rashidi here in Saudi Arabia, and how they rotated their grazing and moved their livestock in relation to the seasons across the areas, the remote areas of the Ruba Khali. This is very similar to the ecological separation you get in grazers, which I witnessed on the Serengeti. And also, their lives are very similar to the Oromo people of the northern Tsavo area, which I was lucky to share for nearly 27 years of my life, 5 years working very closely to them. They lived very much that Beru lifestyle, but unfortunately the illegal activities influenced both their relationship with nature and other tribes. But when I co-founded the 1.2 million acre conservancy, Malkahalaku Conservancy, with the Oromo, it made a drastic improvement to the stabilization of the area, both environmentally and socially and from a security perspective. What I must have to say is that we must always take into consideration that land management and wildlife management is in fact nothing to do with wildlife and land. It's about managing the dominant species more effectively ourselves. And the most direct way of doing that is through protection and using a combination of protected area networks. So I would like to just put on the floor some humble recommendations about our desert landscapes. Firstly, we need to increase our knowledge, particularly about sandcats, within the kingdom, as I believe there's not one single organization dedicated to studying their ecology. To initiate the fight against desertification, we should use our evolving ecological indicator species, such as the sandcats, to greater effect. And to maintain the fight against desertification, or to stabilize desertification, we must embrace long-term national strategic protected area strategies, which, as I speak from several decades of personal experience, must include intensive legal frameworks and government and population support, because there's nothing worse than tracking down heavily armed poachers if you know that you don't have domestic support or a legal framework to support you. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to our further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ian. I also have so many questions for you. I just recently had a session with Mr. Ian 2 months ago on environmental diplomacy, and it was very fascinating. So please, I encourage you to challenge Mr. Ian with questions at the final 15 minutes that we have for Q&As. Very fascinating person. So finally, I would like to invite my colleague from Panthera, Dr. Andrew Loveridge. The floor is yours.
And it's an absolute pleasure to be here in Saudi Arabia with you today. So good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to talk about predators and people in semi-arid African savannas. These ecosystems are highly diverse, and they may be more resilient in the face of aridification on the African continent than we think. In fact, I would argue that these areas hold some of the best prospects for conserving some of Africa's iconic wildcats. I'll discuss this in the context of coexistence with people in the region as well, and how important it is to enhance and secure their livelihoods for the survival of these ecosystems. And finally, I'll suggest that these predators are valuable flagships for generating support to protect these arid systems and the wildlife and people that inhabit them. So this is a map of the arid environments of southern Africa, or Africa, with the dark reds being the arid deserts and the oranges being the hot steppe environments. And of course, we know that's going to change in future. So as we move into the end of this century, those climatic habitats are going to expand, with aridification increasing, particularly in southern Africa. And that tends to happen on the southwest-northeast axis of the continent. And that's happened in many climatic cycles over geological time. And in fact, many of the African fauna are well adapted to these systems. I'm going to talk about two areas: the Kalahari Desert in the south of the continent, and to some extent the arid, semi-arid savannas in East Africa. And I've spent the last 25 years working in that Kalahari environment. And I'd argue that those two areas are absolutely critical for the conservation of large predators in Africa. And I'm going to illustrate that by looking at African lions. So we know that African lions were widespread on the continent in pre-colonial times. We think there were around 200,000 at the time. By the 1970s, lion range had contracted by about 70%, and lion numbers had contracted to 90,000 lions. And this is a landscape connectivity model. And so the map shows connectivity, habitat connectivity in Africa, with the blue and green parts of the map being highly connected habitats where lions can move very easily, there's high levels of gene flow, and populations are very viable. The brown colors are less connected habitats. But what you'll notice is that those highly connected habitats are in those arid ecosystems in the south and the northeast of the continent. What we see today is an increasing fragmentation of lion range. So lions have lost about 60% of their number since 1970, and they occupy about 12% of historical range. And you'll see that there's still those connected habitats in the northeast and the southwest of the continent. So why have lions declined? Well, we know that that there's been huge habitat conversion across most of Africa to have food for a burgeoning human population. And we estimate that between now and about the middle of the century, about 430 million hectares of land will need to be converted to agriculture. And that will tend to occur in the moister parts of the continent rather than the arid systems that we know are so valuable for lions. Now, it's not just about lions, it's about other species. And so in the Kalahari system, we have 7 species of cat, from lions to hooded cats. 4 of those species are vulnerable on the IUCN Red List. And you can see that this is a really important system for a lot of these carnivores. There are also 3 species of hyenid, 4 species of canid. So rich systems that we believe are so important. And also many arid adapted species. Of course, these are coexistence landscapes. There are people living in all of them. And as you'll have heard my fellow panelists say, it's really critical to integrate people into our conservation strategies. We can't do without the people. Of course, there are many threats. I won't talk about these in great detail because we're running out of time on the session, but some of my colleagues have spoken about them. And this is just one example I just want to give. This is some work we do in northwestern Zimbabwe. This integrates human health, livestock health, wildlife health, and ecosystems into one rangeland management system. And these are kind of really important kind of interventions to both conserve carnivores, but also to help people. So finally, I hope I've convinced you that these large carnivores are just amazing flagships for arid environments. In fact, arid environments are critical to their conservation, but also to generate benefits for people that live in those environments too. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'll hand over.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Andrew Loveridge. I just want to visit you in Los Angeles in Zimbabwe. Please invite me. Make that happen. There are 2 options I want to suggest to the audience. I've been a chatterbox today. I've spoken a lot. So I can ask one question to prime you before you prepare your questions, or do you have questions? You do. Please go ahead. That gentleman in front of Iyad. Please say your name, your country, if you're comfortable, and your organization, please.
Thank you. I'm very comfortable. First of all, thank you very much for this wonderful session. It has exceeded my expectation. And Your Highness, you're very kind. When I wrote you, you wrote back, how can I help you? And that's not very often that you expect from royalty. So thank you very much for that. Secondly, all of the panelists, I hope that you, and I wonder if some of you are aware of the work that we did. I am from the United States, an American citizen at MIT. And we use what is called system dynamics. And what you're looking at is exactly what we had done with Club of Rome. The world model that my advisor, Professor Jay Forrester, developed is in this book that he was showing at the end. However, I'll narrate a nice, interesting story. When that book came out, it was called The Limits to Growth. It became one of the 100 worst books ever because all the capitalists went against it. President Reagan, in fact, in his inaugural speech said, "No, professor, there's no limits to growth. Technology will save us." Today, 60 years later, that book is among the top 100 books in the world. Please read it. Please read it. Secondly, thank you. Secondly, the use of dynamic modeling is what we need here. System dynamics is all about looking at the feedbacks. I was involved in the predator-prey model. We were looking at the Kaibab Plateau, where one kind of species were eating the others, and then the others were dying, and then how that was being balanced. Without system dynamics, which is the essential way of looking at the feedback, we will keep struggling with all these things for a long time. But when we do that, like the Club of Rome did, then we will be able to come to a balance that we desire. There's a beautiful way to do that. Let me know if I can help you. My name is Usman Ghani. I live in Dallas, Texas, which is just as hot as Saudi Arabia. And to Club of Rome, thank you for coming. I was so delighted to hear you because we are so infested with World Economic Forum and all that jiggle that happens there, real substance that is there. Please keep it up. Let us know how you're doing with the world model, and we'll be delighted to be in touch with you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Nice feedback.
Thank you so much for your insightful suggestions. I will look up systems dynamics. It's a very interesting concept. Mr. Carlos, Your Excellency, or Elena, do you want to say something about that? Any comments? Not to put you on the spot, not necessary, but if you want to say something.
Yes, first, many thanks for your kind, generous comments on the work of the Club of Rome. Just want to add something. The Limits to Growth, 1972. We sold millions and millions of copies of that book. It created a whole debate, which is still alive. But we realize, oh, it's not enough. And 7 years later, we published another report, which has been largely ignored, but today is the 45th anniversary of that report, titled No Limits to Learning. And this is what we are talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Elena, you want to say something? Thank you. Any other questions? Please, the lady over there in yellow. Thank you. Please say your name, your country if you're comfortable, and your organization.
Yeah, my name is Susan Payne. I am the co-founder of a business called Sustainable Planet. It's a UK-based company, and what we do is grow plant protein on non-arable land using 90% less water than soya. So it's a like for like with soya. The reason that I'm speaking is because I'm also a commercial farmer in Africa, and our flagship for Sustainable Planet is based in Mozambique. But I also have been farming in Africa for the last, for 15 years now. And I wanted to do that. I'm an investment banker, actually, from Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan. But I decided to focus on food security and climate initiatives 15 years ago and wanted to get my hands dirty to fully understand what it's like to farm. And I raise this now because what I heard today also, as the gentleman said, exceeded my expectations. It was a really interesting panel. I'm so glad that it was organized, so thank you. But what I wanted to say is this. I was in Zimbabwe. I have a farm in Livingston. It's a 3,000 hectare farm. It's just outside of Livingston. We grow all sorts of different foodstuffs to feed Zambia. I was in an event in Vic Falls about 2 months ago. And what I saw was actually even shocking for me, and I've owned this farm for a long time. In Vic Falls, in the wildlife reserve, just outside of Vic Falls, literally 15 minutes drive from the center of Vic Falls, there was literally no forage. There was no food. There was literally, it was the worst I've ever seen it. And there has been a drought in southern Africa for the last year. We've been growing food, but luckily irrigated. It's been so severe, the worst in a century. And we provide stova bales. We provide bales from our maize to feed animals on these reserves. And honestly, elephants are swimming across the river into Livingston to get food. And the point that was made here, and I thought your point, Elena, was really, really good about valuing cats and valuing animals specifically. This was interesting because I was at a couple of events in Vic Falls and came out of events at midnight, and literally there were buffalo roaming the streets. Buffalo, like I've never seen in all of my time in Africa. I've seen warthogs, I've seen all sorts of stuff in Vic Falls. I have never seen a herd of 10 buffalo roaming down a street looking for food. And that is a really good example of what happens when conservation is failing and when animals are so starved and have such little food that they are forced into the centers like this. And it's such a dangerous game when this begins. And as a conservationist myself and as someone who feels so strongly about food security and climate initiatives, this is such a problem for farmers on the ground and for people literally that are doing this, living this day to day. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. These are great comments, and I agree with you. We shouldn't interfere with nature and the ecosystem, and we should integrate regenerative farming with wild cats and small cats. Thank you for that. Mr. Ian, please go ahead.
I'd like to just share something with you which is based on the same sort of ethos. In the Greater Savo ecosystem, particularly in the north in Tana River, there is always competition between agriculturalists and pastoralists. And during long periods of drought, the pastoralists will come into the national park. Then there's conflict with rangers and Kenya Wildlife Service, where helicopters are used, people get shot, and it becomes rather messy. And it's been an ongoing thing for about, well, ever since it was gazetted in the late 40s. At one period, had a great deal of debate, because if you push a lot of the pastoralists outside the park, they then go into the agriculturalist areas, and we lost, I don't want to put the whole figure, but there were several hundred people massacred. They had a full-on war with pangas chopping each other up over water, access to water. And how we actually tried to settle that was, instead of the agriculturalists growing maize in the dry season, we asked them to grow fodder for the pastoralists. So we opened a micro market in there. It was a less of a route to market. They didn't have to pay the same transport fees. So we were starting to build a new economy in that area out of conflict based on that. I mean, I simplified it. It was a lot of talking, a lot of environmental diplomacy. But in some cases, it can be achieved, but it takes a lot of conflict resolution and focus. Thank you.
Please go ahead, Dr. Elena.
Is that on? I'll comment quickly on that as well. A large part of what you're talking about is water security. And water security, I think many would agree here, that is something that is vitally threatened and holds one of the largest natural capitals that we can possibly look at anywhere on the planet. Particularly in Africa, there are many industry groups that are moving into the rivers, creating dams, certain things happening, certainly in Zimbabwe, with Vic Falls, also with Botswana in the region there, the Okavango Delta. These are major waterways, and what we're talking about now is moving into even wetlands and wetland areas, and there's really, I would say, nothing on this planet that holds more natural capital than wetlands do, to be able to provide water downstream to areas that are supportive of all biodiversity, that create the vegetation and the land for which we live. So a lot of these areas that do become these vital regions that are eaten up by animals that shouldn't be there, that should have come in. They're not coming in because they're just wandering. They're looking for the food, and they're always going to follow food, and they're following food through water. So we have to look at where that's coming from, and often that's a change in policy. And so as all of us think about, what is vital and how do we look at these things, creating that natural capital around some of the most important things in that water security and starting with policy to change and protect them is vital. So thank you for bringing that up.
Any other questions from the audience? I can't see. Oh, the lady over there, please. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for
your name and title and the organization, please.
Professor Saba Fares. I am from Toulouse University in France. Thank you for the presentation, very interesting, and really we learn a lot. I want just to make some comments about as archaeologist, I'm archaeologist and working on resilience of the population in arid areas. So during our excavation in Saudi Arabia, we found many jarabi al-Sahra, and it's a very, very important indication of climate changes. So maybe this, I don't find a lot of research about this subject, so it can be one of the aspects that we can maybe pay attention to it. And the other aspect is about water. One of the panelists here speaks about how we learned from ancient societies for today. And it's very, very crucial because the question of water, it's a main problem for all governments, and we can't help all cities to provide water. So for the traditional irrigation, it's very important to rehabilitate ancient system or to rebuild like this traditional system to keep people there where they are and to have a good life. So it's very, very interesting for us. We come here just after inviting, and I'm very happy to be here and to hear what you said. It was just a comment and not a question. So thank you.
Merci beaucoup. That was a very great comment. Any other comments from our panelists? No pressure? No?
No pressure.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to...
Sorry.
Just to
Your Excellency, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Actually, I think we always need the hope. So when we go back to the situation about 10 years ago in Saudi Arabia and today, we really have a commitment for the country and for the world. So the announcement of the commitment to save and to conserve 30% of the protected lands and 30% of protected sea of Saudi Arabia, I think it is a crucial commitments to conserve the biodiversity, the ecosystems in the country. And I think we do have a lot of treasures undergrounds, as you mentioned, that's a lot of different biodiversity we might find there. In the archaeological sites and the DNA analysis and also the carbon-14 analysis, it will help to understand how was the previous situations, and we try to rewilding our deserts and rehab the desertificated areas in our protected areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your insights, Your Excellency. So I guess time is out. They're telling me that I have to conclude, right? Yeah? Okay, so bear with me, everyone. I need 4 minutes of your attention to conclude. Before we begin, allow me to thank each of our esteemed panelists, name by name, His Excellency Mr. Carlos, Dr. Elena, His Excellency Mr. Albouk, Ms. Morangelis, Mr. Christian Clowers, Mrs. Raquel Fratta, Mr. Ian Saunders, and Dr. Andrew Lodridge. Thank you, everyone, for making it on time at short notice from all continents. I know you're all busy, and I really appreciated that you made the time to enrich our discussion at COP16 in Saudi Arabia. I am sure we have policymakers in the audience, by the way, and they will take your insights into consideration, and what you have discussed today is valuable. Thank you so much. And I would like to also thank the people in the backstage, especially my colleague from Panthera, our senior coordinator, Iyad, who's out there. He did an amazing job. Please clap for him. I wouldn't have succeeded in this without Iyad. And I would like to thank my assistant, my colleague from Panthera, Samah, and I also want to thank the team at COP16 Logistics and Production, especially Rita, Lilith, and also the media team and Shadan. Please give a round of applause to all of them, please. Thank you. Finally, just 2 minutes. As we proceed, let us embrace the spirit of cooperation and innovation. Let us reflect on how each of us can contribute to a future where humans and wildcats and small cats thrive together. Reinforcing the resilience of desert ecosystems and preserving the biodiversity that sustains us all, for in safeguarding wildcats and small cats, we also safeguard not just their survival, but our own. May this dialogue become a force that saves wildcats and small cats' lives, combining our resources, experiences, and insights for greater innovation that will benefit all of us now and all of those who will follow us. Thank you, everyone, for listening and gracing us with your presence. Photographers, we're going to have a group photo on the stage. I would like to invite on the stage and Samah. Selma, please, can you join us, please, on the stage? Do we sit or do we stand, photographers? Sit, okay, sure.
Sit.
Yes.
Oh.
يعطيك العافية يا رب.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Testing. PowerPoint.
When we carry out ecosystem restoration, we improve the productivity.
Great, thank you, Faisal and team. So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. My name is Natalie Topa, and I work with the World Food Program as the Global Advisor for Regenerative Resilience. I'm joined with colleagues from WFP and from our special partners from the field who will introduce in due time. But I want to take us quickly on a journey of work that we are doing with communities to restore the productive potential of land as a basis of food security, global food security, and resilience to extreme events that are caused both by climate change as well as ecological degradation. I'm calling this presentation Communities Partnering with Nature, Healing Agrosystems for Resilience and Food Security. I'm starting with this slide, and Miss Hunter Lovins in the front seat here will recognize this quote from Alan Savory. It says, "It is not drought that causes bare ground, but bare ground that causes drought." And the reason I wanted to highlight this is because often so much we talk about climate change as the driving force of some of the extreme and violent events that are faced by communities, including drought, flood, but it is not only the climatic changes of our world, but the state of landscapes and the health of watersheds and agroecosystems. And this presentation is about good news. In fact, I think COP16 is about good news. It is about how humans can partner with nature to change this story. This is taken in South Sudan, where I've been working for 20 years. I've been living in Africa for 20 years, and my journey started here in South Sudan. So the way that humans interact with our natural environment is having an impact, and it's causing a systemic collapse of ecosystem function. And although climate change is very daunting and can seem too big to solve, the good news is that there is community agency, and I think that's the narrative that we really need to be promoting and that we do promote through our work with communities. Communities have the power to change the story at a local level. We have this systemic collapse of ecosystem function, and this can present itself as drought, like here we have, this is in Turkana, northern Kenya, or in also in South Sudan, the northern part of South Sudan. But we also are facing drought, often in the, flood, in the same exact locations or the same regions. These are two sides of the same coin, and very often these are underpinned not necessarily by climate change, but by the health of the land and the biodiversity, the ecosystem at large. So the ecosystem function in many cases is becoming destabilized and expresses itself as violent weather behavior. So a lot of really amazing high-level conversations are happening here at COP, but I want to bring us down a little bit to the ground and how we work with communities to change this story. One of the first things we have to realize is that no matter how vulnerable, how austere the local conditions may seem, there is actually tremendous wealth in local communities. Indigenous resources, seeds, edible plants, seed oils, leaves, roots, medicinal plants. And when we start to inventory these with communities, we realize these often are the basis for resilience during the harshest parts of the year. And these are the ingredients of resilience. The next thing we do is we really work to understand what's happening in this place, whether it's the homestead, around the house, around the refugee shelter, the farmstead. And here we are really basing a lot of what we do on the principles of permaculture, agroecology, agroforestry, conservation agriculture, bringing together, I would say our approach is kind of a roundabout where all of these different scientific approaches and traditional approaches meet, analyzing the areas around the home, the farmstead. And as we move up in scale, we work with communities to map and analyze also the village, the community, the catchment, the watershed. What's happening? What are the challenges, the risks, the threats, as well as the resources and opportunities? So this is something that we do as part of our community-based participatory planning process, which is part of our 3PA, a three-prong approach, which I won't get into. Speaking of water security, let me take a sip of water. So this gives us a picture, and really what this does, it helps us understand that communities are the experts in their landscapes. We arrive to a landscape, they are the consultants. They know every part of that watershed, the catchment, how water behaves across the landscape, what the extreme events are, what the resources are. So when we're working with communities, we must trust that they have the deepest knowledge of that place. And so based on that is when we start to do transect walks, reading the landscape, and trying to formulate what are the types of interventions that we can do together to start to transform that landscape. Then we show communities how to build simple tools for surveying the land, identifying the natural patterns and contours of the land, which tell us the direction and the flow of water and nutrient across the landscape. This is an A-frame. This is a simple, age-old tool that is made of local materials. Any community can make this. It can be low or no cost. We calibrate it locally. You know, women, men, youth, anyone can access this tool. I like that A-frame also stands for one of my favorite terms, AI. Does anyone know what AI stands for? Ancient innovation, yes. So I like that A-frame is a symbol of ancient innovation. People have been using this simple technology for tens of thousands of years. But another tool is a line level, a spirit level. There's so many ways that you can measure the contours of a land. You can use a donkey, you can use a laser level, but we really try to focus on things which are replicable, accessible to people in the local community that don't cost a lot of money or high-tech technology. This is a picture where I was standing in South Sudan, and I have my feet just 1 meter apart. On the right side, where the land was totally bare, you can see the temperature was 63 degrees Celsius. Whereas in the shade of this tiny little trunk, skinny trunk of this tree, it's 40 degrees. That is a huge difference, just less than 2 meters away from each other. Now, why I show this is because the word human comes from the word humus, okay? The humectic layer of soil. And that's because we are soil organisms. We are all soil organisms. We derive food from the land, and our nutrient is supposed to return to the land in a cyclical way. But on top of that, because we have that relationship with soil, soil actually should be roughly the temperature of human beings in order for those organisms to thrive and support healthy, nutritious crops. Also, when we transform the land with water harvesting design, we are moistening the soils. And moist soils are cool soils. And in a planet where we are suffering from global warming, one of our biggest tasks really is global moistening, okay? So we can reduce the temperature of land through design so that it becomes more viable for crops. I'm gonna just take us on some examples from small scale to larger scale, as I say, from shelter to watershed, on how we use gravity. People ask, is this relevant in my area? Abdul Rashid asked the other day from Somalia, can we do this in Somalia? And I have just one question, do you have gravity there? If you have gravity there, you can design to passively harvest resources such as water and nutrient that are flowing across the land. This is in Sudan, in the home of Hawa, where we were designing a sponge homestead, a place that will absorb and retain moisture. And we need to not only be talking about water security in food systems, but also moisture security. How do we catch that water coming across and then protect it with shade, cover crops, mulches, and organic material in compost? This is another example of designing a sponge homestead. This is in Samburu in northern Kenya. You'll see a video on this shortly. So how to create very bio-intensive food systems immediately around the household using waste streams that are resource streams, such as food waste, gray water, and things that communities often burn or discard. This is just an aerial shot of the homestead of Priscilla in Samburu County. She's an agro-pastoralist. This is the home of Denisa in Tanzania, in Kibondo, where she was growing cassava in very sparsely planted ways using a lot of pesticides. And what we did is we designed her farm so that we would harvest every drop of water flowing across the land, catch every bit of nutrient. You know, when water, storm water is running off of the land, it's not just free, clean and clear like this bottled water. It's like a liquid compost pile. It's a compost river flowing away. So when we design this way, we're kind of making security checkpoints. You know, we're stopping that liquid river from flowing away with all of our resources. So we designed this farm, a food forest. All of those baskets represent baby trees. And we did a series of on-contour bioswales, or trenches on contour, that behave like throats in the landscape to swallow water and hydrate those soils and act as a sub-irrigation that we refer to as green water. So 1.5 years later, this is what Denise's home looked like. This was during COVID. And you can see on the left side, you might think you're in the highlands of Ethiopia, in a dry, arid place, and then suddenly Denise moved to Congo or some jungly place. This biological uplift, this green explosion, provided massively nutrient foods, diversity, income that she was able to use during COVID when so many supply chains and markets were being disrupted. We can also apply these approaches to infrastructure. In so many of the earthen rural roads that we have across Africa, water damage means more maintenance, more money, and cutting off access to markets, to services. So here, we're literally just picking that flood up off of the road and putting it into a dam, turning floods into food, taking water from destruction into production. This is in Uganda, And now not only is the road passable, it stays dry, but also that water is used for livestock watering, for gardening, for fishery, and it happened to recharge a borehole that's located around the bend of that swale. So I want to talk a little bit about the technologies, the different strategies. And really what we're focusing on are the principles, these anti-gravity principles, these security checkpoints. How do we create them? We really rely on locally available materials. Where we have stones, that is a blessing. We can do stoneworks, creating things like stone buns, eyebrow buns, hillside terraces, stone-faced soil buns. So using that local material on contour in response to the natural patterns of the flow of the land to slow, spread, and sink that water. Slow, spread, and sink is a key concept. What is the opposite of slow, spread, and sink? Fast, incisive, on the surface, doesn't infiltrate. So when we do this, we're planting the rain. We're planting the rain so that where water accumulates, life generates, okay? And this helps to do biological uplift for trees, plants, fodder grasses, as well as crops. These are other examples using earthworks. In the absence of stones, if you don't have stones, don't use them. That's my rule. So here we have half moons that are modified. This is a classic half moon. Another half moon that can be used to grow trees, crops, fodder. External pits, which can be used for sorghum, millet, fodder grasses. Pit composts on contour help to do subgrade compost production in areas that are very arid and have a lot of evaporation. Micro trenches on contour for fruits, for fodders, for trees. So all of these are very human-scaled things that don't require massive engineering skills. Anybody can do this. This is something that people have been doing for hundreds, at least tens of thousands of years, that is easily replicable. There are also bioswales on contour. These are contiguous, long throats in the landscape that act as temporary, long, skinny ponds that catch that water that's intercepted by when it's flowing down the hill, and that will slowly soak. And the great thing about contiguous earthworks is that you can use this to deliver water from drier zones to wetter zones to drier zones. So imagine a valley and a ridge. That water is coming down the valley using a contiguous contour-based structure like this. That water can be delivered from that valley area into the drier ridges. These are not appropriate in all areas. Every type of earthwork strategy has to be appropriate because we are designing for the users of the space. If the users of your space are camels and goats and children on bicycles, you have to design for them. Because just like college students on a campus, they don't care at all about your green lawn or your design. If your users of the space are vehicles, motor vehicles, you have to design for that, and you have to choose the appropriate structure. These are examples that our team in Afghanistan is working on. I'll be going there in the next couple of months with a colleague of mine to support them on this. But these are just more examples of communities designing in response to the natural patterns of the land in order to slow, spread, and sink that water and pacify that water to reduce the violent behavior of water and allow it to sink into the ground and stop erosion, slow and stop erosion. Again, planting the rain. So here we have examples. We have Dr. Hadizatu, we have Voli, we have Scott, and other colleagues who've been working for many years in the Sahel, and also Dr. Peter Nkala, who are really leading some of our biggest efforts within WFP on doing this at scale. Human scale interventions, individual strategies, replicating that pattern over broad-scale landscapes to transform entire regions. So we have examples from Niger. I believe this is in Chad. And you can see the water is flowing this way. The half moon is open to the uphill direction so that water can enter inside and sink. And by the way, this is also how we recharge entire groundwater systems, boreholes, entire recharge zones. This is how we support the health of aquifers. These are more examples from Niger. So you can see how these structures, simple as they are, can have a massive impact in local and regional hydrological stabilization, pooling that water so it can feed vegetation while feeding the groundwater system as well. This is in Mauritania. This is done by women. This is done by men, by youth, again, using simple tools. And these are some of the users of our space. These are herds of goats. This is an appropriate approach because here animals may compromise one or a few of the structures, but that doesn't have an impact on the entirety of the pattern. And it doesn't compromise the ability of this work to hydrate. So this is also in Niger, zooming out. And in fact, I'm proud to say, through the work of my colleagues, from whom I'm learning so much, I think we've now, in the last 10 years, completed about 450,000 hectares of land restoration, which is 500,000 football fields. Is that American football or soccer? I don't know. But that is hundreds of thousands, that's hundreds of thousands of square miles. It's massive. And this is how we can transform entire local microclimates, okay, impacting local weather patterns. But most importantly, from the perspective of WFP, this is the real work required to secure long-term food security and resilience from extreme events that are caused either by climate change or land degradation. Voli Karuchi has been working for many, many years in Ethiopia and had such an impact working with local communities, local government. And this is from a local government Facebook page. I think it's in Oromia, one of the regions of Ethiopia. This is the scale of work that the community is continuing. They're continuing to understand that by partnering with nature, they can restore the health of the land, stabilize the hydrology, bring back the vegetation, and secure their future in food, fodder, and everything else that is required that is also the derivative of their livelihoods. So these are my colleagues smelling a rich, humectic compost. This is in South Sudan. I always like to say that the nose knows. And anyone who knows that smell is, it's a very uplifting fragrance of life. So that's it for the presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, so now I want to introduce some of our colleagues, and we're going to have a bit of a discussion on the work that's being done in different regions of Africa in particular. But Voli can speak to the work that WFP has been doing globally in this realm for quite some time. So we're going to start with Dr. Peter Nkala, who is with the National University of Science and Technology in Zimbabwe. So Peter, we're hoping that you can help us understand what are the processes or your experience in watershed planning, especially with communities in Malawi and in Zimbabwe.
Okay, thank you very much, Natalie. Good afternoon. What is the efforts? I think something wrong with the mic. What I would say is the efforts towards land restoration that Natalie has spoken about cut across the board. It's not just in the regions that she talked about, but we are experiencing the same in Southern Africa as well. And working with WFP and other partners, we have done some work in Malawi and in Zimbabwe along the same lines, the issue of land restoration. So we started in Malawi in 2023, where there was a regional boot camp there, looking at the issues that have been covered in the presentation by Natalie. And that became a learning phase for us in Zimbabwe, where we have just implemented another boot camp on watershed management. And this was in September to, I think, 23 September to 6 October this year. And those efforts actually brought together the university where I am, and also other universities, national universities within the country, and also government employees, particularly the extension workers that are working in these communities, the communities themselves, particularly the smallholder farmers that are affected by this. And how did the process roll out? It started with the training of trainers workshop. The facilitators had to go through, together with the community, on what needed to be done. And in that exercise, the area which was supposed to be visited was also identified. It was not the facilitators alone that identified the area, but we worked with the community to actually identify. And an area was selected for called Rushinga in Mount Darwin district in Zimbabwe. So that is where the exercise took place. And the roles of the participants were clearly defined in terms of what was going to be done. And the main issues that needed to be covered really were similar issues that have been raised: ecosystem restoration, rangeland management issues, gully reclamation, water development, DRR or disaster risk reduction, and safeguard and protection, which are issues that are of concern when you talk about land degradation. And there were practical activities then that followed the training of trainers, where the communities came together, or the community came together, together with other partners. It's not just WFP that is working in these areas, but there are other NGOs that are actually doing similar efforts in these areas. So they were part of that training. And there was a number of government departments that were invited, and they participated in this. And what I would refer to as the outcome of these efforts is the knowledge dissemination that was imparted to the community, and also the issues of land restoration, the practical exercises that were done, you know, putting together those stones, doing the half moons, and so on and so forth. So all that knowledge was imparted to the community. And I can say that our achievements so far would include that effective training, the issue of hands-on knowledge that the communities have, meaning that they can now do it alone, they can go it alone in terms of this. Then we also had some lessons that we learned during this exercise, especially the issue of participant engagement. I would like to emphasize that it is important for us to realize that communities have got something to learn. It doesn't matter who are farmers, smallholder farmers, but they are not tabula rasa, if you understand what that term means. Tabula rasa means a blank slate. Communities are not blank slates. There is so much that professors in universities and students can learn from those communities, even if they don't have as much education. So those are lessons that we drew from there. And, you know, the issues of waste management, land restoration, etc. All those are outcomes or, you know, achievements that I can say we managed to go through. I think for now, I'll leave it there, and if there are any questions, then I'll be able to answer those. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Nkala. I just wanted to let you know that we're going to have our panel discussion. We're going to play a short video from a boot camp that we've done in Kenya, and then we'll open it up for discussion and questions afterwards. So I wanted to turn now to Dr. Hadizatu Al-Hassoumi. She is with the University of Niamey in Niger, and she's instrumental in working with communities, and especially her work with women and youth in mobilizing them for local restorative action. So, Dr. Hadizatu, can you talk about, what is the role of women and youth? What is your experience of the role of women and youth in taking local action for land restoration and just their relationship in partnering with nature for resilience? Thank you. And Voli Karuchi is going to translate for Dr. Hadizatu.
Bonjour et bon après-midi à tout le monde. C'est Dr. Hadizatu qui va... Une question lui a été posée sur laquelle est l'expérience des femmes et de la jeunesse dans l'approche communautaire participative pour engendrer des résultats en matière de résilience. À vous, professeur.
Merci Nathalie, merci Voli pour cette question pertinente. Bonsoir à toutes et à tous. Comme Nathalie l'avait dit, les communautés sont au cœur du processus de résilience parce que c'est elles qui connaissent mieux leur territoire, mais aussi les ressources de leur territoire. Au fil du temps, elles ont eu à faire des pratiques et à expérimenter des pratiques de résilience qui ont été éprouvées. Donc, pour toute intervention qui veut les aider à construire ce processus de résilience, il est important de comprendre le fonctionnement du système social autour de ces communautés. Dans les sociétés sahéliennes, comme dans la plupart des sociétés humaines, les hommes sont du côté de la production et les femmes sont du côté de la reproduction. Donc, cette division sociale du travail et des positions qui affectent les rôles fait que chaque catégorie a son rôle à jouer par rapport à cela. Donc, les hommes, en tant qu'assumant le rôle productif, sont les premiers concernés par la question de résilience. Les hommes, que ce soit les chefs de ménage, les chefs de famille, comme les jeunes. Mais aussi les femmes, parce que les femmes et les jeunes sont les premières victimes de la dégradation des terres. Pourquoi? Parce que dans le système d'exploitation familiale est fait de telle sorte que les jeunes non mariés et les femmes ont des petits lopins de terre. Et ces petits lopins de terre, l'exploitation de ces petits lopins de terre leur appartient. Ce qu'ils gagnent dedans leur appartient normalement dans la division traditionnelle du travail. Mais à partir du moment où on est rentré dans le processus accentué de dégradation, ils ont perdu. Et les femmes et les jeunes ont perdu l'accès à la terre. D'abord le produit, parce que ce qu'ils produisent doit contribuer à couvrir les besoins de la famille. Et dans un second temps, c'était la perte même de l'accès à ces parcelles.
Merci, Hadizatu. I will try to summarize, say that communities are at the heart of resilience. People at community level know the resources, their territories. We are talking about particularly women and youth, that being women very engaged in day-to-day agriculture activities, know their environment really well. Men are more responsible for production purposes, the division of labor, traditional division of labor, and women more on reproduction aspects. However, whilst men are concerned about the degradation of natural resources and low productivity of their land, women are equally concerned because they are the first ones to actually shoulder the consequences of that loss of productivity, loss of food, lower diversity of foods, and increasingly smaller plots for cultivation. Having also less and less ownership or usership access to land, they also are bearing the cost of those processes the most.
Merci. Donc, plus spécifiquement, parlant du rôle des femmes, leur responsabilité par rapport à l'approvisionnement en eau, par rapport à la collecte du bois de chauffe, par rapport aux soins maternels et infantiles, font que les femmes ont un grand rôle à jouer dans la gestion de la biodiversité ou de l'agrobiodiversité. D'abord, pendant les saisons de pluie, qui correspondent souvent à l'épuisement des réserves, c'est que ce sont ces femmes avec leurs filles qui font la cueillette des plantes spontanées, de certaines plantes spontanées comestibles qu'elles rapportent à la maison et qui permet de nourrir la famille pendant la saison des pluies. Au-delà de ça, souvent aussi, elles les font sécher, elles les conservent tout au long de l'année pour pouvoir aider à la survie de la famille. Au-delà de ces plantes spontanées, nous avons des comestibles qui sont utilisés dans l'alimentation de la famille. Nous avons aussi les plantes de soins, notamment les plantes médicinales. Ces plantes médicinales, d'abord, certaines plantes qui sont utilisées tout au long de la grossesse pour accompagner les femmes enceintes, mais aussi les plantes médicinales qu'elles utilisent pour les soins du bébé, non seulement dans l'évolution de l'enfant dans sa croissance, mais aussi pour le traitement d'éventuelles maladies.
So you're saying that women have played an incredible role. First of all, linked to degradation as well, the increased hardships related to water collection and firewood collection, for example. However, they're also responsible, and they have a deep knowledge of the value of trees and vegetation for medicinal purposes, for helping pregnant and lactating women, but also what to eat during the periods of lean season, during the periods of hardships. So having that knowledge is extremely important, and that knowledge is compromised by land degradation, particularly in relation to other consequences like, je m'arrête là, pour les mariages précoces.
Ouais. Des savoirs et du savoir-faire sont construits autour de ces plantes spontanées. Par exemple, pour la cueillette de ces plantes, de ces feuilles, on dit souvent aux filles de ne pas arracher, parce que quand vous arrachez, vous empêchez la régénération encore de ces plantes-là. Et on passe même par des anecdotes pour faire peur aux filles. On voit que ça va dans le sens de la préservation de la biodiversité pour que ces plantes puissent perdurer. La dégradation, la récurrence des sécheresses et la dégradation a fait qu'aujourd'hui, on est en train de perdre non seulement ce produit, mais aussi tous les savoirs et les savoir-faire qui sont autour de ces produits.
She said that, there are many techniques and many plants with different purposes, and they're also teaching, for example, young girls not to pull out plants, just to collect twigs and leaves, so to preserve also biodiversity, and this is transmitted through generations. However, these days we are losing this because of land degradation.
Voilà. Donc aujourd'hui, la résilience doit être pensée aussi dans le sens de la préservation justement de ces savoirs et de ces savoir-faire. D'abord, pour maintenir l'accès des femmes à la terre, parce que la production agricole des femmes est désormais indispensable pour compléter l'alimentation de la famille, mais aussi le maintien ou bien la préservation de ces plantes spontanées qu'il faut désormais domestiquer, passer aussi à la domestication de ces plantes non seulement comestibles, mais aussi médicinales, qui rentrent dans le cadre quand même de toute une éducation, non seulement qui rentrent dans le cadre du bien-être, du maintien ou bien de l'entretien du bien-être de la famille, mais toute une éducation de ces filles. De plus en plus, ce qui se passe aujourd'hui, les gens se plaignent que les plantes qu'on a l'habitude d'utiliser aujourd'hui ne sont pas efficaces. Qu'est-ce qui fait le problème? C'est parce qu'aujourd'hui, du fait que la brousse ou bien la savane autour des villages a disparu et qu'on ne peut retrouver ces plantes, ces herbes-là que plus loin, donc les femmes n'ont plus accès à ces herbes. Les hommes qui vont loin pour cueillir ces arbres-là n'ont pas forcément le savoir-faire qu'il faut. Voilà, le savoir-faire en termes de à quel cycle physiologique il faut enlever ces plantes, mais aussi à quel moment de la journée il faut les enlever. Tout cela, c'est des considérations, c'est des savoirs que les femmes ont, voilà, et qui montrent et qui fait la pertinence de ces plantes. Aujourd'hui, on se plaint de ça parce qu'avant, c'est tout un réseau de transmission. Même quand on est en ville, il y a les parents qui sont au village. Quand la femme est enceinte, on sait qu'on fait appel aux parents du village pour envoyer ces plantes-là qui permettent de faire le suivi de la grossesse et aussi de faire le suivi de l'enfant. Comment est-ce qu'il faut laver avec telle plante, à quel moment il faut lui donner à boire, pendant la dentition, qu'est-ce qu'il faut utiliser. Mais aujourd'hui, puisque ça se vend sur le marché avec des gens qui n'ont pas ce savoir, ça fait que souvent on ne sait pas comment l'utiliser. Donc la transmission de proximité a disparu et ça a des effets sur la qualité de ces produits.
La transmission de la traduction aussi.
Tout à fait.
I'm trying to translate as much as better. She mentioned many things, but really resilience needs to think about land restoration to give back access to land to women and youth, but also to preserve plants that are spontaneous, indigenous varieties, local varieties of different species, and to overcome also the increased belief that local plants are not effective, mostly because also women are largely disadvantaged compared to men. Whilst vegetation is disappearing, men can travel far, women cannot. Therefore, an entire transmission belt between the knowledge that is transferred between mothers, grandmothers to mothers and daughters, for example, is interrupted by even simple physical access and distance. And whilst before they had really a huge network of transmission, even between families in the cities, on small towns, and families in the village, where at every stage of their life it was a communication on what plans to take for the pregnant mother, for the child lactating, for a number of reasons.
Donc, en termes de résilience, vraiment, l'accompagnement des femmes pour la préservation, pour la domestication de ces plantes et pour la transmission de ces savoirs et savoir-faire, nous pensons est indispensable.
Thank you. We need to really accompany women in restoring the transmission. So land restoration is also restoration of transmission of knowledge.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much.
Merci, Dr. Adizatour, and thank you, Voli, for translating. Such an important point is that women have always been the stewards of agroecology. In WFP, we talk about 3 Ps, our 3P approach, but I talk about 4 Ps. Women know that they need different plants, different products at different periods for different purposes. And that diversity needs to be found in and around the home, the landscape, around the community, and that is directly tied to resilience of the family and the children. So thank you so much. I now want to turn to Voli Carucci, who's my colleague, a mentor, and whom I refer to as a silverback gorilla of land restoration, the holder of so much of the knowledge and history of this work that we've been doing at WFP. So Voli, can you talk us through a little bit about how this work has come in through WFP, how it has traveled, how these skills have traveled, how have you been able to scale this up, and what are some of the main challenges and obstacles that you've experienced in the decades, maybe, that you've been doing this with WFP in different parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Why WFP? WFP belongs to the context that are the most degraded areas on the planet. We started doing this type of rehabilitation work, although without really documenting that much, since the 70s or 80s. In China, together with IFAD, World Bank, in support of the Chinese government on the Loess Plateau rehabilitation. In even South Korea after the war, and then proceeding to the early stages of Ethiopia with a lot of failures there. So we learn how to overcome mistakes. And some of these journeys across the globe in those areas that face tremendous food insecurity, but where governments want to actually to turn the page. They realized that we couldn't go on with just free handouts, but move into the space of land restoration, because the beginning of realization that land degradation, food insecurity, compounding climate extremes were actually really the recipe for trouble and also for raising tensions and breaking social cohesion in many of these contexts. So clearly we partner with a lot of institutions, a lot of governments, technical institutions as well. And nowadays, increasingly with academia, we have now a network of 21 African universities that work with us to really support the good practice, also to assess what doesn't work. So it's an incredible partnership, and it's a partnership that is accompanied by movement. You know, we have to understand that resilience is also about sharing. That's why we work with academia, and knowledge is the only thing that can expand if you share it. So we have started from recognizing the problem of land degradation as a key foundational aspect that need to be fixed before. It's like building a foundation for your house. So if you want to rebuild the foundation for food security, you need to start from land restoration in the vast majority of contexts. There are exceptions, of course. We should underline also that it's not only about soil health, it's soil and water, brothers and sisters together, that need to be thought through. And we always tend to see about climate, about soil, about water, about other things. So it's one. And as WFP, we work in probably 70–80% of the population that we support are in drylands. In sub-Saharan Africa, for example, from Senegal to Djibouti, from even the central corridor sector of Latin America, many areas in the Middle East, etc. So we really have to open our eyes and say, let's work really hard at scale to replenish the sponge effect, as you were mentioning before. Now, how we recognize good practices is the very simple answer is just to practice a lot. Is practice, and practice is stay closer to communities, and there are two ingredients there. One is dialogues. That's why the emphasis on the community participation. I'm an old Amir Taten school guy, so I believe in really engagement. The second thing is rigor, technical professionalization of what we do. It's not amateurism. It's not everybody, joining hands and sitting under the tree and have a nice discussion. No, it's really having the right skills to tackle these complex problems. Even to do a single trench properly is not easy at the beginning. Doing a range of half moons over a landscape that is broken, has double slope, is not easy. To adapt to different type of soil conditions for different crops based on different land tenure arrangements is not easy. So we learn also by doing and by making mistakes, having a certain level of risk appetite, but together with communities. So we share the experience. So an old proverb in my place said, you just need to walk and touch. Italians are easy because we always are, like to touch things. And farmers touch everything. Be wise with your talk and experience a lot. So we need to listen, and to listen lower than the level of the people in front of us. So we are trying to experience this. It's not the rhetoric, it's actually real action on the ground. And then obviously the other ingredient of practices traveling is working with academia, is investing at the source. The source of the talents of tomorrow are our students in those agricultural schools, in those colleges, in those universities that will be planted in the areas that need them the most to become the acacia of the baobabs of tomorrow in terms of skills. We have a problem of desertification that has also degraded skill sets in the areas that need them the most. We are living through a paradox. I seldom find investments, funds dedicated to universities, for example. Whilst in every other country in the Western world, we have huge investment there. Why not where it's needed the most? Good practice travel also because they work. They function well. And there are common denominators that are shared by the practice. The trench system, the improved trench system that was created in Niger, building upon local experience, but improved based on the standards there, on the type of soil, traveled to Ethiopia. In Ethiopia, we created 4 or 5 variations of that. All of them, 100% of them, inspired by local farmers, practices. I remember one farmer that even from a single type of variation gave 4 nuanced variations of that specific adapted thing. It was incredible within one day. That trench system traveled to central Mindanao, went back to Malawi, from Malawi to Zimbabwe, from Zimbabwe to Guatemala, from Guatemala back to Niger, from Niger to Chad, Chad to Burkina Faso. From Burkina Faso, we even changed it again. And this happened for a number of measures, and I'm talking about a few measures, like the great intuition of Yakuba Sawadogo of Burkina Faso, whose technique, 50 years ago, is a hero of Burkina Faso. He has won the informal Nobel Prize for the environment in Burkina Faso. Yakuba Sawadogo invented the Zai pit. The Zai pit is practiced over millions of hectares throughout Africa. One, intuition, observation. So it's a lot about that communion between people, their landscapes, and that brassage, that really blending different techniques, ancient and modern. There is no discrimination here. There is no, we have to keep innovating. And then scale, because scale is important, not scale in terms of the number of hectares as it was mentioned before, but scale within the activity, within the sites, within the terroir, the territorial units. Why I'm saying that? Because a lot of appetite for some of these practices have been generated when those practices together created multiplier effect. So they generated an appetite, say, oh, I can develop a value chain out of this. So we have now further value chains. In Ethiopia, we had vegetable gardening at scale, for example. I remember in Tigray, we computed 18,000 beehives in 2003. By 2013, there were 180,000 beehives. What a wonderful white honey of that region. Now, the country has faced a lot of problems, we know, but the efforts done in Ethiopia alone, not only to support by WFP, that was a tiny portion, is enormous. What Niger and other countries are doing today is enormous. So, in spite of a lot of issues, but practice are informed by context, are informed by people, and informed by science and evidence. One of the sins is that we didn't document enough what works. So there is a difficulty to visualize some of this work, to give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, what belongs to the farmer, to the communities, and we need to do a much better job. Another good reason why we're investing so much in terms of intensity with academia, because they are the depository of the knowledge. Peter yesterday said, we are the citadel of good practices. We survive changes in government. This stays with us and it evolves. So very interesting way to perhaps hand over to you, Natalie, for the next round of question or Q&A.
Yeah, thank you, Voli. So you did mention several times academia, and I wanted to highlight that WFP is working with a network of universities throughout Africa that's called the Livelihoods Assets for Resilience Academy, or LARA. And in addition to Dr. Nkala, Dr. Hadizatu, we also have 3 colleagues here in the audience who are also part of that network, and all together they represent Zimbabwe, Niger, Chad, and Burkina Faso, and really are part of this skills transfer, the capacity strengthening to be able to do this through, with and through local institutions in a locally owned way with communities. So I just wanted to highlight that initiative. I think now, Faisal, we can put on the video. We're going to show a video. Part of this process with LARA, this network, is conducting boot camps, which are what I call not workshops, but work hard shops, where we work together with the communities to basically create a sort of a baseline, a picture of what is happening within that community, and then together, like really together in a practical way, getting our hands dirty, working with community members, local government, WFP teams, our cooperating partners, universities, to work together to dig, design, transform the land. So we're gonna show a video now, right?
When we carry out ecosystem restoration, we improve the productivity of the land. We make it possible. We support nature through what we call assisted regeneration. We are at Samburu East Sub-County in Wamba, a town called Jerusalem, where we are carrying out a number of activities working towards restoring the degraded land in Wamba.
As a result of land degradation, we experience massive challenges. Whenever we have rains around, we have a lot of flash floods, and we have a lot of surface runoff, because there is no vegetation cover that will break the speed of the water.
When the ecosystem gets degraded, it loses the ecological function, and the community loses then the ecosystem function from the land. And there has been a cry from this community that they are overwhelmed with what can be done with such a place.
Communities to practice principles of agroecology, agroforestry, permaculture, conservation agriculture. We're helping them to partner with nature in developing resilient and sustainable food systems that can result in long-term food security, water security, and economic livelihoods.
In Wamba, we have quite a number of pastoralists and agro-pastoralists who largely depend on the land in terms of production for their livestock.
One of the major activities that we've been doing over the last week is with about 150 people, we have been up in this watershed creating a number of earthworks, stoneworks, and other structures to passively harvest water as it's coming off of the mountain. This slows, spreads, and sinks water into the soil so that it stops forming massive gullies that are carrying the soil and fertility away from this land.
Bakajo, Koranara, Tokata Nalo, Tutolowa, Leto Kalo, Speed, Alum Pio, Amke Boy and Aklosoito, Neto Balabangule Kujitine, Neto Bulgule Tine, Nakoranara, Natori, K tutorial, Yarakini, Marenkito.
So it has enhanced my understanding of the practical aspects when you're dealing with issues of climate, when you're dealing with issues of livelihood. And I've loved the component of livelihood asset because it is what empowers people to deliver food on the table. It is what empowers people to become more resilient in such an ecosystem. So it is a great opportunity to build capacity. It takes time to build capacity, it takes a lot of resources, but this is a starting point.
Na sisi pia tupate kujitengenezea inji, ndio hata tukipanda hata mashakula ama nini iwe sawa. Tuache kupotesha roho za watu hapa, tuache kupotesha mifugo zetu hapa, yani tuache umaskini, wache kulalia watu ya Jerusalem. Sababu watu wa Jerusalem watu wako na bidii, lakini wanataka tu mwelekeo, waelekeze tu. So naomba watu ya WFP na watu ya kaunti yetu pia wakuje watuokoe kwa hii mamtaro.
Yeah, so for all our structure, water harvesting structure, we need to make a contour line. So we need this kind of simple equipment.
The World Food Programme works with universities across Africa in a network called LARA, Livelihoods and Assets for Resilience Academy. This network brings together universities, local leaders, government officials, technocrats from different countries across the entire continent to work together with communities and to train institutions on how they can be establishing ecosystem restoration boot camps in communities in countries all across the continent.
This has been a wonderful moment, trying to work with different parties of that kind, with people with different experience, with different expertise. And to me, it has been a special occasion to share the knowledge.
I'm very positive that this training will be taken to Samburu North and people will be happy to seeing their lands regenerate.
Great. So we now remain with about 30 minutes for question and answer. So I don't know, Faisal, if we've got microphones for the audience. Any questions that you have, Abdul Rashid?
And my name is Abdul Rashid Omar from Somalia. And thank you very much for this job you have done. It's very interesting and it helped a lot of people, as I can see. And as you mentioned, this job is from Saharan African countries and up to the Djibouti. When this technique is coming to Somalia, I come from Hiran, where the Shabelle River enters from Somalia, from Ethiopia to Somalia. And we have in Beledweyne, surrounded by hills, and it rains, and that rain will take all the soils to the river. Within 24 hours, there is no water left at all, and we much need it there in Somalia, especially the high area, Shabelle River like Beledweyne. And when are you coming to us? That's my question. To Somalia to see this fantastic job, and we have a local community, and what role the civil society like me can play this kind of activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdul Rashid. So, what Abdul Rashid is referring to is in Somalia, the importance of having a watershed understanding, a systemic understanding, and a watershed-based approach. Many people don't realize that the groundwater system in Somalia actually starts in the highlands of Ethiopia. So whatever happens or doesn't happen in Ethiopia is going to affect the water security and groundwater system in Somalia. Beledweyne is higher up in that watershed along the Shabelle River, which lands in Johar, which is the sump of that system. It's experiencing a huge amount of flooding. And Abdul Rashid, as you mentioned, as water is released, as that hydrological cycle is destabilized in the watershed, more water is released. It's ripping geologic material, soil, silt, off of that watershed and delivering that into the river, which behaves like a conveyor belt. And then it silts up that river and displaces it. And in Johar, what we know is that river, there's so much flooding in Johar that breaches from the river. It's not water flooding from the rain, it's actually the backing up of that river because of siltation. So I think this underpins the systemic nature of watershed approaches, right? You know, I ask often people, when you come out of the shower in the morning, do you start drying your feet first, Ahmed? Your head, right? So it's the same thing with the watershed. We need to stop water at its source. Stopping water at its source and using, you know, we don't have to strong arm nature with giant concrete structures and dams. Using many small scale strategies across an entire landscape helps to pacify that water and capture and hold the water and nutrient higher up in the system where it needs to be. So, you know, I think we started some conversation yesterday about the work that you're doing with biochar briquettes. You know, Abdul Rashid is trying to support pastoralists to create biomass briquettes so that they can stop removing the vegetation and the nutrient cycle from the Somali landscape, which hugely contributes to drought. But he's also a civil engineer, so we started to have very good discussions yesterday, also with the Deputy Minister of Somalia. So I think that the symptoms that we're talking about in the Somali region underpin also this idea of drought being in part due to the degradation of the land. You know, Somalia used to be the largest exporter of bananas in the entirety of Africa. What happened? What collapsed that now it's experiencing drought, aridity, high temperatures? So it underpins the need to look at the entirety of watersheds, look at the biodiversity, the vegetative cover, the health of soils, the way that humans organize animal energy in the landscape, which we have, you know, Dr. Hunter Lovins here in the front row. The way we organize animal energy in the landscape can be harmful or it can be helpful. It can be degenerative or regenerative. It's not the cow, it's the how. So we can definitely continue this discussion, but there are efforts, you know, increasingly within WFP, with IOM, with the university in Somalia, to try to start addressing these things in a larger systemic way. So I'm looking forward to continuing that discussion with you. Maybe somebody else has a response?
No, I think you said quite a lot, Natalie, on this. And I am in the Western Africa Bureau, but experience can travel, it can be shared. We have sent even some of our staff to train some of our Ethiopian colleagues in the Somali region of Ethiopia, and they have really done quite a lot of this work. It has started there. I see no problem to have similar efforts ongoing. It's not one measure; it's different type of measures depending on context. So we don't have one size fits all.
Yeah.
Maybe other question.
Yes.
I don't know.
Mahatsanat. Any other questions or comments? Scott, Andrew? Any other final thoughts from our panel?
Commentaire du panel, si vous avez d'autres choses à ajouter, madame? Est-ce que vous avez des commentaires à ajouter au final, ou Peter?
And we have a hand up as well.
Now, I've had the chance to tour a good bit of your work. So one really important thing that came up that you didn't really mention at all, but as a critical element, is the ongoing maintenance. I mean, building the structures is one thing, but actually having them managed properly and sustained over time, it seems like is really the make it or break it for these systems. And so I was wondering if you could just speak on like what does it take to actually have long-term management for these systems to get set in where they are no longer fragile?
I'm going to hand this one over to Voli.
Yeah, very good question, Andrew. It depends again on context and how much it generates. I mean, how long it takes to regenerate basic condition for farmers or herders or combination of both to actually benefit in a significant manner for the area. That's why I mentioned the scale, the relationship between scale, quality work, community dialogues and participation, but also the manner whether, I mean, the way in which land tenure arrangements have been made and management arrangements have been made. So, for example, in Niger, we have, and in Chad, plan de gestion communautaire, so management plans developed together with the communities and the technical services, the Minister of Environment in particular. So we have those arrangements made and signed, actually, by everybody that are 5 years, 10 years, sometimes longer, including matching with customary, traditional, symbolic ceremonies, right? So it's a combination of, again, of local and more institutionally driven approaches. Again, not one size fits all, but that's super important. The other element is time. We cannot achieve this in 1 year. So long-term funding or a program that accompanies the community's work, but also gradually, even if you reduce assistance, and assistance is dropping after year 3 or year 4, it maintains capacity strengthening, it maintains presence, it maintains a relationship, which gradually makes really the community then to thrive and to continue. You have seen a number of places where you see really successes where you have a full ownership by the community of what it means for them, but they also have more food in the warehouse, in their stocks, okay, and more money in their pocket. So that's a critical element as well, because this is something about that life. The reduction of hardships, dropping for 4 hours a day, fetching water for 200 days a year, to half an hour, 1 hour maximum, which is more a social kind of thing, is huge in terms of having the time also for the daughter to attend the school, because the daughter walking behind the mother for 200 days in a year to fetch water only doesn't go to school, regardless of any incentive that you can put on the thing. So it's really a combination of factors here. But indeed, presence and relationship, I always say the hidden art of resilience is relationship building. Yeah.
And I want to build on that and just say that, Andrew, as we talk about in permaculture, I mean, the main point of a lot of this work is to reach a tipping point that it does become permanent and stabilized. We are trying to design the landscape so that it can go into autopilot, so that at one point it reaches that tipping point, that it is stabilized, it is receiving, infiltrating water, the biological uplift, biodiversity is back, so that it no longer needs to be maintained. It's a self-hydrating, self-mulching, self-seeding system over time. I know we had another, did you want to add?
Yes. Yes, maybe from the university's perspective, I think one of the reasons of including students is actually to deal with issues of sustainability. Students are the future. And if they're involved in these activities at this stage, then we are guaranteed that they will be taken forward when some of us are no longer there. And also, working within government structures in these countries also ensures sustainability. And the communities which actually benefit, or which are the custodians of these things, involving them in these activities also ensures sustainability. And I think the approach that is being used now when dealing with these community interventions is different from what was happening in the past, where we ended up with a lot of white elephants because of a lack of, a buy-in or a sense of ownership by the so-called beneficiaries. That's what I would add from the university's perspective.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nkala. I think Voli or Dr. Hadizatu want to add something?
No, je voudrais demander, asking Dr. Hadizatu if she has a few reflections on the way forward on the role of women in resilience. Quelles sont les trois choses pour aller au-devant, pour augmenter le rôle de la femme dans la résilience?
Merci. Je pense que une des premières choses à faire, c'est de faire de telle sorte qu'il y ait beaucoup plus de femmes parmi les agents de développement. Donc, les universités ont un rôle à jouer dans cela, dans la formation des futurs cadres. Voilà. Faire de telle sorte qu'il y ait beaucoup plus de femmes pour que justement ces agents de développement femmes puissent s'approcher le plus possible des femmes qui sont sur le terrain pour comprendre, d'abord se nourrir à leur savoir et savoir-faire, et après comprendre quelles sont réellement leurs aspirations, quelles sont les difficultés et quels sont leurs projets par rapport justement à la résilience. Mieux les aider à comprendre les technologies, mais aussi les pratiques qu'elles-mêmes elles ont éprouvées et qui sont susceptibles de rentrer dans le cadre de leur résilience. Voilà. Dans un second temps, je dirais que la mobilisation à la base doit concerner les femmes. Les femmes sont très mobilisées. Je crois que les interventions ont aussi, comme on le voit au cours des bootcamps, mais aussi autour des actions de développement. Nous avons l'implication des femmes. Je pense que les interventions doivent de plus en plus prendre en compte cette intervention des femmes, considérer les femmes comme des parties prenantes dans cette question de résilience. Voilà, pour qu'elles soient pleinement impliquées dans la réalisation des ouvrages, mais aussi dans l'exploitation de ces ouvrages.
Merci, Dr. Hadizatu. Mention about the role, first of all, in academia. We need to make an extra effort to have more women in academia, joining the ranks of the students, getting the bursaries. I mean, we have this partnership also for that purpose, getting the bursaries to actually be deployed. We'll be discussing with Dr. Hadizatu also incentives for women from the lowest social strata to have support for keeping their children while they attend courses, because many of them drop out after 2 or 3 years of being at university, for example. We have now tens of thousands of young girls in our resilience sites that have access to what you call promotional incentive to get into secondary school. Now we want to begin to really think about packages that will support women not to drop out of the university, and continue the studies, complete the studies, to join then to be deployed in the field and join the ranks of institutions, UN agencies, NGOs with the right support. So they learn also. It's important to have more women speaking to women, working with women, because 70-80% of agriculture is on the shoulders of women. So we need women to speak more to women. So it's just also a necessity out of the reality on the ground. The others is that many of the interventions of resilience need to be more women sensitive or gender balanced, and more women to be considered as protagonists of change and benefit from the results of these interventions.
I do want to get to another question that we had here in the front row, and then we can turn it over again to additional comments.
Okay, she didn't finish. She wanted to add another comment.
Okay, so we'll do this comment and then we'll get to you. Thank you for waiting.
D'accord, je voulais juste rajouter que, par exemple, en agronomie, de plus en plus, nous savons qu'il faut tenir compte des savoirs locaux, et notamment des paysans. Donc au niveau de la formation, c'est d'impliquer aussi les savoirs et les savoir-faire de ces paysannes aussi. Surtout que nous avons de plus en plus des femmes qui sont engagées dans l'agriculture et qui vont vers des chaînes de valeur, qui développent des chaînes de valeur qui jusqu'à présent sont méconnues. Quand je prends par exemple pour le cas du Niger, nous avons par exemple le sésame dans l'ouest du Niger qui est considéré comme une culture de femme. Or, aujourd'hui, on sait que le sésame est une culture de rente en développement, avec une valeur marchande très importante. Le gombo aussi, donc, va aller vers la valorisation des chaînes de valeur qui sont occupées par les femmes et les intégrer dans la formation.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Dr. Adiza. Just to recognize local knowledge and local products that are within the realm of what women really do and develop value chains for those products. Like she mentioned about the sesame, like okra. Those are value chains that can be developed and integrated as part of the rehabilitation of the landscape to create the linkage also with value chains and then empowering women to get more value addition to their work.
Great, merci. Okay, so the further question here in the front.
I have a double question. One is, you showed especially basically from stage 0, right? Desert, completely degraded land. Are you also supporting the farmers who then have gone the first step to really go into much higher levels of productivity, as we are doing it, for example, with the Andhra Pradesh community-managed natural farming, where we are helping them to reach much higher productivity than their chemical current farming, and also regenerate what I call the mini deserts that are present in so many smallholder farms around the world, where the land within the farm, maybe they have 2-3 acres, 1 acre is degraded. Would this methodology support this? And then the connected question is, you talk about the university, and the hard workshops and this system. So in Andhra Pradesh, for example, we have what we call farmer coaches. So these are actually the farmers that get trained to become the coaches of other farmers. And then we also train farmers to become scientists. They don't need to do a PhD. They learn the methodology to speak science and to function within the scientific community, but they are farmers. And so the farmers are empowered. I wonder whether you are already doing something similar, whether this is of interest for a knowledge exchange. Thank you.
And you're with which agency or organization?
With Now Partners Foundation. We work in partnership with the Andhra Pradesh Community Managed Natural Farming to scale that around the world to different countries. And for example, we are just doing it now in Zambia.
Thank you. I mean, I will say, number one, that we do have a very healthy emphasis on building fertility of soils naturally. We do support farmers in compost building, mulching, using methods of conservation agriculture, and really try to emphasize reduced dependency on inputs, especially those, and really focus on how to naturally build fertility and health in the soil. But in terms of direct support to some of the farming systems that we've done in the Sahel and across Africa, I'll pass it over to Voli, who can expound on that.
Thank you very much. I think very good question. We have different profiles of livelihoods in any context. We have also the medium and better off farmers, they are part of a community. It's not like also that thing, that we have learned to dichotomize the extreme poor, the poor, those save the children, division of thing. It's controversial in many contexts these days. They don't like to be labeled in different categories. So we need to start hearing a new narrative emerging. For example, but the so-called people who are endangered, not yet food insecure, not necessarily assisted by WFP, they're part of the community. They participate in the planning. So for them, for example, will be important is to link to the school meals program, to improve their livelihoods, to improve their production, dye systems, compost making, entrepreneurship, become part of the circuit that the same people that don't have land or are restoring land to get back into production are also exchanging with people who do have land, who still produce quite significant amount of food and can be complementary to each other or to neighboring communities. We think that the idea of coaching farmers, for us, I've been seeing this in Ethiopia a lot. We've been doing this at scale, tens of thousands, training of trainers, farmers to farmers exchanges with farmers champions. We had this different terminologies for different contexts. In the Sahel, there are exchanges being promoted since a very long time. I know that this has been done since the 80s. I speak under the control of my friend Adamu here in front of me. But this has been part of but not systematically done the same way that is being done in Andhra Pradesh. What I like from the Andhra Pradesh experience, where from 40,000, correct me if I'm wrong, farmers went to up to 1 million farmers practicing more natural agriculture as an increase, as an incremental shift, not just boom, completely. It's incredible. So I am personally, we are interested to really see, to exchange. We have begun our first exchanges from the West Africa region, and probably we'll see the first, possibly exchange in 2025 in terms of real people going there and observing and see how it's going on. But we believe there is no one method only, it's a combination of things. And it also depends from the institutional context. Yeah. So it's not always easy to practice the same model in another context where we have specific institutions that go in stages. So we have to see what kind of step and phases can be also promoted in let's say Mali vis-a-vis Burkina Faso or Chad or others. But yeah, thank you very much. And I think with this our collaboration that we actually were looking for, and actually having also academia involved is the #1 interest in this venture.
Thank you, Voli. I often wonder if we were to ban the term agriculture altogether and only use the term agroecology, how would that shift some of the practices that we have within agencies, donors, practitioners? But also for the gentleman here in the front, I would encourage you to touch base with Andrew Millison, who is not only a YouTube celebrity, but who is a permaculture expert who has done a lot of work to document some of the most powerful examples of agroecological projects and land restoration and water, multi-village level water projects across India. And I think that his videos would be very interesting and inspiring to you and your teams that you work with, and could offer a lot of potentially interesting things. I think we have time for one more question if there's anyone else who would like to share or ask. Yes, Dr. Hunter Levins.
What do you need? What would enable this to go much more to scale? What's lacking? Is it money? Is it the support of the governments? Is it the support of your agency? Is it the recognition by the Riyadh Action Agenda that this is a critical part of achieving what it's talking about? If you could have a wish, what would it be?
If I had a magic wand, I mean, they say it's only money, right? No, I think it's a lot of things. It's support in shifting the narrative internally and externally, sensitizing donors and prioritizing soil forward, biodiversity forward approaches, obviously resources, support to the networks that we're trying to strengthen with universities. But definitely I'll let Voli share his thoughts as well. But I would say I could come up with a menu of things, right? Changing the narrative on what it means to be nature-based. Deleting the greenwashing that's happening, okay? the usurping of the term regenerative that's already happening. That would be a part of it, but I think that is not a money issue.
Just a few words. You mentioned a few already, so it's clearly long-term funding. This is an investment for the future. So it's, we have made a return of investment even in situ is in 5 years, $3 to $1 compared to emergency assistance every year. Over 10 years is 4.5. Over 25 years is $10 and even more. And this is good value for money. That's just monetary terms. But the trickle-down effects, even on actual restoration and what it means for neighboring adjacent communities, flood protection, flood control, carbon sequestration. There are countless examples. So what we need is perhaps to do a better job in the evidence creation, in selling the story, because climate is easy to understand. It's hot, it's cold, big storm, downpours. Soil, I like the way that Ratan Lal explains about soil. I like the way that other people talk about that thing that we walk 6,000, 10,000 times a day over the solution of many of our problems, including climate change. But are we doing a good job telling the story? Probably not. So evidence building, telling the story. The other thing is to move away from panaceas, move away from jargons and including in the regenerative agriculture. I'm critical myself. Speak to my grandma or to a local farmer, all these terms, and bureaucracies, multiplicity of bureaucracies is slowing down a lot of things. And some of the biggest thing that we need to come together and say, look, we don't have much time. We have 5, 10, 20 years away from functional extinction of probably 2 billion hectares, under our feet. How are we going to feed the world? So these are our futures, and we need to begin to make a lot of noise. This COP is an opportunity not to raise money, it's just to make the case for more of those kind of interventions. And what a great story would be that the poorest people on earth, the most vulnerable, are actually teaching the world the biggest lesson of the 21st century. Anyway, I'll stop here. Thank you.
And I think that this COP is really about inspiration pollination. So that's what we're hoping to do by sharing our stories. So we're at time, actually on the dot. Can't believe I don't think I've ever done anything on time. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session has now finished. Please vacate the room to allow for preparation for the next session.